Oh God!
Hi everyone. How's it all going?
Hello.
Hey.
Woo!
Hi everyone. How's it all going? What's going on, everybody? Hi everyone. My name is Binary, and this is the No Latency YouTube channel. I guess we're streaming. I think that's how it's working. Yeah, it is. Good. Good. Because we're doing a lot with video today, there is a little bit of delay with chat, so please forgive us for that. But here we are for our Q&A, and then following this, we've got a big old live stream that goes on for a few hours, including a bunch of fun things, including an interview with Diane Hutton. Evan is going to be doing some painting. Spoon is going to talk about System Switch. Jade and Tracy and all of us, with the exception of our special guest, who I'll introduce in just a moment, are going to be doing a battle royale for something that isn't in the rule book, which is a great thing to talk about when the line developer is here for Cyberpunk Red. Talking about that, hello Jay, welcome to the show. How are you?
Oh, me.
Yeah, you.
Sorry. So we actually have two J's at Art Tells Rain Games.
Yes, quite.
Our art developer is also a J. Hello, I am good. Thank you for having me on your lovely podcast. I like that when you were pointing up to me on my screen.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you were not talking about me, so that was nice.
But you've been on screen this whole time. So, Jay, hello. Welcome to the show. You please introduce yourself to the audience. If people don't know who you are and they play Cyberpunk Red, I would argue they should know who you are because they play Cyberpunk Red. But please go into that. Thank you.
Sure. If you open up any book from the line, you'll find my name in there. I am Jay Gray. That is the letter J. No dot.
No dot, as you see in their bottom third.
I
got told off for this, for the social media stuff.
It's an easy mistake to make. I am the line manager for Cyberpunk Red, which translates to Mike says do things, and I make sure things get done.
Yes. And did you give us notes for Danger Gal? Was that you?
Yes. Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. No. Yeah. That was. Yes. I was in charge of the Danger Gal dossier project, so I got to work with you and Tracy on that.
Yeah.
Oh, Sky joined the club. Thanks, Sky.
Excellent work on bozos and medias. Someone said, "Hey, we should have someone with a journalism degree work on some medias."
Yes.
And I'm like, hey, someone I know has one.
Finally using that journalism degree for something cool.
And someone said, hey, we should have a clown write about bozos.
Some British guy. Yeah, right.
It's amazing.
I know someone who went to clown college. Those are real things.
Oh, yeah, no,
absolutely.
I did a clowning class. I've been there, mate.
Oh shit! So perfect.
No, and
It's
actually
a hard job being a clown.
Yeah, it is. Now, one of the things that because Tracy and I's experience is different. Like Tracy, you've had more writing experience than I have. And both of us, just so we're fully clear, audience. Hi, everyone. Tracy and I wrote for Danger Gal Dossier, which is coming out pretty soon.
Yes.
We're not revealing a date today. That is not what's happening today. Just know that it's soon. Yeah.
Middle of this month.
Oh, then there you go. Middle of this month, just in time for Comic-Con.
Yes.
Which we'll get to in a minute. But Tracy and I both wrote for the Danger Gal Dossier, along with a bunch of other great writers. How many writers did you have in total?
Gosh, I want to say around 14.
Wow.
It's a lot of, and it's like pages and pages and pages of just NPCs and places and stuff. It's great. I'm so excited. And I'm honestly, like, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. You gave me pages of notes, and one of the notes I got a lot, not pulling it back the curtain too much, it doesn't reveal too much, was, I understand this is one of your first writing gigs for this kind of thing. Please don't take these notes badly. I thrive on, hey, you did it wrong, do it this way. That kind of criticism, and I don't know how everyone else feels, but when, like, I love that kind of like blunt, like, this is what I needed. You took an action, didn't really work. I need you to change your direction. It was so great to just be told the truth.
Yes.
So thank you for that. I appreciate those notes.
It's a collaborative process, because I give you the way this project worked behind the curtain was James Hutton. I sat down, James Hutton, our lead designer, and I sat down, and then we talked to Mike, and we came away with, here's the art we have. Here are our factions. Here are our characters. We've said every piece of cyberware or gear this character has to be represented in their stat block. And then we do things like, oh, this person looks kind of stealthy. Or, oh, this person is probably a solo. And then we would give those, and then we came up with this, literally the brief we gave was, here's the story we want to tell, and it came to, with the bozos, for example, we want to tell about the clown civil war, which is all the bozos have broken up and they're all trying to outprank each other in horrible murderous factions.
Yep.
And so we will give stuff to the writers, and the writers will come back at different stages. There's the concept stage, the rough draft stage, the final stage, and they'll come up with ideas we hadn't even thought of. I will not give specific examples from your writing specifically, but for example, who's writing, the person writing the Tiger Claws is Japanese, living in Japan, has done translation for RPGs, Western RPGs for years. He worked on the original 2020. He wrote the original Pacific Rim source book. And he came up with these great concepts none of us would have ever thought of because he was on the ground. He knows the stuff. And so from there, it's like, oh, well, that changes the story we want to tell because their story is so much better. And that happened with all the writers.
Awesome.
There's something to be said about collaboration. Am I right, guys?
I mean, we love collaborating with each other every week on Wednesdays. So you can check out new episodes. Shameless plug.
Role-playing as a collaborative storytelling art.
Yes. And it's a brilliant platform to tell a story from. Talking about brilliant platforms, let's do, this doesn't link, but let's start our Q&A. We're here to talk and take, we had some questions submitted through our website, nolatencypodcast.com/contact us. We might pull some questions from chat at the end, but of course, those who sent questions in ahead of time get priority. And of course, well, not of course, but Jay, you have very graciously offered to host this Q&A. And so they're going to start.
I was very excited about this because I usually get asked the questions. It's kind of cool to ask the questions instead. And in respect for John the Wise, who could not be here today.
Exactly. Yeah.
May he rest in peace. Literally, I hope he's resting. He works hard.
Getting those Z's.
Yes.
Yeah.
We will start with John's question, where he says, "Hello, you beautiful Jooms. After every session, I learn something new about myself and my GM style. I try to experiment as much as possible. What is something that you think you need to improve on as a game master?" So I guess this question is for one person in specific, but maybe some of you might also run games.
Yeah, we do. We'll get to that in a second, actually.
Yeah. And how often do you experiment with game mastering specifically? And not other kinds of experiments.
So we have I believe 4 GMs and a player. Not that Jade hasn't done GMing, but just I don't think recently, right, Jade?
No, not at all.
But they did do a really good game of 13 Candles.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was very, very fun. But which of the GMs would you like to ask first? There's Evan, me, Tracy, and Spoon.
I mean, I think you should go first, Byron.
You know what? Real quick. Would you consider yourself a player or a GM first?
Jay.
Oh, yes. Because I can't tell which screen you're looking at. I am primarily a game master first, and that is not like many people. That's not through any desire to play. Actually, I'm a terrible player because I will get 3 sessions and go, God, this character. I think I've played this character out. It's time for something new because I got 10 more ideas coming up. And the GM will go, no, you can't switch characters. I have 5 sessions for the plot for you.
Exactly.
So no, I'm an internal GM.
I'm curious about the rest of you.
I consider myself a GM first, but I've always considered myself a storyteller. So any way I can help tell a story is essentially how I'll tackle GMing. And I'm always trying to get better at it. I know that when I first started, it was kind of shooting in the dark, but I was supported by really good performers and really good players who understood the assignment. And that's why the whole show, all the way back in season 1, episode 1, starts with like a really clear, like, these are these people, this is what they have to do. And I think that is in itself an accomplishment. But honestly, I've learned to be, I hope, a decent GM with the thanks of Jade and Evan, who gave me the opportunities to start GMing way back when they were starting, when they were running and still are, Save the D8. I got to guest GM on a few things there. It was really fun. But yeah, I'm always trying to innovate. And one of the things I'm trying to innovate in is getting better at remembering the correct rules.
Yeah. So I would say,
honestly.
like,
sorry, Jay.
like, I'll add to that a little bit. So for me, like, I want to say, like, I think anybody can be a GM, by the way. Like, for the longest time, I was always a player and never considered myself a GM. And I was always like, well, I'm not cut out to be a GM. And that, like, I had that kind of like self thoughts for a while. And I finally, like, in this past year or so, I feel like I've removed that thought from my mind, which takes time. Because sometimes you're just like, oh, I don't think I could, like, run a game. But anybody can. Like, it really is, like, you sometimes you get, it can be intimidating, and definitely, like, there's a lot more responsibility than being a player, but anybody can do it. And I think one thing I find really interesting about our group, No Latency, is that we do kind of like go, like, a lot of stuff is go with the flow and what feels right, and not necessarily, again, like, going strictly to how maybe something would go in the rules or something like that, or even like some of the dice rolls. Like, a lot of times binary, you're just like, you can choose what to roll for that. Like, you don't exactly make it, or like, roll me a first aid or something. Like, you allow me to choose what I want to roll for things sometimes, which I think is kind of cool and doesn't always happen in every game.
Roll for diplomacy.
Yes.
It's actually
bureaucracy.
Oh, bureaucracy.
Yeah, roll. Yeah, exactly that. So that's something that's, I think, is kind of cool and unique. And like, as far as a GM, that's something I have taken for myself too. I'm like, sometimes you can let the players choose what they feel is right to roll in this, and not necessarily play it. Yeah, calling it out.
And to add to that, on my end, when I offer that up to the player, if I think the skill they're using is a good idea, then the DV is in a ballpark where it can actually be, like, beaten. But if you give me a crappy one, you're gonna have to roll crazy to get that right. And that is so much fun when you're like, oh, you think I'm gonna roll dancing, and then you get 30, and I'm like, well, I guess you fixed it.
Yeah.
Spoon.
Yeah, I would consider myself a GM first and a player second. And that mostly just is down to the fact that that's what I have been doing for the most part. For the past now, like, 12 years or whatever. Holy. But in terms of constantly trying to better yourself, I think that's something that we're all doing, even if it is subconsciously. And trying new things is how that happens. And I think that the key is to allow yourself the possibility of failure. I mean, because if you're going to try something and you're convinced it's going to work, then you're not really fully diving into the possibility of learning, right?
Right.
And so, like, I think it's so fun to try new systems, to incorporate other ideas, and to do something crazy. And learning the little, like, bits and bobs is so fun. But I have a big caveat here. I think it is equally as important to understand why designers have designed it in a certain way before you break it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, because I see all the time when I play with my friends, especially, not on stream, but just at an actual table, is that people be like, oh, yeah, like, I don't know if I like this rule. Let's just scrap it. I'm like, okay, we can do that, but we should probably try it first to see why they did that. I'm sure there's a reason. I'm sure that Jay and Mike have a pretty good reason why they have, for instance, all of these different skills. It's probably a reason. Let's at least give it a shot and try it and see what happens. And then once we've tried it and once we've given it a fair shot, then we can change things. Then we can add inspiration. Then we can do whatever, And so as much as I love trying new things, I think it's also important to understand why it was created the way it was before breaking it.
Thanks, Spoon. Evan?
Well, I'm going to take the middle of the fence answer here, and I'm going to say both, to be fair. I feel as the DM, GM, however you want to call it for whichever game you're playing, is also a player in the game that is there as well. And for the answer within the rest of the question, for what I have learned from that stuff is trying to be better patient and to work better with the people that I play with. Because I, starting off in ttrpgs, was one of those guys who I had something and I would overtalk everybody else, and I wanted to get my idea before anybody else because it was so cool in my head that I wanted to share it with everybody else and didn't really take anyone else's feelings into play. Then when I couldn't find anybody to play because nobody wanted to play with that guy, eventually I decided I would run a game for other people who couldn't find it, people to play with. And that's when I started realizing myself of my own faults that I had run into for that, and began to get better at that and for listening and learning. And now, like with games that I play, I try to really take into account of what the players want and work with them on that, because that's the point in playing the game. It's not the players versus the dungeon master or game master. It's everybody coming together and making this whole story and being fun. So it's not really trying to be against each other. I mean, I feel like most DMs out there really do want their players to have these cool successes. And just to bounce again off of what Spoon was saying, failures aren't necessarily really that bad. Failures are the thing that help add that tension and excitement into the game, because if you're suddenly, it's like when you do all the side quests in a video game beforehand and now you have all the best gear. Now you're just going through and it gets boring, right? There's no tension to that anymore. So that's how I'd answer that question if I was answering it.
And Jade, do you have an answer to this question?
Not really. I am obviously a player first, and as a person who has played under 3 of the 4 DMs here, yeah, thank you. I'm so blessed to be a part of so many games. It's people are very jealous of me. No, especially Evan. I've been playing with Evan the longest. But to watch the different DM styles has bolstered my confidence in playing like as a person, and also makes me want to DM a little bit. I'm still very timid when it comes to that, but I'm just very blessed to be under so many awesome people.
Now, who's your favorite DM?
Man, it's like picking a favorite child.
Oh, it's weird. You got muted. Cool. Let's move on to the next question.
Okay, so the next question, actually, I'm going to stay with Jade.
Okay.
And we're going to mispronounce the Patreon a patron's name. I apologize. Mirier?
I say Merriere because they're French, but that's
Merriere?
fine. And they're in chat right now. Hi.
Hello. So a question that I like to ask the players, as I mostly GM, to you: what makes a great game and what makes a good GM?
Oh, okay. So my favorite part of playing is the role play aspect. I really love a GM that will basically bounce back and forth, have a great conversation, someone who can really improv on the spot, especially with NPCs, and just being able to. I have an acting background, so being able to just continually tell a story without having to break for rules or, little crunchy system things, that's really important to me.
Cool. Does anybody else want to answer the question? What makes a good? What has a player makes cool stuff with a GM when a GM really goes above and beyond?
I really like when GMs do the improv thing. Like if you're going to GM, if you want to GM a lot, you should try doing an improv class. Just like a beginner one. They're super fun. And like you can do one on Zoom and never leave your home. I did a few during the pandemic. They were super useful. And I got better at being a GM because I was reminded by all that stuff I did at university about yes-anding each other, but also yes-anding like the offers that people are giving, and like like if a player goes, oh, I really want to put this into the story, find a way to do it. I think that's what I would say to that. It's like I like GMs that are yes-anding you and not and it's fine to it's I don't like no but I also like yes and so, which is, you know, yes, that happens, but also this left turn, and that keeps everything spicy for me. Anyone else?
Well, yeah, I'd jump off of that as well, because being able to improv is a great skill to have that a lot of GM should have. But I think what helps take it to the next level for that is being able to take that improv and continuing it into a further storyline down that you've planned. So like, I don't think a lot of people realize that for those who, for being a DM GM, there's a lot of homework after the game that a lot of us have to do in trying to make sure that that story continues on. And even with that improv that we do on the side, we have to now try to incorporate that to what we've already had pre-built.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm going to say that I think that the best DMs are not making a game for themselves, but making a game for the group, which they are a part of. But some people want to play a war game where they get to drink imaginary beer at a tavern at the end of it. And some people want to have an improv class where sometimes swords get drawn, right? And those are two very different groups with very different games. And a good GM tailors their game to their group, which again does include themselves. So like for me, you know, I like exploring like philosophical questions and like hard decisions in my games. And so I tend to put those in my games. But you know, for playing with one group of my friends, I'll make sure that like every combat is very dynamic and interesting. And you know, there's you know, unexpected events will happen in the middle of it, so they're always on their toes. And then on another group, it'll be like, all right, so here's a fun NPC that has a funny voice. Let's have a scene for 25 minutes where then you ask their name at the end of it, you know? Like, and so I think it totally depends on the group, and tailoring it to the characters, to the players, and to their interests is the most important thing, because at the end of the day, a GM is there to make a story, like we said, with those people, not just there to tell a story on their own.
And there's they give us a pronunciation, May Ray. Agrees with you in chat. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
So if
Thanks,
I may,
Ray.
there's
Yeah,
one
go
more
ahead.
suggestion I have is in a lot of ways, being a player or a GM comes down to how well you describe the things you do or the things that are happening. Because I swing my sword, or I roll. I make an attack. I'm not trying to shame anyone who does that. Sometimes you're tired, and that's all you want to do. You want to roll those dice and get past it. But everything's more fun with a few more words. So think like a writer. When you're reading a good action scene, for example, in a book, don't just read the scene. Take a moment, go back later, reread it, look at the words that are used. Or there are a couple of books on writing action for writers that you can get that really will help you with that. Just having an idea where you can go, okay, I'm not just attacking. I am thrusting with my sword, and then I know what I roll. And then I can say, you know, I'm only penetrating a few inches and then pulling back because I don't want my sword to get stuck. It's a very small thing. It's only a few words, but it tells something about your character, and it adds a little flavor to the scene.
And it gives your GM an opportunity. I interrupted you, Spoon. I'm sorry. It gives you. I'm going to keep going. It gives your GM something to bounce off, something to yes and on, other than Jay. You're right that I slash my sword. Everyone slashes a sword.
Yeah.
How did you do it is important. Spoon, go on.
I think if we're going to go back to the root of this question, which is like, what are the things that you like that GMs do? I think maybe the most important skill a good GM can have is to, above everything else, is to portray the world convincingly and fairly, right? Like, I think that at the end of the day, if you have a story, you're like, oh my gosh, this is gonna be so great. These characters are gonna go here, they're gonna interact with this person, that they're gonna send them on this path over here to then talk to this person and have this big engagement that I have all planned. Like, that's great, and certainly have that in the back of your mind. But more important than anything is it should be to portray the world as engaging and realistic in its own terms, right? Obviously, magic, cyberware, not super realistic, but in the world, portray it as something that is true in that space. And that's where the whole, like, from that comes the improv, comes the voices, comes all of the stuff that you have planned, as long as it makes sense in the world. Does that make sense? I might be waxing philosophical here.
To bounce off of that, that's actually like when one of my friends on my channel ran a Cyberpunk game, and his first question for me, because he knew I already ran it, he was like, "What's like your number one tip that you would give me?" Like the general question that people, "What's your number one tip as a GM for Cyberpunk in particular?" And I said that making the world feel alive, because Cyberpunk in particular is Night City is a very unique and lively world, and you want to make your players like, this is why I play tabletop games, is because I like genuinely like to put myself in the world when I'm role playing. And so if like my GM can make me feel like I'm there, whether it's like, players always want to end up going to a bar. Like you're in Night City and you're like, I just want to go to a bar. So what do you like as the GM, like making that bar feel alive, making it feel like your players are actually at that bar in like a cool bar in Night City. That's all I want to do. I want to go to a cool bar in Night City. I got my wine playing, like my characters get toasted. I want to do that. So like that is something I think is very important, specifically for Cyberpunk, is making the world feel alive. And that's something, if a GM can do that and make you feel like you're in that bar in Night City, that's pretty darn cool. So yeah, I would agree with that, Spoon.
Cool. So let's go to we've done some big questions. Let's do a small question. Where does Sloan stay and where does Sloan poop? This question is from Timebot. The second question is from me, because birds crap everywhere.
Yeah.
And I imagine very large birds crap a lot of everywhere.
Yeah, this is very easy answer, and that is something that has never come up, and that clearly she has a diaper, and I do need to change it.
Ew.
I thought you were going to say that there was poop collecting cyberware, but a diaper works.
That is cyberware. It's technology.
Coming to a free. That's going to be a free homebrew on our Patreon. A cyberpunk nappy attachment for birds.
That's
and
disgusting.
To answer, it's just the easiest and the cheapest. And to answer the question of where she stays, I like to think on different rooftops around Night City, but kind of has like a home nest, if you will, on top of the building where No Latency is underground.
Above Joy's
Crystals by Joy's?
I don't know. Maybe I figured it was a high rise and we were at the bottom,
yeah.
But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's a
Joy's
single
apartment,
story.
It's just Joy's apartment is above Crystals by Joy, and then there's like some other stuff up there.
Right. There's like other stuff, and then at the very top, that's where Sloan hangs out.
And the reason why I say there's other stuff is because that leaves us the ability to have that be something else in the future. Yes-anding myself.
It's something we've never explored, but now I really want to.
So suddenly one day you're just sitting there going, what's on the third floor?
Yeah.
Has anyone ever been to the third floor? Do we really know it exists?
And it's just a really empty room. There's a cardboard box and a broken vid table and Reeves sitting on the ground with like some old Chinese food. Hey, like
well, honestly, probably what is the most cyberpunk option would be that there are a bunch of empty living quarters. It's a bunch of apartments that are completely empty, but the prices, they refuse to bring it down to artificially inflate the rent. So that's probably what it is. Just a bunch
it feels like a city that I live in.
Yeah, me too. LA sucks for rent. My God.
So what you're saying is the rest of it's an Airbnb?
Correct.
Oh, no, that's the worst. Although that being
Okay.
said, we are staying in an Airbnb at Comic-Con because we have a panel, he said, announcing it in the middle of the Q&A.
Heyo.
We have another panel at Comic-Con. I can't tell you what day it is, but if you go to Comic-Con and you see us, if you see any of us...
Tell people which Comic-Con.
Oh, San
There's
Diego
more than one.
Comic-Con in July.
Thank
San Diego
you.
Comic-Con
A couple
2022.
weeks.
If you find any of us in the con, please come up to us. Respectfully, I will ask that. But if you come up to us, we will give you a pin badge. We will give you one of these. Give you one of these. We're also getting them with a black background as well in time for the con. And if you come to the panel, everyone will get one as well. So hopefully we'll see you there.
Yeah.
Supersonic Mike has a question for Binary. Binary, were you expecting spoilers if you were not caught up on like 2 seasons ago, I think? Was Binary expecting Jeb to kill Eddie the Truck? in Racing for Joy?
Racing for Joy.
In Racing for Joy, which was where Tracy first brought VV to the show. So it kind of sits between season 1 and season 2. I did not expect him to kill Eddie the Trick.
That was
I
That
mean,
was
I
great.
saw it
dark
coming.
ending. Really? I didn't see it coming either, honestly. I thought it was kind of a dark ending.
Also, can we
Jeb
just,
obviously
like
only
to-
takes
canon.
two
Jay,
things
I'd
seriously.
like to point something out at this precise moment, because you just sort of colloquially said something.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how many other TTRPG creators actually listen or watch the actual plays as much as you seem to. What do you see that as a benefit as a writer? I'm now asking you a question. Do you see that as a benefit as a writer, or does it dilute you at all?
No, so when Mike gives lectures about gaming, he'll do a workshop or he'll do a lecture, and he will mention something called, it's very common in the video game industry, emerging gameplay. The concept being that you design a game with this in mind, and then, or he gives an example in Halo, and then people just decide the Warthog's invincible, but it will leap up into the air if you put an explosion under it. So it becomes a game to see how far people can get the Warthog to leap up into the air by putting bigger and bigger explosions under
That's
it.
cool. Yeah.
So I can't go to people's houses and watch them play. That would be rude and creepy.
Maybe some people would think that's cool.
I can, yeah. I mean, but I can watch actual plays. And for a while before I was line manager, I was also media ambassador, and part of my job was making sure that people could see examples of play, and then making sure they are right. So I would watch them, and usually I only watch a couple episodes in, and some hook me, and I'll watch more or listen to more. But no, as a designer, absolutely. Going back to the GM question, listening to other people GM is a good way to learn how to GM better, because you'll get ideas.
True.
But also, I learned ways people interact with the game that I hadn't thought of. And sometimes it comes down to like, oh, a lot of people seem to like this idea, and it's not something that we have in the game, so maybe we'll add it to the game. And sometimes it's, oh, that's just a neat little trick. You know, it's not something we can add to the game because it's such a minor thing, but it really, it really helps me understand the way the game is being played. And if you don't understand the way the game is being played, you can't add to the game or make changes to the game as the game goes on. So in a way, you're all play testing all the time.
Yeah. And in that, as another sort of very quick follow-on question, with the there aren't too many Cyberpunk red actual plays that keep going. I think there's Oasis, there's Us, there's Infinite Sided Dice, and there's, I think, 2 or 3 more. How much of those do you watch? Do you drop in and out, or do you just try and catch up when you can?
I try to catch up when I can. I'm of the regulars I watch, I'm probably behind on all of them lately because it's just been very busy between Gen Con coming up and getting the Ancient Guild dossier up and other projects. It just hasn't been, but no, there's 6 or 7. Like I try to bounce in and out of Cyber Nation Uncensored, for example, because they've got so much content it's hard to keep up with. But I try to come in and out just to get an idea of what's going on, what they're doing, what people are watching, you know, what exposure people are getting to the game. I will say that if you're making one, if you happen to make, I listen to podcasts more than I watch video shows, in part because I can take a podcast in the car So it's something to listen to because I have terrible radio reception where I live. So it's something to listen to as I'm going to the grocery store. So I tend to stay more up to date on the podcast than I do on the YouTubes. And staying up to date on Twitch streams is impossible because Twitch is a horrible, horrible archiver.
Yep, I agree. Yeah, so I think the advice that I would give people who want to do an actual play, other than all of the be a good gem, watch some other people get into that stuff, is honestly find a way for people to easily get hold of your stuff in a way that is okay for them. So if you can put your podcast service on all of the different things, if you put your podcast on all the different things,
diversify your content.
Yeah, put it out on the services.
Also, something that No Latency and Dark Future Dice and a few others do that's really useful is 4 hours is a big time commitment.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that you record and it's just very easy. You're doing a live actual play. You just record, you throw it off onto your YouTube channel. But having it in, if you really want people to get into it, having it in easily digestible chunks of 30 to 40 minutes really, really helps. Because you know what? That car ride I was talking about before, 20 minutes there, 20 minutes back.
Yep.
That's one episode.
Each episode of a actual play, in my opinion, should be an hour, no longer than about an hour, because that's digestible. The only time you can justify a longer one is if it's like season finale. This is the big boy. Then people are going to be like, oh shit, I'm going to sit down. I'm going to make a sandwich. I'm going to have a cup of coffee and really.
Even then, just make it a two-parter.
Well,
which is what we did at the end of season 2.
I also just recommend you listen at 1.5 speed.
Which is
1.5 speed is really good.
I mean,
I hate doing that.
I can't imagine what that would do to Binary's already weird. Super.
Oh, it's great.
Voices.
I listen at 1.5 speed.
Yeah.
I love it.
What I call his girly chipmunk voice.
Yes. Yes. Hello. Exactly.
That's the one. Yep.
Hello, I'm Fresh Pea.
Also, speaking of easily accessible things, should we probably mention that this is a stream that's trying to raise some money and how they can do that?
Well, yes, I was going to wait till after Jay because I didn't want to make this too much. Look, as a creator, it's awkward to ask for money, but if we want to make some great content and get everybody to Comic-Con and go to Gen Con, we need the help. So we're going to give 50% of what we're raising today to charity. There's a bunch of donation goals we'll get into a little bit later because I don't have a screen that includes Jay on that, but you can find a full list on Twitter and in our Discord. We've had one tip so far from Pirate Rabbit.
Pirate!
Thanks.
Hey.
You know, it might be hard to ask for money for someone running the stream, but not for me. So money, please.
So we're gonna go on because we've gotten through like 4 questions.
Yep.
And it's almost
Rapid
been
mode.
an hour. Okay. Ambreezy7, that _7 is very important, I think. Asks, what's something about your character that no one knows or hasn't come up in the show?
Ooh.
Who wants to go first?
We should start with the original, the OG players first, I think.
Yes.
Okay.
Because you've been there longer, you've had enough time to show off your characters, so it's going to be really shocking.
Yeah.
I got one.
Sure, yeah, I got one too.
Yeah.
Go.
Okay. I actually come from a long line of execs. It's kind of a family business, which is yeah.
So you're a 4th generation sellout.
Well, yes, but there's some family drama there, so
cool.
Retro? Sorry, Evan.
Yeah, that's fine.
Or Retro.
Retro has been married before and is divorced.
What?
I actually
His
did know
wife,
I
his
knew that.
ex-wife, still lives in the city.
Oh,
that's
wow.
pretty fun.
Wow.
Now you
How
know
did
what the
you not
Christmas
know
special is
that?
going to be.
Right. Yeah.
that. It's always the Christmas special is always a one-shot based around Retro.
If I can say one more thing, there is a clue in an episode where Remy does drop that too.
Very true.
Mhm.
That's it, folks. Comb through the backlog.
By all means, please listen to all of our episodes.
Spoon.
Yeah, something that actually I had the idea of when we first started, and it never really came up, and it at this point it might be not canon anymore, but I had the idea that like people that lived outside of the city were like nomadic and tribal in nature. And so I kind of based the idea that like Jeb was like a cowboy, but cowboy culture out there had morphed with like Native American culture. And so I have on my character sheet that Jeb speaks Navajo.
Huh.
Oh,
Interesting.
But it's never really come up. And that idea that like the outside the city people were like had this different culture didn't really catch on. And so it kind of doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
just
still
wait.
valid.
Just wait until you get the puzzle. Now it's been brought up in chat.
oh
Oh no! The only way to get through this door is if someone reads this incantation in Navajo.
Yeah, there you go.
At least Tracy.
So for Vivi, I feel like there's a lot of things. Like Vivi kind of has an interesting past with like being a trauma team intern, is how I, started her out. But she actually kind of is a person who bends the rules and kind of bent the rules to get into trauma team as an intern. She kind of got in there unethically. So and she kind of is like, as much as she acts like, oh, I'm a doctor and I'm trying to help people, I think she kind of has some unethical practices that she's done in the past. If like somebody wanted to try to experiment on something, like she wouldn't say no. So kind of, as much as she might be like sweet and innocent, I think she kind of has a bit of a dark side. And it actually, this is something I thought about for Vivi's character development. Like if she keeps getting exposed to doing like questionable things, like when we were at the spoilers Biotechnica building and she like stole stuff, like I feel like if she keeps kind of doing things that are a bit more like bending the rules, it might finally be a breaking point where she just is a little more rogue than she is like a good doctor. So yeah, that's kind of my little insight on Vivi's. She's not as sweet and innocent as you may think.
I love that.
I mean, she was working in a morgue, so.
Yes, also true. Yeah.
Very above board.
And
Yeah.
as television crime dramas have taught us, that all people who work in morgues are weird.
Yes, actually. Very true.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, Dr. Dave was there. He stole a hand.
For binary, I'm going to pick an NPC.
Oh,
And
sure.
I'm going to tell us something about Joy that none of us know.
Joy is a twin.
Oh.
Oh, wait. Does Jeb know?
Nope.
There's still a chance.
Joy is a twin, and
Oh,
Joy is out there. Joy's twin is out there somewhere.
And her name is Cheer.
Oh my gosh.
Well, now it is.
Okay, so binary, I have a question.
Sure.
I have a question on this little this Trello, which I'm using for the first time. You mentioned the person who had the mini questions.
Yes.
But when I open their question, there's no actual questions in it. Are all the questions under their mini questions?
Let me have a look. So in this Trello,
And while you're looking at that, I'll ask the question that everyone wants to know about Ayana. Why the phobia?
Of
the
Of
germophobia.
germs.
Yeah.
I don't
Why
know where
the
it
phobia?
came from.
That's
but
from time back.
I definitely think that it just kind of stemmed from the proper persona that she just put off automatically. It wasn't me. It was Iona. It just like naturally stemmed from being in a cleanly environment. And I think that working for Biotechnica and just being in very sterile experimental spaces, that she just kind of feels at home there. And I like it. I think it's an interesting choice and it's really fun to play with.
So I'm going to give you something behind the scenes as a game designer here. We were talking about immersion gameplay earlier. And when I was working on Black Chrome, we were doing the final layout. We had everything done. And what happens with layout sometimes is you find holes where you didn't have quite as much text as you thought you did, or there's something about the layout means that you have a paragraph's worth of space or so forth and so on. And sometimes we fill those holes with quotes. If you are going through any of our books, you'll often find these big chunky quotes made by somebody in the universe. Those are space fillers. They're also very good world builders, but they're space fillers. And for when we were working on the Cyberfingers, and this is why this particular Cyberfinger has no art, we found that we had exactly one Cyberfinger worth of extra space in that section. And we could have gone and rewritten one of the other Cyberfingers. And I was like, and that didn't feel right. To give it more space and more rules or whatever. And then I realized that I was thinking, oh, well, there's this one piece of cyberware that's in No Latency, not counting Retro's head, that you've never seen in the game. And I was like, wow, here it is. And so we put in the Squirt Cyberfinger, which we made a little more versatile. It can be used for anything from hand sanitizer to perfume to water if you want to make a little spray gun. But that was, in fact, inspired by No Latency.
That is so
Which
cool.
is so cool. It's so cool to hear you say that out loud.
I saw that in the book and I was like, fascinating. Wow.
Yeah.
No. As Mike Pondsmith says, steal, but steal from the best.
Yeah.
Wow. Also, I just want to say, Jade, that I think that the fact that you had that you didn't have it planned that this was going to be a phobia that you had or a trait, but it just kind of spontaneously came from you playing the character and like inhabiting the character, I think speaks a lot to how great of a performer and role player you are.
Oh my God, say more.
I fixed that.
You're like
question,
Patrick
Dave,
Bateman. I'll do that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, let's that. This is from, I think. Let me see.
Section M.
Yes, I'm just checking to see if I can say their name.
Yes, you can. I double checked.
I've already said Section M several times, so okay.
Yep.
Okay, so I have questions for all of you from Section M. This is a very big question. So we're going to go through this as quickly as possible.
Right.
Binary, cyberpunkred in general, No Latency is no exception, can be quite violent and dark. Yet you inject a great deal of humor and levity in the game. The NPCs are at times aware of the roles determining their behavior or stock, or inventing a drug like kitten catch. Meow, damn it. Is this just part of your GM style, or do you deliberately do this to offset the darker aspects of the game? For example, would you bring this kind of thing into, say, 13 Candles or a Vampire the Masquerade game?
That's a great question.
Such.
Wow.
As a person who's like, I've been around the world. I've traveled around. I now live in America. I used to live in England. And one of the things about reading all the stories that I've read is that often when it comes to bleak situations, people get funny. I think for us to be, because as a GM, there is another player at the table when you're running an actual play. You've got the players, and I don't really want them to consider the audience that much unless I'm like, oh, at this moment we have to consider the audience. That's my job. And in order for it to not constantly be a massive downer of like, oh my God, these people are dying. Oh my God, the blood. Oh my God, the whole city's being overtaken by AIs. Oh my God. It's way better to have some comedy in there to just brighten it up. Because even in the most like dire situations, people find a little bit of joy occasionally. Like during World War II, when people played football on Christmas Day on the battlefield rather than fighting each other, that kind of stuff. Like there's still hope in the bleakest of situations, and hope for us comes in the form of voices and silly drugs.
World War I, by the way.
Oh, well, sorry. Yes, it was World War I. It's been a while. So.
Yeah, that's okay. I literally just saw a video on the Christmas Day armistice, so that's in my brain. It goes on with another question. There's two questions hidden here. It's really good. There's a lot of lore and material to pick and choose from, yet you put in your own ideas for gangs, locations, events, technology. Also, the Time of the Red has real scarcity, which you don't represent in No Latency, which, by the way, is okay. As a GM, what's your thought process when it comes to deciding what to take from the canon setting and what to leave to invent yourself?
Pocahontas said it best. You can't step in the same river twice. So the game you play is its own moment in time. And if in my opinion, when it comes to every TTRPG, with very few exceptions, one of the nice tight ones like 13 Candles, for example. Is it 13?
Yeah, it's 13
Yes.
candles.
No,
10
10
candles.
10 candles.
Oh.
13 candles might be an old 80s movie.
I think it is, yeah.
No, that's 16 candles.
But,
You know what? I'm done.
but my point is that
candles.
it is a jumping off point for the story that you want to tell with the people that you're playing with. That's what I want to do. And so if I don't bring some of myself to this, then it's a story that anyone can tell rather than one we can tell with each other, even if there's no one watching. And so I think it's really important as a GM for you to bring something. And at the beginning, when the game first came out, which is when we started recording this all the way back in 2021, when we released it, we'd actually started just before Christmas in 2020. The Cyberpunk Red had only just come out. There was only one book. There was no Black Chrome. There was no Danger Gal dossier on the horizon. There was none of the DLCs that's released on the Artel website. It was just the beginning and the starter kit. And I decided I really needed to add something of myself to this world. And I wanted it to be slightly adjacent to regular lore. So because I didn't want to try and play too faithful to the lore, because anybody can do that. What do we bring to the table? And that's why there's a bit of like silly Britishness to it, because I'm silly and British.
Jade, a large part of the exec role is the assistants they collect, like Pokemon. How is it to have joint custody over such a large part of the character with Binary? Has he taken the assistants in directions you were surprised about? Were there times that Iona takes a backseat during the action? There are times, I apologize, this is not a question part. This fits perfectly with your character, but you as a player sometimes feel you are missing out. This is actually super important because this also comes up with things like netrunners, where people will say, well, the netrunner's doing something. What does everyone else do? And sometimes I think people need to learn that sometimes you don't have to be always in the action. So please tell us all about that.
Yeah, so Vendel obviously is the largest part of our what did we just call them? Assistants. It all started with the original one shot where the assistant was Dash, who is kind of a knucklehead. And me and Binary working on Dash, there wasn't a lot going on. Dash wasn't a big part. But when we introduced Vendel, they kind of took on their own personality just through improv and like the way that I treated the assistant. And I think from the way that I treated Vendel, Binary created this personality, and it's been a very cohesive process of building this character together. Now through action, most of the time I decide what action Vendel takes, but Binary out of the blue will have an idea that is way better than mine because he can see everything that's going on, rather than me concentrating on what the next move is going to be. And so yeah, this collaborative space, it makes it easier to run an assistant, I think, because if I had to control multiple characters, now I have Fresh P. Instead of taking on another assistant, I built Risky the robot, which doesn't really come into play that often, but sometimes comes in like really in handy. Having to control multiple characters at once would just be a huge pain in my ass. So having some levity there is nice.
So give it to the GM who does that.
Yeah.
Can I want to tack onto this, because the thing about we get Vendel questions sometimes in the Discord, and we had a Vendel question on the last Q&A. For me and Jade, the rule is I can suggest stuff that Vendel does, but if Jade looks at me and says no, Vendel doesn't do that, then that's the end of that. That character belongs to Jade. And then if it's one of the difficulties of GMing in Cyberpunk Red, it is a good challenge to have. It makes you a better communicator. You are playing with that person and you are co-running that character. And using the way that they're treated, because there's that rule, like the more that they're treated, the more positive points you get. And I think there's a maximum of 10. That's right, Jay?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, and that's for each session. I keep a track of that. And Jade on the reg is always being positive to Vendel, always supporting them. And so Vendel will listen to them and put their life at risk. And that all makes sense. And so we have that agreement of like, if Jade is role-playing that correctly, Vendel follows orders. And it's the same with all of them. But that's the only push and pull. For the most part, Jade gets to decide, basically always, what Vendel does. I sometimes have an idea, but again, Jade says no.
The scary part is that Vendel is an NPC and can die. I mean, not that players can die. Or lose a leg, yeah. So even though a lot of the times I feel Vendel is like our separate player character, there is the great possibility that they could be gone at any moment.
Which would be sad.
It would be
really sad.
Tracy, as the last to join the group, and a group that has already been playing together for quite a while, how was it to jump onto a moving train?
Yeah, another great question. These are all great questions. I will say, like, at first it was a little difficult because there is a lot of context of stuff that happened when you first jump in, and it helps. I actually haven't listened to all of No Latency. I listened to most of season 1, but not all of it. So there is like, which almost even helps in a way, as like, so I don't like metagame anything. Like VV is also new and is like, hi, I'm new here. So I do kind of play into that a lot. And just kind of being like, hi, I'm new here. But I will say the group like picked up to Vivi very quickly. And I think that helped a lot. Like basically just like kind of welcoming her in as the doc. And she has been able to help. And I think that made it kind of easy to just kind of slip into the crew and slip into like just the No Latency crew in general. So yeah, I think it can be intimidating for anybody who's joining into a game where maybe the players have had a lot of history already. But just kind of doing like playing into that a little bit can be fun. Just being like, I'm new, hi, and just having fun with that. And eventually you kind of find your stride. And I think, yeah, Vivi has fit in very well with the whole crew. So,
I agree. Yeah. But it's really nice, especially for season 2. Like some people are going to join at season 2. And so they're sort of like Vivi. Like,
yes.
And so Vivi asks questions that somebody would be like, oh, I haven't. And so that kind of helps fill in those lore moments, I think.
Also true. Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Vivi's character seems to be quite junior as she's still in medtech and training, but this does allow room for growth. Do you have specific ideas of what direction you want to take? And this is always an interesting question. The do I have a build versus do I let the role play dictate my build?
Right.
Question.
Yes. And I think that, yes, I do play her as kind of like a novice. And I think I'm only I think I'm now at, I started at 4. I don't know if the rest of the crew, what their role levels or role, is at 5 or 4. I was still at 4. I was still new, genuinely. So, I did have some ideas for where the character could go. Again, I talked about this a little bit earlier, depending on like how choices are presented to Vivi. It could turn her one way or the other. I'm treating it kind of like a video game RPG, like Dragon Age or something, where it's like, certain choices, Vivi will remember this. And we'll
that little thing in the corner.
Exactly. Vivi will remember this. And so that could steer her in a direction where she goes a little bit more dark and edgy, or she stays kind of cheer and chipper, depending on how things turn out for the group in general. So that's kind of how I see it. She's at a bit of a crossroads, and where we go in the RPG scale might be where she ends up.
Cool. Evan. Yeah. They say, out of all the players, you are the one that stretches the games to the limit the most as a tech, which is true and is exactly what we made the tech role to do. Coming up with fun ways to blow stuff up or otherwise make things interesting. Do you have a list of stuff prepared somewhere to draw inspiration from, or do you improvise your great tech achievements?
I'm sorry to say, most of the time it's improvised because I really don't know what binary is going to throw at us. I do have some stuff that I have like kind of come up with, but that's been very much kind of waiting for the right moment for it to happen. However, for most of the time it's usually just right off the bat, like something that's happening, and I try to improv in the moment of something that I could recollect from scouring the internet on my off time that I could try to pull player bullshit on binary so he can try to get past something.
Cool. And the second part of their question was, with a TV for a head and now also a cybernetic arm, Remy has quite a bit of tech on or in him. He also has an issue with drugs and alcohol. Do you think cybernetics might be Remy's next addiction?
Ooh.
It's quite possible. That there has been some chat between me and Binary about what direction retro is going at this particular time. But for right now, just more of keeping along with the other aspects of the story of the game. And eventually, maybe one day you'll find out what we have in store.
Cool. Spoon. Jebediah is a nomad. Spoilers for anyone who didn't know. And while he has really opened many avenues of roleplay, hooks, and character choices, do you feel that this still fits him best, or do you see an alternate path for Jeb in the future? In other words, if you're still hanging out at the bar the entire time, are you still a nomad?
That's a great question. The short answer is no, but I never really see Jeb through the lens of a nomad. I don't really see Jeb through a lens of any of the character careers or classes. I always see Jeb as he is a cyberpunk cowboy who is silly and over the top and tends to get himself and his friends into trouble, and everything around it is just numbers. And so I guess, sure, like we've had the conversation on the stream that like maybe he should be a rocker boy. Is that what we landed on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got
And
rocker
like,
boy energy.
sure,
Mhm.
whatever,
Mhm.
I guess. But like, it doesn't, I don't, especially because like, at least in my experience in this game, which admittedly is weirdly not as in depth as it probably should be. But the like talents and stuff that the different classes or careers give you, at least in our game, have not come up very often. And so like when they do, it's really cool because I can whip out my motorcycle, which is great, and I think is a very cool cyberpunk horse, if you will. And so like, short answer, yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing is not counting your solo from season 1 or Tracy's character is you've all got relatively. I guess sort of Retro actually does, because Retro's using his tech all the time for various things, but the most of what Retro uses his tech for is passive. It's that bonus he gets to his tech skills as a tech.
Right.
And then yours is the motorcycle, and it's there, or it's not there, and then Vandal is there, or it's not there. It's not an active thing. In the same way that, say, a solo is constantly rearranging their points.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And don't get me wrong, having the motorcycle is one of my favorite things. I am a motorcycle fiend in real life, and so being able to put that into the game is just an excuse to be able to ride around on 2 wheels, feeling the wind in my hair.
Cool. And the last question is for me. I see RTG as being incredibly active with their player community, answering questions on Discord. That's because I am ADHD, and therefore constantly, if I haven't switched a window in less than in the next minute, then something's gone wrong. being open to the talk of content creators and delivering free DLCs with additional content. Being such an active part of the community must give insights into how your games are being played at the actual table, physical or digital, that goes beyond playtesting. So I talked about this earlier, and we talked about this a bit, about, for example, putting in the Squirt Cyberfinger. The way we see it is this way. There's playtesting, which you do before you release a product. That is necessary. It is an essential part of the process. And then everything that comes afterwards is also playtesting. There is no playtesting like 30 years of active play, which is roughly where Cyberpunk is, because the first edition came out in 1988. So 30 plus years. So yes, absolutely. Paying attention does help us know what things are wanted. It gives us ideas. It lets us know that, for example, Elflines Online was relatively well received, and so we can do more of it. Or the Hardened series, it lets us know how people are playing. For example, the positive reception that Dark Future Dice had to the Fast and Furious series, which is an actual play about a bunny and a shark person. Really, I mean, obviously we knew exotics, which is what we call furries in Cyberpunk, were popular, but that helped us think, well, then that's what we want to, it moved them up on the time scale from where we were going to interface Red Volume 2. So that sort of thing really does tell us that, and also tell us that there's as much, if not more, pink mohawks, to use an old gaming term, than black trench coats. So there's many people that are they are playing the mirror shades and the trench coats and the combat street mercenary game, but there's also plenty of people playing the fun neon glitz cyberpunk, just with a little bit of silly, a little bit of fun, not taking it too seriously as well. And that helps us think about ways in which we can serve both sides of the community and not favor, and know that we don't need to favor one or the other, because that's where the fan base is.
Yeah, I think I saw, we did a community game recently with that, with some of the players of our community, and yeah, very much went into more of the glitz side than of the dark shades and so forth. One of our characters actually used black chrome for the cyber enhancements to show themselves off as more of like a canine figure for them, and it was pretty interesting. It actually inspired me to create a thing right off the bat for improv of a bar called The Jungle, where there was a massive jungle gym built on the roof for all the kinds of animal style characters to go and play around in.
That's very cool.
That is really cool.
we have a question from Suckerpunk Productions here. If your character dies, what character would you roll up next?
Oh gosh. Oh, have any of us thought deep about our characters dying? I
have 5 of them already.
Oh yes.
Evan has a few. So Evan, do you want to go first while everyone else goes?
Okay. The one that I have, I wanted to start off as a rocker boy, but then also as soon as afterwards to dip into corpo, was that I wanted to create a joy toy who has gone into work for themselves.
Nice.
And now they're kind of putting themselves out there and kind of creating their own business, going out there to work. So they kind of have a bit of a fan base already. Mm-hmm. But now they're creating their own kind of company wide for it. And they're just very much of that like super cool, sexy. And so like they can kind of get in everywhere, but they're still like getting their business off the ground. And so for them, like that's kind of their motivation.
Jay, who should I pick on next?
You should pick Spoon.
Yeah. If Jeb ever bites the dust, I feel like having a character who is obsessed with their like online appearance and their prestige, essentially being
you'd be a media.
I'd be a media, but it would be like, I just love the idea of having someone be constantly like recording and constantly being online and constantly being like looking things up and being way more, especially because Jeb is like not connected to the net at all.
He's a reluctant famous person.
Right. Kind of turning the dial on that one and going the opposite direction, and having someone be a content creator, but hyper stylized influencer type would be fun.
So see, I'm going to suggest you two switch, not the characters, but the roles, the classes, because to me, so media, you think about, oh, well, they tell a story and they publish a story, and but the point of the media is that they hear rumors, they investigate things, they learn things, and then they put information out there to affect a change. And I think a Joy Toy with a lot of customers, with just the right, being able to whisper just the right thing into just the right ears, will cause just as much change as a sensational story. Whereas what Spoon just described to me is a very classic rocker boy.
There you go.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Who's next?
That's perfect. See, I appreciate that help, because kind of like what I said earlier, where like I like to start with the concept and then take and build from there, as opposed to, which, don't get me wrong, there's no right way to do it, but as opposed to the other way around, just kind of starting at the bottom and choosing a class and character and numbers, and then forming out the character the other way.
Yep.
Okay, so Tracy.
I think, well, I actually was, when I was going to join No Latency as a permanent role, I was actually torn between the two side quest characters that I had played. So Vivi was one of my side quest characters, and Pris was the first one that I played with John. And I might actually consider bringing back Pris if something happened to Vivi.
That would be a good vibe. I like that. Yeah.
Yeah, she's kind of more like the serious, like femme fatale kind of role, which I like to play as a solo. So that would be fun. Or maybe
also, she's not dead yet.
She's not dead, and she's in there. Yeah. But maybe Pris, or something new that I've never played, like a Netrunner or something. That might be fun. But yeah. That's who I play.
And if Yana gets called to the home office for permanent retirement.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, right. I recently played like a horror one-shot in D&D with a heavy metal Dampier. And I think that having kind of like this furry furry band member going full rocker boy, just like literally clawing their way up the music scene, would be fun.
And there's cyberware that you can get to make yourself like a
just figured that out.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Okay. So Anonymous, the ever popular web personality, asks, who is your favorite NPC?
You know what I'm going to do? Jay, who's your favorite NPC on the show? It's your turn to answer.
So I'm gonna leave out Vendel, because as we point out, Vendel is almost not an NPC.
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
So I am going to say, oof,
I know.
This is tough.
Yeah, we have a lot of NPCs. These fuckers drag them around.
I really enjoy the Steves. Like, Steve is like one character, really, not counting Fresh Pete. But I enjoy the Steves because I've often said that part of what makes Cyberpunk fun is what I call theater of the absurd, which is basically that the world is so screwed up that these absurd things, like the bozos or an entire gang of poser gangers biomodding themselves to look like old TV characters, can exist. And the concept of the Steves, even after they were revealed, actually, in some ways, I feel like you Borg them, where like after you knew more about the Borg weren't as interesting.
Yeah.
I thought the Steves were a little more interesting when you didn't know their great big dark secret of weird but original bioengineering cloning. They were just like these guys that for some reason they're all gold and they're all Steve, and like that was fun.
All gold, all Steve.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun having those characters, but also I think I'd like to point this out. We couldn't have had the Steves be the grunt enemy forever.
No, of course not.
You have to move on from that, otherwise.
Yeah, no, because otherwise
gotta
you
have a
wouldn't
payoff.
have. Well, there's that, and also there wouldn't have been any sense of growth. Batman doesn't fight Calendar Man forever.
Yes, exactly.
Well,
Only
he
on every
does
national
fight
holiday.
Joker forever.
Yeah,
No.
well,
Have
Joker's
you seen The Killing Joke?
His top tier though.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay.
Who's
Well,
to answer?
so Binary's
NPC.
next then.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
What's your
good.
favorite?
Who's your
NPC?
favorite child, Binary?
My favorite child. I think my favorite child. We can't count Vandal. Honestly, my favorite to play on a regular basis that's an NPC is probably Sawtooth.
That was my choice.
He's just so silly, and I love his slightly complicated background. Like, he used to be a solo and then gained a phobia of blood and decided to become a doctor. He's also stinking rich. And I love those ideas of just like, oh yes, if you could just Iona, we're dating, right? I don't know. The idea of like how I love the idea that like them secretly dating is no longer a useful part of their relationship, but they continue it because it might be useful later on. It feels like.
I love the concept that someone said, "Oh, I'm afraid of blood now. What's the one profession I can get in with less blood
Yes.
than being a professional killer?"
Yeah.
Well, it was a transferable skill. If he knew how to rip off an arm correctly, he knows how to reattach.
I don't think it works that way.
That's cyberpunk as fuck, I think.
Yeah.
Plus one to that. Yeah, Sawtooth, my favorite also. So
Okay, well there you go. That's Colin Tracy.
Yep.
We
But
go
the
there a
question
lot.
is Sawtooth Jade's favorite?
If my favorite NPC moment was when Binary brought Dash back.
That was great. I gotta say that was a truly emotional moment.
Yeah.
And you played the hell out of that.
Yeah, you did
And
a great job. Jade.
it's something I will never forget. And I Dash has a special place in my heart.
It was a fun episode. The episode's called Dash Inside, season 1.
We won't say what happens, but bring your tissues.
Yeah, bring your tissues.
But it's good.
Yeah.
Evan.
Oh, it's tough. I'm trying
Mama
to decide
Mallard doesn't
between
count.
3 of them.
Mama Mallard doesn't count.
Damn it. Okay. Well, see, I really like Clive because Clive's also very helpful for us. And then, as much as we also bag on Reeves is also still pretty fun. Like, we get a bag on Reeves, but we don't have any like hate towards Reeves. We just kind of like are annoyed by them, and I kind of enjoy that. But I guess my favorite has to be the landlord for me and Sano. Yeah.
Ivan,
because interacting the most, yeah, and so I'd say that yes, trying to at least improv chops between me and Binary when we're getting to that is probably one of the more fun and also the most challenging while not trying to overstep onto the NPC.
Good, yeah.
Only one person left.
Yeah,
You beat me to it. Because I love Reeves because we can rag on him. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
right.
He's fun because he's like, oh my god, this guy. And normally that spot is reserved for Jeb, and so it's nice. So we can offload that onto somebody else who's even more annoying.
that's really good.
Yeah, at least Jeb can shoot.
Yeah, that's the one thing you can do.
And show up on time. Jesus.
Sometimes.
Damn.
Yeah, Evan is not Evan. Reeves is awful. Not you, Evan. I love you.
That's a Freudian slip right there.
No, it's because I looked at your name on the preview screen. Anyway.
Okay. So this is from Artemis Rowan over at Oasis Cyberpunk.
Excellent show. Make sure you check it out.
Yes, yes. What do you feel is the biggest? I'm going to alter the question slightly, and I'll explain why in a second. What do you feel like are the biggest challenges in simulating and running the world of Artel's Rain Games Night City? And they originally said Mike Pondsmith, but Mike will be the first person to say that he was not alone in making Cyberpunk, and it's been a team effort for the past several decades.
So what's the biggest change?
Challenge in running Night City. Such a well-known, the now established location.
I've lived in a few cities, and whenever you move to a new city, the first time you get there, the city presents itself to you, right? and then you have to make your mark on that city if you're going to live there. And I think that's what you do, is you see what's offered first, and then you yes and the offer of the city. Yes, it's dangerous, but even in the most dangerous places, you can have little corners of safety, like if you build a bar underground, or if you have friends in high places who will help you do heists into space, for example. There's loads of things that you can give to the world by sort of yes-anding not only the players, but the setting itself, I suppose, is what I like to do. Does that answer the question? I don't know.
Yeah, no, it does. I'd say the biggest challenge of running any setting, especially a setting like Night City, and some settings it doesn't matter, but this is true, say, of playing Ravenloft, for example, or Cyberpunk with Night City, is that your setting is a character. And if it doesn't feel like it's not the X+1 character in the game, I think you need to work on it some more. It should feel like you're constantly living in a city, and the city is constantly pushing at you in some way, or the vampire-induced shadow plane, or whatever you call it.
Right.
Well, I think Binary does a really great job of that, especially with their friend April Anonymous, who constantly helps build the outside city for the rest of us to get to hear from their news reports. And I think that that's a big thing, not only for us as the players, but for the audience to get to feel, just like you were saying, Jay, of the city, its own character breathing, and the things that are involved outside of there. Because if you pay attention to them, they do kind of mention some of the things that the No Latency crew are doing, but there's also, if you catch it, a lot of Easter eggs outside that come up later on that we didn't catch on even as players at that time.
And I've slowly started animating those plot hooks, essentially, and putting them on as shorts on our YouTube channel, which they're out of context enough that if you wanted to use them as a hook for your own game, you could totally just play it on a screen with your team, man. Do it.
There you go, everyone. Binary saving you some work.
Yeah, but that's what we're going to start doing with No Latency. We're going to have a lot more behind the bar stuff, which we'll get to in a minute. I've started releasing some videos based on some GM tips about how to create memorable NPCs, and I'm going to go on to do some more stuff about the GMing that I've learned through playing with these wonderful people for like 2.5 years.
If I can jump in on the running a game in a canonical world, I think one of the biggest things to learn how to do as a GM that's running a game in a world that your players already know about and is well known is knowing what the core elements are that make it that world, right? Like Ravenloft, you got to have the dark spookiness, but how you achieve that dark spookiness can kind of change. Like I remember playing running a game in the Star Wars universe for my friends, and it was important to have lightsabers and to have the Force and to have weird aliens, but like you don't really need to sweat too much on being like, oh, if this happens in the world, like, is that canon to Wikipedia? Like, I don't know if you need to have Wikipedia up on one of your screens to be able to run a game in Star Wars. You just need to know the basic elements that make Star Wars what it is. You need to know what makes Night City what it is. You need to know what makes Ravenloft what it is. And then you can change the details, because that's not why your friends are there.
That's true.
So, Jay, we've probably got time for one last question. If you have one of your own to ask us as a crew, or if there's one in the kitty there that you really like.
Well, I'll ask this one last one. I'm going to admit something, is that when I first started my job as media ambassador, and I was listening to No Latency, or I was listening to one of the other podcasts, and there was a rule deviation, you could feel my chest tightening up.
Yeah.
The first time you used advantage, for example,
right,
like my brain is going, "You're throwing off the probability curves."
Yes, I am.
Which you absolutely are, and it's fun. So over time, it took time to internalize the concept that, and this is true. It is something I knew, but it's different to know it and know it. You know what I mean? To know that every table is different. And even the same table is not the same from night to night,
right?
Or from game to game. And so, what you do, we give you the book. What you do with it, that's your choice. There's no invalid way. so long as you're not being a douchebag to play.
Amen.
It's actually you, because in one of the latest AMAs on the Artel Surian Discord, I asked, like, what's your favorite rule that what's the rule that you think about the most that comes from an actual play game that wouldn't actually work at home? And this is something you mentioned.
Yeah, I do mention that advantage is a tough rule. It works really well in an actual play because an actual play is a story about characters, and you don't want the characters to die. You want the characters to relatively succeed. If a character gets stuck, the plot doesn't move forward.
Exactly.
At home, I feel it doesn't work quite as well. It may work for your table, it may not, but it can trivialize things. In fact, I remember at one point, I apologize, I don't know Sano's player's name.
Oh, Kendall.
Kendall. I remember Kendall mentioning he wanted harder fights.
Oh, he got them.
Oh, yes, he did.
Oh.
Absolutely. But my point being
He
is
did.
that, yeah, I think it's a tough rule to implement. And if you do implement it, be aware that it can really change how often failure occurs.
Yep.
And as we mentioned earlier, sometimes failure is a great storytelling. And it also, with no failure, there's less tension.
Yeah. And as Adam Savage says best, failure is always an option.
It is. But this is from Frog DM, and basically it boils down to, what is your philosophy on homebrewing? Are you a more keep it nice and neat kind of homebrewer, or homebrewer is fine, it's not outlandish, or do you like to push it as far as it can before you see it break?
I'm a middle way person, and I think the more I've played and run Cyberpunk in general, the better I've got at looking at a homebrew and being like, would that work for us? And I think that's the question you have to ask yourself when you look at homebrew content for any TTRPG. Does it work for us? Not does it work for everyone?
Right.
That's a whole different balance thing. Does it work for your group? And when we release our homebrews, and they're always free on the Patreon, you can go and grab them. When we release those, they're there for you to adapt for your game. It's just an idea, man. You know what I mean? And if that idea jives with your crew, as long as you've got everyone on the same page, as long as you're like, hey, I want to add some homebrew stuff, how does people feel about that? You're good. But you've got to make sure you're all on that same page of it. And we like to do homebrew because we're here to create and make this bigger and kind of and the audience into hopefully giving them the confidence to be like, I've got an idea for an item that's not in the book. GM, they should feel like they should say that, because sometimes it just works for your group.
That is exactly why the tech exists. And I'm going to say, you don't need a tech in your party to do that. If you have an idea for an item and you want it in game, tell your GM, and your GM can either say, oh yeah, you'll find it in that night market, or, oh yeah, you can find a tech, that's a quest.
Yes.
That is exactly why we have them there. Interlock, which is the system that Red runs on, has always been specifically homebrew friendly. We don't try to tell you how to do everything, because you can't. You cannot cover every situation that's going to occur at a table in a single book, or even 100 books.
Right.
There's always going to be something that's going to come up. But B, because we want to leave space. We do this with Night City too. There's plenty of open space in Night City for you to put in your own bars, your own restaurants, your own nightclubs, your own newspapers, your own gangs. Because we may not decide, sometimes there's legal there, so we can't make the Gilligans anymore because they actually pay attention to these things these days, the trademark lawyers. But also because, you know what, we may decide that, there's no room right now in our version of Night City for a baseball themed gang, but it might be absolutely essential for yours. And that's great. Go for it. We give you the book. Do what you want with it.
All right, I think that's going to be where we end our Q&A.
Thank you so
Jay,
much.
Thank you for joining us and hosting
Thank
this.
you
Do you have
so
anything to talk to the stream, the audience, the people watching in the VOD, all of that business about
Sure.
what's on?
So very briefly, obviously, Cyberpunkred exists. Black Chrome came out not too long ago. Please get it.
Yes.
Some really great art in that book.
There is some really great art in that book, and more importantly, it's lots and lots of cool stuff. And even if, like, I heard someone the other day say, I'm more of a lore person than I am an item person, I guarantee there's a lot of lore in all those item descriptions. Every one of them, you will see stories about Sovoil, for example, messing with Rebels in Georgia. We don't tell you which Georgia. There's more than one.
Yes.
It's true.
So figure that Danger Gal dossier will be out soon. But more importantly, because you love free stuff, every month, every single month, we put out what we call a DLC on our website. It's usually towards the end of the month, except for April, where we put it out on April 1st. And it is always something different. This month's were Punk Knots. Punk Knots are what happens if a gang decides that they want to team up. For those of you old enough to get the reference, a couple of trucks with some AV4 engines to build a machine capable of breaking through a police barricade.
Hell yeah.
So yeah, keep coming back because there's free content every month, and we're the only ones that do it.
Yep.
That's so cool, honestly.
We have content every week. Shameless plug. Come check it out. But come check us out. Check out the website at what is it? artelsauriangames.com.
artelsauriangames.com.
Yes, and follow them on Twitter as well. You can see that handle right there.
If you can, on Twitter.
As
You
well,
can right
yeah.
now. Let's not get into the politics of that and move swiftly on.
Yes.
But thank you so much, Jay. We really appreciate it. And of course, chat for being here. Stick around, everyone, as we head into our exclusive premiere of our interview with Diane Hutton, voice actor of a bunch of video games, including Life is Strange, and was on the one shot with Tracy for what we called Ambulance Panic, but the Discord is called Girls Night Out. And everyone, I just want you all to know, I've been having some conversations with people, and it looks like we might have a sequel to Girls Night Out soon, which is very exciting. We haven't recorded it yet, so it might be a minute, but we're going to do it, and that's going to be fun. So we'd like to once again thank you, Jay, for being here. We really appreciate all of the work that you do as a creator in this.
Having me. Thank you for
Yes,
having
of
me.
course.
Thank you for helping me show people the wonders that are Cyberpunkred.
And that's hopefully what that is one of the great things I love about Artal is you guys when I send you a message, like you reply. Like, oh yeah. And you give me the truth, it's great. And we really appreciate that open communication. That's dope. Thank you.
Yes.
But Jay, that's it. You can just close the window and we'll see you later.
Have a fun rest of the stream, everybody.
Thank you, Jay.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks, Jay.
Bye.
The stuttering.
Yeah. Whoop. And they're out. Okay, everybody. We have
I can't see Vivi. Is that on the stream?
I'm here.
Vivi's on the
I see
stream.
Vivi.
She's good.
I'm here.
So before we move on to our next segment, which is this pre-recorded interview with Diane, here on the screen are our donation goals. We've had a few $10 tips, which means we're going to be rolling in those people's names at Comic-Con.
Hype.
Hype. And Sucker Punk Productions, send me a DM because I've got something in the mail for you now. If you'd like to get stuff like that, you can. If we get to $100, that's our first goal so far. We're going to be giving away a digital copy of Black Chrome, which I had a bunch of art in. But stay in chat. We're going to be in chat as this interview plays, which I recorded earlier because I have segments. All right. Thank you, everyone. We'll be back after this. Hi everyone, I'm Binary Dragon, and today we're going to be interviewing Diane Hutton, an amazing human who was on the side quest Ambulance Panic recently with Miss Magitech, aka Tracy, and of course Anais. Anais. I always get that wrong.
I'll do it for her. I can't correct my own name, but I'll correct Anais.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm bad at that. And I was bad at it in the recording, and that's the wonders of editing. But I'll leave this bit in because I'm going to be honest about it. But it's lovely to have you back. How have you been?
I've been good. I hurt my foot a bit, so I'm dealing with that. But other than that, things are great.
Good. I'm glad. So first off, you were on the show. Did a good old, it was about 4 hours we recorded, I think. And people may have heard the show and enjoyed your character, but they might not know who you are. So why don't you introduce yourself to our audience?
Sure. My name's Diane Hutton. I'm an actor, streamer, content creator, things and stuff. And I played Teensy T on Ambulance Panic or Girls Night Out, as you were telling me.
Yeah.
It has been fantastic.
Yeah, the community has called it the Girls Night Out, which has been really cute. And you can talk more about that in the Discord, everyone. Hey. Shameless plug. But talking of shameless plugs, you're not only a player of TTRPGs, you're also a voice actor, And so, what, how have you found that? Like, what kind of acting have you found yourself falling into the most?
Well, I mean, as is the way of acting, it's less falling into and more um working really hard for anything you can get sometimes. But I did actually truly fall into voiceover back in 2013
Sick.
because I was repped across the board, which means an agency signed me and they put me in all their departments. They had a like TV film department, a commercial department, and a voiceover department. So they're like, okay, we'll represent you for all of these. And so I would just like do voiceover auditions, like, well, la di da, like this would be cool. I was literally would record on my phone, like usually in my car. And that would be how I booked Life is Strange in 2013. It's wild to think about it now, especially now since COVID. Everyone has like professional home setups, but I was literally just like on my bed in my room, like, let's read these lines into my iPhone.
And so you found a lot of joy in VO, I suppose.
Yeah, so I loved working on Life is Strange. It changed my life in many different ways. But then I kind of both wasn't pursuing VO and also was having a difficult time continuing to pursue it. And so for years I wasn't really involved in it. But then in 2020, when everything moved online, I decided I did not want to pursue TV and film in a like online Zoom class world and switched fully into VO and have been fully VO focused ever since then. And it's been a joy. The people that are in that industry, in the VO community, are amazing, wonderful people, and it is so wonderful to be surrounded by them.
That's awesome. And it's been really exciting seeing your work. I enjoyed it. Life is Strange was great. You did a great job. Well done.
Thank you.
Well
Oh my gosh, I'm so good at being sad.
All right. Well, moving back into obviously the one of the main reasons you're here, TTRPGs. I did have a question about what your favorite project was, but it feels like it might have been Life is Strange so far.
Yeah, I mean, I've had the privilege of working on a lot of really incredible projects, but Life is Strange is definitely up there on the list.
Uh,
Top 3 for sure.
Actually, before we move on to the TTRPG, I do have one more question about that. Do
Yeah.
you find that because they've like remade it and re-released the things you've been in, that it creates a resurgence of sort of professional attention? Obviously, the social media attention is there because you're in the credits, but the project coming back and being successful again, does that have a positive reflection on you?
I'm not sure. It's very interesting. There really isn't a professional. I don't know. It's different in that world. It's like when things come out for voiceover, you don't really get professional attention in the same way you would if you were like in a hit show
Right.
or a good film. It's way less I don't know, it just doesn't matter as much to people. They're like, cool, you were in that game. There's 1,000 people in 1,000 games. Like, what do you want?
Right.
which, which sounds harsh, but it's kind of just the acting world. But definitely, I mean, even before the remake, something beautiful about Life is Strange is that people are constantly finding it for the first time.
Yeah, big time.
Which I didn't think would be a thing.
Oh
But
no, I did. It joined Game Pass. You could play it for free for a while. Like, who wouldn't try it out? That's the most fun thing about that kind of service is you get to see the. I interrupted you terribly, and I'm very sorry.
Oh my god, no,
But
you're fine.
you Life is Strange is not your typical video game anyway, and so it already has that bulking point of like, oh, I can't slash and blow things up. No, you can't. But if you just give it an extra minute, it's really good storytelling.
Yeah, and I've always I was when I would stream, I'd have people be like, "I just played it," and I'm like, "Really? Great! Like, hi, welcome. Everyone else here's a fan too. You're in good company. Like,
That's great.
it's really fun."
But TTRPGs, I was going to clap, but that's
TTRPG.
bad for audio, so I'm not going to. So TTRPGs. Now, what brought you to Cyberpunk Red? Was that your starting point? Where did you start TTRPG wise?
Sure. So I started maybe 5 or 6 years ago. I started a D&D campaign with a group of friends, not streamed, not just for us. I had been interested in it for a while and really wanted to try it, and finally had a friend who was like, "Hey, I've DM'd one shots. I've never done a full campaign. Let me run one for you and our friends." And so that was like the first taste. And then probably right around when the pandemic hit, a friend of mine reached out to be in a D&D show on Twitch, which we've been doing since then on Monday nights, -1 charisma. And that was my other taste. And then ever since then, I just like run around the internet, like begging people to let me be in like one shots or like shorter campaigns because it's so fun. I mean, I'm an actor. It's just like theater of the mind. You're improving. It's good people. Like, what's not to love?
I completely agree. I absolutely adore it. It's so much fun. That's great. So what's been your favorite first off, what's been your favorite campaign you've played so far? And secondly, what's been your favorite system you've played so far? And are they different?
That's interesting. Yeah, I guess I didn't really answer how I came to Cyberpunk Red.
Throw that in here. That'll work.
Throw it in. I'll toss it in. So through my like internet, like, hey, let's do stuff. Let me be in your thing. I got to be in a one-shot stream of Alice is Missing, which is an incredible game that's all done based on like text-based. You don't speak at all. And the creator, Spencer, was in the chat and loved like the stream, and we kept in touch. And he's like, if you ever want me to run one shot on your channel, just let me know. And so I took him up on that a few times, and then he invited me to do a play test, which is where I met Anais, who was like, hey, we're doing a Cyberpunk Red show. You should be a part of it if you'd like. And I said, absolutely. I love learning new things. So I guess at this point, I have the most experience with just your D&D 5e and Cyberpunk. And then I did a stint with a Pathfinder, but I still wouldn't say I understand it.
I'm a firm believer that you don't have to fully know or understand a ttrpg to play it.
Correct. That's true. That's very true. Every time we go to play Cyberpunk Red again, we're like, we know how to do this, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
We do.
I've been GMing a Cyberpunk Red game for over 2.5 years now, and I still call it a face-off. It's a face-down.
I mean, that's close.
Yeah, but one
close.
involves Nicolas Cage, and the other one involves, the Art Talsorian games. They're two very separate things.
That's fair. That's fair. I guess I'd have to say my Monday night game at this point is probably my favorite because we've done wild stuff and we've been playing a long time. We've lost characters. I've almost died so many times. So there's just like a lot going on there with that one. So it does have a special place in my heart, all of our chaos creatures in there. But I love learning new systems. And I actually have like this seed of a brain idea of like some YouTube content where I go around getting taught different systems by different GMs.
I saw you tweet about that.
Yes, I
Shameless plug.
really
You should follow Day on Twitter. They've got some cool content. Anyway, carry on. Shameless plug.
Hey, but yeah, my idea is to grab different GMs I've worked with and played with and met, and in my head I figure everyone's got an unknown system that they really enjoy that they wish more people knew about, and so I want to like bring them on to do one shots or like 2 shots. Is that a thing? Is that a term? I don't know.
I think it is. Yeah, a 2-parter. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, like a 2-parter, and bring different friends to learn different systems, and then it would be both entertaining and educational. So
yeah, it's a really good idea. I know a GM that would be very interested in talking to you, so just let's talk about that momentarily after this recording.
Great.
So have you GM'd? Do you do it?
No, I haven't. It's very intimidating. But I am excited for this new, it's not a game, it's not a program, Fablecraft, is that where it's like online and it's kind of like almost like not plug and play, I don't want to say, but basically I'm really excited for Fablecraft to come out because it looks like somewhere where I can dip my toes into GMing without it being too overwhelming.
Well, I mean, look, if you're nervous about GMing, you can always check out some of the GM tips I've started releasing on our YouTube channel. Shameless plug.
Hey, I
Hey,
definitely will.
we released the first one last week, and I'm going to make a
Cool.
bunch
Yeah.
more. I'm excited about it. I've got some plans. Anyway, this isn't about me. It's about you. So going a bit more specific, what roles have, let's dig into some cyberpunk right now. Let's
Okay.
get into it. What roles have you managed to play? Because you haven't GM'd. So what roles have you managed to play as part of Cyberpunk Red? And do you have a favorite?
I haven't done too many. So, on Infinite Sided Dice, I play media,
Mm.
and that's really fun. I mean, not when we're in battle, but the rest of the time it's super fun.
Well, look, I don't think Cyberpunk Red is a combat game.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a heist game.
it is a heist game. Yeah, we've done a lot of heists.
And
We've done a lot.
there are lots of different ways of doing heists and stuff, but I don't believe personally that Cyberpunk Red is about combat. If you make an entire game about combat, you should play Warhammer. It's really fun. But like I think unless you've got the role play aspect of this and are like leveraging the world, like it's just tabletop war, and that's fine. That's really fun, but I don't think that's what they should be focused on. Sorry, I mean,
Yeah.
but do continue. So media.
I agree. Media, I have a backup med tech character.
Right.
Haven't played yet. Have a backup. And I'm not gonna lie, at this point in time, I can't even remember how I built Teensy.
Teensy was a tech.
Was a tech. Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yes. So I like brainy weirdos.
No, Teensy was a cool character because you leveraged something really important when you described the character to me when we were discussing before we started. You said she's really short, and I was like, really short? And you were like, no, you don't understand. She's really short, and that difference kind of was like, oh, that means that everyone's going to treat them like a kid.
Mhm.
And so that made it interesting, that dynamic you had as a group. Even Tracy and Anais, both of them kind of took on this like, oh, you're smaller than us. And those kind of little descriptive things I think are really important. I really liked the way you built your character in general. Do you listen
Thank
to
you.
stuff you're in?
Sometimes, yeah. But I'm not gonna lie, my favorite thing, like in almost every game or campaign I've ever played, I am short and I am chaotic. Like that is where I like to live. That's where I like to play. I haven't gotten tired of it yet, so I try and make it happen whenever I can.
It's a good trope, especially if you're essentially the only one doing it. It makes it diverse. I like having a diverse party, not just in like, oh, we need to have a med tech, or we need to have a solo. It doesn't have to be like that. And I think if you think like that, you're gamifying it too much.
Yeah, absolutely. I forgot the other question you asked though.
Do you have do you listen to your own content? Did you listen to the side quest? It's not a big deal if you didn't.
I didn't. I listened to all the promo materials and the like snippets. I am addicted to audiobooks, so when I'm listening to anything, it's usually an audiobook if I have the time. And even like I don't rewatch our Twitch. I'll watch like they make TikToks and stuff, and I'll watch them because we're hilarious. So but
Yeah, and you should check them out, and the links are below. Bing, 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 bing.
Exactly.
Do you have a favorite location from the side quest that you remember?
A favorite location? The hallway. No, just kidding. The hallway of Chad's apartment building. No. The Bubble Cafe, obviously.
The Bubble Cafe was fun. I liked that a lot.
Especially getting like tricked by you when I was like, oh, I'll just have caffeine, and then you're like, roll for resist torture drugs. I was like, it's caffeine. You're like, it's a drug.
It's still a drug.
I thought I avoided that, but no, that was great.
No, especially it's more fun if you lean into that stuff, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, that was fun. The Bubble Cafe was it was a non-combat moment in the adventure, right? And it's one of those ones where as a group you had to work out how to essentially get things done, hopefully without getting into a fight. and you did really well. I didn't tell you to do that. Where do you think that came from?
Us not getting in fights?
Well, specifically in the Bubble Cafe, because everywhere else you just like beat heads. But
Sure. I mean, public area. Why cause a scene when you don't have to?
fair enough. Yeah.
At least that's from my perspective. Can't speak for the other two, but absolutely, I'm very much like. I very much am like, oh, try every. Well, sometimes I usually try to accomplish something without violence first.
Yeah, I think that's
Unless
more
it's gonna be
realistic,
really cool.
personally. Because unless you're a solo, like, why do you want to fight? But most of the time you're playing a media, so I can... like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, does a media want to be like, I'm going to get my... I mean, imagine there's one out there, I suppose.
I'm sure it would probably be fun and interesting to play that way, but especially when I play media, I have an alter ego, so it's really fun to do undercover heisty stuff because I get to bring out the alter ego who is an absolute trip.
That's awesome. Great. Do you still have an offline game you're playing?
I do.
Ooh,
Yes,
that's fun.
we're still playing. It lasted through. We zoomed it during COVID.
That's great.
Yeah, still have it.
How's that going? Like, how long has it been going at this point?
Oh my gosh, I feel like we started in 2019.
Oh,
so...
no way.
Yeah,
That's cool.
Yeah, it's been a while. I mean, we've gone months without playing because schedules are a thing, and we're doing it in person.
In person as well. Oh, I'm so jealous. That's cool.
Yeah. We're all based in LA, so it's honestly, I think it stuck so well because it was, we were friends beforehand, so it's almost become like, well, even if I'm not feeling the game right now, I'll go. We need to go because, we get to see these people. This is when we see these friends. Like, so we get to hang out. Not that, I mean, I always have a good time, but like, even if that was a thing, it's just like, oh, but it's hangout time.
Right.
Like there's good snacks and we get to see each other and fight people.
So you've actually done something which not a lot of ttrpg creators have done. You've played in person and online in the guise of making content. Now, I am of the opinion that when you make an actual play, you play a little bit differently, just a touch, not a lot, just a little bit, where everyone has to kind of be on the same page, and sometimes you have to like meta yourself into a situation because it just feels like the right way for the story to go as a whole. What do you see doing that in person easier, or do you prefer using a VTT?
For online content?
Yeah, if you're making online content, because it sounds like you love doing in person, and I would argue most people do. But when it comes to doing online content, do you think it's better to do it in person or using a VTT? Because I know that the infinite-sided dice recording schedule is pretty chocker. It's worth it because it's a really great show, but you filming for 8 to 10 hours in a row is like, whoa, mate.
It's kind of fun though.
Yeah, it's intense. It's like it's like speed running Cyberpunk, mate. It's like you finish a whole adventure in a day. Wow.
You literally do like 8 to 10 hours in one day, and you're like, whoa, that just happened. I mean, I honestly don't mind playing online for content making purposes. I know there's some people who are like, I really wish we were in person for this, and like, I get it. I don't mind it. But yeah, it is fun when you're actually with people and you're there. Not being in the like GM position, I don't know that we've ever felt like we have to kind of like play differently. We have had conversations of like some people feeling like, oh, well, we should do X, Y, and Z because there's people watching. But my argument was always like, no, we don't. like I know why you're thinking that, but like they really just enjoy watching us play however we want. Like, I don't think we need to like, work hard to make certain things happen. But like, that being said, I'm not on the GM side where he's probably making sure.
But
like,
also,
oh, well,
I think that's important. You have that opinion, and it's important you play from that position because it's not your job. I think that's the GM's job to consider that the audience is at the table.
Agreed.
But having players that are playing their action, not to go too actory on it, but like playing their action and playing with high stakes and doing like that's cool. That's what I want to see.
Yeah. Like in a few episodes ago for our D&D game, I play a bard and I made a deal. I'm a tiny tiefling and I'm a bard, and the DM revealed to me, first few episodes that I'm half succubus. Like I did not do that, but I've been dealing with this like soul magic this whole time and had no clue how to use it. Other than just like ripping souls out of people. And I made a deal to lose my ability to sing in order to gain knowledge of how to use my soul magic.
Bah.
And like I had to do it. And I don't know. I think I would have still done it if it wasn't for an audience. But it was just that thing of like, how can I not? A bard that lose, and this is maybe my actor brain being like, oh, but a bard that loses their ability to sing, that's a story. That's a character arc. So I played it from that perspective for sure. Like that actor brain of being like full picture story, how I have to make this deal.
But that's really cool. The when the moment feels right, you lean in, right? I suppose. Yeah, that's dope.
Especially if it's chaotic, because I love the chaos.
So you're gonna GM soon. You're gonna do it.
I want to. I did have someone who sent me the like, it's like a Jane Austen
Yeah.
wedding. Yes. So I had someone like purchase it on Kickstarter and send it to me to be like, you have to GM this.
Yeah.
Because I was also many years ago was in a modern adaptation of Jane Austen's Emma. So like I have that like Jane Austen connection. So they were like, you're doing this.
Right.
I'm buying it. I'm sending it. You're figuring this out.
Right.
So that is on the table.
That's something for people to look forward to.
Yes.
What's your favorite thing about Cyberpunk in general? Just Cyberpunk? Do you have a favorite item, character from video game or any of the games you've actually played? Is there a thing you were just like, yeah, that's Cyberpunk as anything?
I honestly haven't played the video game. But man, I think I just love like the gritty like bleakness of the world where you're just like, that's Cyberpunk. Like I've never gone, and this also speaks to Dustin as a GM for Infinite Sided Dice, but literally we went like complete 180 of like 4 hours of kind of nonsense laughter and like chaotic good times, and on a dime we went to like the most dire situation, and like I was so lost. Like me as a player and as the character both had no idea what to do and was being looked at as the leader, and I was just like, huh? I don't know. We gotta figure it out though. Dang. So and like the conflict. Like I've never played a game where your other party members probably don't like you as much as I have in Cyberpunk.
Yeah, I think that the Cyberpunk is one of the few TTRPGs that you can play where the party can start by not liking each other but having to work together anyway. That can create great tension, and you can build a kind of frenemy relationship over time and get really emotionally involved with each other, even though at the core you think the other person sucks.
100%. And it's kind of a running joke with us that like Anais and I are actually friends, despite the fact that we're constantly arguing and disagreeing, like in game. Like someday we'll play characters that like each other.
But as long as both players are on the same page and everyone's checking in, I think that's super important. Do you have a favorite way of communicating boundaries at the table?
I mean, I wouldn't say I have a favorite way. It was because I'm newer, like it was something, it's very new to me, being like, oh, here's boundaries and here's lists and here's lines and what can't even remember the terminology, like X's and whatever.
Yeah, but everyone's got their own, right?
Oh yeah.
Right.
And so I just think it's really cool that it exists, honestly.
Dope.
Like, because it was something so new to me and I was like, oh, love this.
Yeah.
This is me.
Yeah, you're allowed to just say no. It's great.
Yeah. Yeah. And it honestly, it's my funny thing, I'm always like, I don't want to be involved or witness or see any death of horses. And Dustin's like, great. There's no horses in this world, so we're fine.
That's incredibly specific, but cool. Yeah, especially for a cyberpunk game. No horse, no, Mr. Ed stays alive, you know. that
Yeah,
kind of thing.
yeah. He's like, okay, I think we'll be able to do that.
We have one question for you from the Patreon.
Oh.
Yeah, from Merriere. I believe that's how you say their name. They are French. So apologies, Merriere, if I got your name wrong. Do you like bubble tea in real life or IRL, or only filled with drugs in your games?
I love boba.
No, you're forgetting it's not boba.
No, in Cyberpunk, in real life though.
Right. I'm kidding. Go on.
Yes, but only like the classic. I don't like any of the like jelly or like maybe some popping, but yeah, just the classic.
Yeah, me too. I had matcha pistachio boba the other day, and it was incredible.
There's a place by me where I can get it's like half matcha, half coffee. Delightful.
Bless. We live in the same city. Please tell me where that is after this.
Yeah. There's a lot of them actually.
I'm down. Okay, so that's a great answer. Thank you, Maria, for your question. As a VO artist, do you think that more VO artists should get involved in TTRPG role-playing games? Not necessarily for content, but just in general, as well as for content.
I think that a lot of VO artists already are involved in TTRPG campaigns. But yes, I absolutely think any actor should play at least one campaign because it's fun. You like get to play in a way you don't usually get to play. Like you don't usually get to do such long form improv with like a story and characters pre-built. And so it's just fun to do. I feel like it keeps, your senses sharp, your improv and your quickness, it keeps it sharp, so it's beneficial. It's like a nice tool. Yeah, I think everyone should do it, especially actors.
Right.
Like, come on.
Yeah, I completely agree. And on that, what kind of actor training do you think anyone could take to make their TTRPG games just a little bit better? Is there a class people could take? A book they could read? That kind of thing.
Let's see. Well, the obvious answer would be an improv class.
Yeah.
Because it helps keep you quick. But I want to try and be more creative than that. Not creative, but more helpful than that.
No, creative is a great pun. You should lean in. That's great. I love that.
I think any type of, if you ever see a character development class or a world building class or even a script analysis class, because then even though you're analyzing something already made, it could potentially help you when you go to build your own world.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like a reverse engineer it from script analysis.
Yeah, I completely agree. I did something with that recently. Continue.
No, just honestly anything. I mean, I'm just a big proponent of like get trained if you're gonna do anything in the acting sphere. Like go take classes. So yeah.
And for the record, I've taken quite a few improv classes. They're fun. Like it's not because you tell someone like, oh, you should take a class, and it's like it's not woodworking. You don't get a grade. Do you know what I mean?
For me, I get very anxious with improv classes, but I do take them, and you do have fun. I also just have anxiety, and that's like the kind of situation where it likes to peak. But I have taken them, and you do have fun, and they are invaluable. You learn really important stuff. So even if you're scared, do it because that just makes you stronger.
Hell yeah. I took an improv class that had two of the block of classes, because normally when you take an improv class, it's a block of classes. You do it for 6 to 12 weeks, and you go every week, whatever. Two of those classes in the 12 were about creating the center of the improv characters that you're going to pull out your bag when you need them, and that's so useful for GMs.
Oh yeah,
so useful.
Yeah. That sounds like Groundling stuff, right? They do character work.
Oh yeah, it was Groundlings. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And it was fun. It was funny because it's like, sometimes somebody gives you an offer and the character you've prepped for the scene is not the one, and so you're going to have to pull one out of your ass. And I went, that's a thing you could say about being a GM. Oh my goodness, this is brilliant.
I love it. I love all the Venn diagram crossovers.
There's
between it
so
all.
much. There's so much. All right. Good. Yes. Thank you. That's lovely having you on this. This is a new thing we're doing on the channel. We're going to be interviewing people from side quests, maybe even more. I don't know. We'll get deeper. But this is about where we're going to wrap it up. Would you please unapologetically plug your stuff? Go for it.
Sure.
Like
Okay.
nice, and you're going to be full frame at this point. Look, watch this. I'm gone. It's just you now. So you tell everyone how they can find you doing Cyberpunk, D&D, and also all of your cool VO stuff. Plug any new stuff that you're doing. Please shout it out.
All right, let's see if I can remember all the good stuff. All right, so you can find me on my socials are Diane Hutton, except for Twitch, it's Daydream TV. I'm not streaming regularly right now, though, but you can find me on -1 Charisma every Monday night at 7 p.m. Pacific time. You can also watch me on Cyberpunk Edge of Extinction from Infinite Sided Dice on YouTube. And you
Season
can...
2 is halfway through now?
Yes.
Okay.
We've halfway through filming. Yes.
Okay,
We
cool.
haven't... None of it's up yet.
Right.
But yes. We're working on it. I'm really excited about it. Other than that, you can hear me in Life is Strange. You can watch me on Emma Approved, which was the Jane Austen thing I mentioned. You can help out our Scooby-Doo fan show, Mystery Incorporated on YouTube. What else? I'm in a game that has a demo coming out soon called Moonbriar. It was described to me as Game of Thrones meets Redwall. So if you're into that, check it out.
That sounds cool.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
That sounds really dope.
I'm very excited. And you can thoroughly judge my accent in it.
Oh, brilliant. Are you British? Oh,
Yeah.
fun. Yeah. I want to hear that. It's probably brilliant. You're fantastic.
Thank you.
And also, you
I
were on the
think-
side quest on No Latency.
Oh, yeah. Obviously on the side quest that we talked about earlier. No Latency. Please listen to that.
Three
Yeah, we had a great
episodes, just about 2.5 hours of really fun times with yourself, another member of the Infinite Sided Dice crew, and a member of No Latency. A crossover, if you like.
A lovely crossover, yeah. But yeah, keep an eye out for me. I'm trying to get into all the other cool places that do TTRPGs for one shots and guest spots and whatnot. So trying to make my way around the internet.
Well, now that I'm back, yeah, that's great. I can't wait to see more of your stuff. And like, maybe, I don't know, maybe you could be on the show again sometime.
I mean, I think we could work it out.
Yeah, maybe.
That'll be fine.
Mhm.
That'll be fine. Yeah,
Mhm.
I think I could pencil you in my absolutely blank schedule.
Oh,
Yes.
oh, great. Have you got a blank schedule as well?
Yeah.
Oh, fun. I love that for you. Yeah, I love
you.
pretending to be busy. No, I am actually incredibly busy. But there's are you going to be at Comic-Con?
No. I avoid the crushing crowds of Comic-Con. Congratulations on going to Comic-Con.
Yeah, no, I'm going to Comic-Con. There's no real reason. It's not like Thursday's important or whatever. But I don't know. It's, if that's announced now, what announcement? I'm not saying anything. Anyway, that I'll leave in. And that bit where I look in the camera and say, that I'll leave in. Fun. No, it's great having you. Honestly, Day, you're an absolute pleasure to have on the show. Really fun improviser. And frankly, just an absolute joy to edit. I had a brilliant time making it, and I am incredibly thankful for you being there. So thank you for coming on this as well as being on our side quest, because as you've probably worked out, this whole thing is a massive passion project of Cyberpunk joy, and it was great to have you on. Thanks.
Well, it was an honor to be asked and had a good time, so I'm just as grateful.
Yeah, and here's to more great content from both of us. Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Hell yeah. And we'll see you next time in Night City, everybody. Bye-bye. Hey! Hi, everybody.
Hey.
We're back.
We
We're
back.
back. We back, baby. Welcome to the stream. We just had that great interview with what do you call it?
Dan.
With Diane,
Jay.
yes, thank you. With Diane from Infinite Sided Dice and a bunch of other great stuff. And big thank you for letting me interview them. Hopefully, and well, I'm planning on having more interviews in the future. That video will be available as a separate video later this week and early for patrons. But what we're going to do now is fight. It's
And
time
ask
to
for more
fight,
money.
baby.
To the death.
Yes, and ask for
Fight
money.
to the death.
Let's talk about the money for a second. It's amazing. It's amazing that we've had donations already. So we've had 3 different people get a role in their name at Comic-Con. We're going to be sending a gift in the mail to Cyberpunk Productions. Don't forget to send us a DM with that information, your address, etc. And if you don't want something in the mail, let me know because I want to know. And if you'd like any of these beautiful rewards, you can do that too. Remember, if we get over $100 for our first goal, we're going to be giving away a copy of Black Chrome, and then so on and so forth. You can see all of those. If you'd like to see those in more detail, a little bigger, you can check out our Discord, and the link to the link tree is in the description below, I believe, as well as the link to donate as well. So how is everyone feeling so far?
Excited.
Pretty
We're
good.
feeling full of knowledge from our interviews, by the way. Full
Right?
of, like,
Oh, absolutely.
yes, I feel like all of this wisdom has been instilled, and it's like very inspiring. So it's a
Feel like
good
I got
thing,
PhD in
Yeah.
GMing.
right?
If you've only just joined us for the stream, hi, welcome, hello. But do maybe later on check out the Q&A that we had with Jay Gray earlier because it was pretty awesome. We had a great
Yes.
time. Thank you once again, Jay, for joining us. It was a massive pleasure. And indeed, I'd like to say thank you all, lovely crew of No Latency, for being here. And my gift to you all is a battle royale. Let's go, baby.
Ooh.
That's not the right page. Where'd it go? Hello? Where'd it go? Oh, there it is.
Oh my God,
Ah!
are people going to finally be able to see some of the maps that you've created
I
like,
know.
live while we're
Yeah,
playing?
right.
This is
Well,
wild.
here's the thing. Every single map I ever make for the show. So, audience, if you don't know, I make custom maps for every location where people go. I'm going to clear this initiative from our recording earlier, which has a mild spoiler on the screen. But I've got rid of it now. It's fine. We're going to be doing our first ever battle royale. Vendel's here for support, but they're going to disappear. Pop. So, ow! I just hit my leg against my desk.
I
Nice.
heard that. I think we all heard that.
Ow. I hit my
First
ankle.
injury.
Holy shit! That
Yeah,
hurt.
roll a d6 or 2d6.
Yeah, roll
on
resist
the
torture drugs. Binary.
table?
It's time. Yeah. So what we're doing today, now that we're moving on to our next section, is we're gonna have a battle royale with the crew. Whoever wins this battle royale gets an inspiration to take back into the show, and if they do really well, maybe some cred. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe the chat will decide that. But we've never done this before. We use Roll20. We use dynamic lighting. So, for example, when the players are playing, you won't see this, but when the players are playing, I can see through Vivi's position. And so when Vivi goes behind this wall, they no longer can see everyone else.
Look at that.
And so
Where'd
that's
Vivi go?
really cool. So that's cool. But we can. So that means that you guys, although you should leave the stream on in the background because views are important, do not watch the video while we're doing this.
Not watching.
Cool. All right. So chat, of course, Jeb, don't lick my leg. That's right. That's what Mia says in chat. D, thank you so much. We're going to roll in your name at Comic-Con. Hell yeah.
Yay.
Getting closer to that Black Chrome digital giveaway. Amazing. Thank you. Again, everyone, even just for being here, that's amazing support. If you have friends who are into cyberpunk stuff, let them know. We're going to be here till about 5:30 with a bunch of fun segments. But I think it's time for us, everybody, to roll for initiative.
Oh boy. Let's see.
So as they're rolling for initiative, everyone, no one has any grenades. So if you have grenades in your character sheet, you do not have grenades. Anything explosive, you do not have. In order to get those items, you need to find a vending machine. There are some vending machines scattered around this map. the chat can see them. You can't. They're on the GM layer right now. I'm going to put them on the regular layer, but I didn't want you guys looking at the stream and seeing them beforehand. Now, if you find one, you roll a d10. If you roll high enough, you get the grenade of your choice. If you roll low enough, you get a bag of kibble. If you roll a 1, it explodes and hurts you. You can't take things from the vending machine twice. You have to find a different vending machine, but you can return to that machine afterwards. And those are a few little homebrew rules I've made up on the fly for this battle royale to keep it moving. All right. So are you all excited?
Yes.
A little nervous.
Yeah.
A little nervous. Well, let's see. Shall we see who goes first? Okay. It seems the first person to go is Miss Magitech playing Vivi. Now, at the start of this battle royale, you can see most of the map, right? If all of you, if you would like to, because there is, I've been here before stuff, if you just take your token and drag it to all the rooms, I haven't put the things down yet, but that way you'll understand the floor plan. Now, within the narrative of this, everyone, this is like a brain dance of sorts. They're in a virtual space, and none of what happens now is canon, because some people are going to die.
So am I in the proper place?
So you can start. You're going to start in the middle, but I want you all of you just drag your token around so that you know where all the rooms are as a basic floor plan. Yeah, because I can't do that pre. So just drag your stuff around so you know.
Peek around. All right.
Peek around.
I see. All right. Well, Vivi is standing here and she's a little scared. As she's like, well, what's going on? She's like, Iona, Retro, Jeb.
Ladies and gentlemen, theys and thems, it's time to fight for initiative. It's time to fight for inspiration. If this was a recorded episode, you wouldn't have heard that mistake.
All right. One, two, three. Iona, you're number 2. I just rolled a d4. The 4 would have been Sloan. And I pull out my Sanru.
Vivi, what are you doing?
I pull out my
Don't point your gun at me.
Hello Cutie Ultra K8 assault pistol.
Whoa.
You helped me pay for this. And now I'm gonna shoot you with it.
Oh.
It's just so adorable, isn't it? And I roll this. This feels wrong. I'm sorry, Iona.
Ooh, okay. There's a lot of
Oops,
14. Ooh, that's just under the DV. Your first bullet misses as it careens past her head. But you get another shot, right? So pull the trigger.
Yes, I nervously clicked twice. So if you want to scroll up, because my first one was very good.
Oh my goodness! All right, we're gonna count that as the second shot. So your first shot misses. It careens past Iona's body. The second shot hits them square in the body because you didn't say head, and that's a cool shot. You use regular ammunition, right?
Yes.
Cool. So Iona, you take 11 damage.
Ooh, fuck my arm!
Holy shit!
It just
God,
happened.
baby, you shot me!
With surgical precision.
Damn. And Vivi, is that where you stand? Or do you go behind those crates or something?
I'm gonna hide behind the crates. I'm sorry. And I just run behind the crates, yelling, I'm sorry.
All right, Iona, I think that's your armor value. So your armor goes down by 1. Oh, by the way, if you had any of those dune shields or whatever, you don't in here. That doesn't count because that will make this last like 2 hours. So we're not having that. All right, Phoebe, you did well. And now you're hidden partially behind some crates. But of course, because this is Cyberpunk Red, it means nothing. Jeb. You are muted, Jeb.
Well, Jeb is going to see that some serious shit is going down, and it's time to get real. And so he does his cool flippity doodahs with his revolvers, and runs over behind this little, it looks like some sort of wall.
Yeah.
And then peeks around to also take a shot at. Oh wait, is that Vivi or Iona? That's Vivi. I guess
Vivi
Vivi
is across the way. Oh, you're shooting Vivi.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Shit.
That's
Damn.
I mean, hey, you shot first. All right. Listen, they who shoots first gets shot first. That's a
Bring it
classic
on.
saying out in the
Bring it on,
nomad
Jeb.
land.
I'm just gonna embrace this.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Make their day.
Make
I
my
will.
day.
Oh, that's tough, Diane.
Oh,
Oh my
you,
god.
your first bullet
Ow.
from your gun is a 28 plus 3. You definitely hit Vivi for 12 damage. Vivi, it's going down. It's going down.
Ow.
And here's another one for you.
Oh no.
That's a
20.
That ain't bad
That
either.
also hits for 14 damage. Let's see that damage, baby. I've just realized that.
That I am absolutely amazing at
Oh,
shooting
I have
these
to
guns.
actually reset my hit points because I took damage from
I
my
t- I
last
t- I
session.
told you to do that.
You did tell me to do that, and I didn't listen. And now I must pay the price by getting shot by Jeb. Okay. I'm
I'm
just
just
doing
going
a
to
little.
turn off the armor values because they're wrong right now.
Yes.
Oh, it didn't work. All right, well. Nope. I've got this.
Now, is Sloan with me in here? Because she might have to do some reconnaissance if she is.
No, because Iona doesn't have Vendel, and that would be unfair.
That's fair. That's fair. All right. Well, I'm just going to give her my thoughts and prayers then. Sloan, you doing great. I miss you already. Don't worry. Papa's
I
gonna
would
do
say
so.
you could move a little bit further than that. Do you want to try and find a vending machine? Do you want to get fully behind the wall? What would you like to do, Jeb?
Yeah, I'd like to put my back against the wall, make myself as small of a target as possible.
Cool. Then move your token to that place so we all know where you are.
There it is.
Nice.
Get over there. There we go.
Okay. Retro.
I'm going to turn to Iona.
No. Do
I'm
not
just-
shoot me.
I'm just going to look at you and I'm just... Truce?
Truce.
Cool. I'm going to run back and...
Just so
dive
I'm clear,
behind
you
these.
guys can see the vending machines now, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm going to dive behind this cover back here behind all these boxes.
Fair.
And because you're the only one I can see in sight that I don't have a truce with, Vivi, I'm going to take a shot at you with my assault rifle.
An assault rifle. Jesus.
What?
Mm.
Oh my god. Sorry,
Well,
Vivi.
shit, son.
23 plus 2. Only 1/6 though, so it's not a crit. You take 16 damage. It ablades your armor by 1. So I mean, that's still, it's still minus. What is it? -9. That's still
Minus
good
9.
point. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all I got for that shotgun.
Okay.
Sorry, for
Yeah,
my
'cause
assault
you can
rifle.
only
If I had
shoot
my
that once.
shotgun, if I had my shotgun, ooh. But I'm gonna get down low behind that cover so people can't shoot me.
All right. Look, guys, I get it. I shot first. I'm sorry. I'm just doing what the voice from above told me to. Okay.
You should continue fighting.
Don't be a sheep, Vivi.
Think for
Oh
yourself.
my goodness, we just got a tip for $10 from D. Thank you so much. And we also
Yay,
got
thank
an
you.
anonymous
Oh,
$30 tip.
anonymous.
Thank you, anonymous.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wait, does that mean that we hit 100?
I believe so.
Hell yeah.
So all of the giveaways, all of that stuff will be happening during the painting section at the end of stream. We're going to do all of that then.
You're definitely going to want us to stick through it for that because
We got some
I've
custom
seen the
and
minis,
they are sick.
and they look good.
They're
Yeah.
beautiful.
Thank you, Anonymous. We really appreciate it. Any legume. Let's continue with this turn. Vivi got hit for 16 damage, meaning what's your health now?
It is at 25.
Oh my god.
You're not at half, though. Not yet. Not yet.
Not quite.
Not quite. All right.
25
Retro
not
is-
a half. Ooh.
Are
Yeah.
you? Yeah. Vivi's got really high health, actually. For a character that started a little bit further back than everyone else, that's very impressive.
Yeah.
The announcer from Fable. Keep fighting, chicken chaser. Iona, it's your turn. It's finally time for Iona to pull the trigger.
Now, is going to a vending machine an action, or can I still shoot?
It is a bonus action. It means
I will
you.
bonus action go to this vending machine.
All right. Roll a d10.
Beep. Beep.
A 3. You didn't roll a 1. So you find it's pretty low. You find a med patch that will give you 2 HP.
Great. And then I'm gonna move behind this wall here so I can see Jeb. And I'm gonna tell everyone, Jeb is your main target. I'm gonna
What?
take a shot.
Why?
Jeb can dodge bullets. Alrighty then.
That's why we have to team up on it.
Oh shit!
Why'd you
It's a
remind
political
him?
thing now. I didn't know politics are going to be involved.
Whoa!
Whoa! All right,
Don't dodge
that is
that.
Whoa.
that is a 17. Jeb,
Don't dodge it.
roll evasion, I guess.
Oh, there it comes.
Fuck you.
Ah!
Jeb, you
Whoa.
dodge, but in order to dodge, you do have to step back. So step back 1 movement. So you're now exposed to shots from Vivi.
Yeah. Oh. Uh-oh.
I wish that.
VV, we're cool, right? We're cool.
We're cool, Jeb. Yeah.
I don't like the way you said that.
That's it. That's all I got.
That's all you
so
got?
where-
That's it. Do you move
I-
anywhere else? You have enough movement to hide a little bit. Every two
I'm gonna hide
squares
behind
is
this
1
wall.
movement.
Okay, I'm gonna hide behind this wall so Jeb can't see me.
Nice. Done.
Back to the
And
wall.
we're finally on turn 2. Vivi, it's your turn.
Remind me again how the Vendits work.
You go up to a vendor, you roll a d10. Low numbers get you get like med packs. A 1 causes the vending machine to explode, causing damage to you. And if you roll high, you get grenades, explosives, and special.
And
items.
that is my whole action if I do that, correct?
Nope, bonus action.
Okay, I'm gonna do that right now.
Cool. Roll a
So I
d10.
roll D10.
Again, this is a made-up rule for this battle royale. A 9. Yes.
Nice.
You can
very
you can
closely
either
scored.
have, you are presented with a choice. You can either have a armor piercing grenade or a incendiary grenade.
Oh, incendiary grenade.
Oh hell yeah!
And I'm looking right at Jeb. As
Don't do it. No, you said we were cool.
we were cool. Yes, we were cool until you decided you wanted to shoot me first.
But you should. Oh boy,
yeah.
here we go again. And I brace myself to dodge.
Brace yourself indeed, because the cutest gun of all time is about to take a shot at you.
Yes,
Whoa! Look at all these like crits we're rolling. I'm here for this.
Oh yeah, get
Ooh.
fucked.
Oh shit.
Damn.
shit. 16.
Yeah.
Damn.
Maybe that's
It's
not just
even
that.
adorable when it hurts you.
Yes.
It's a
but,
double- it's a
but
double
let's
sixer.
be honest. Let's be honest. Jeb still could dodge this.
He just.
I didn't
no.
though.
Oh,
did.
you
Rolled
didn't
16.
because I didn't pay attention to that. Shit. That's
Just rolled
16 damage. Double sixes causes some serious damage. So first off, take 16 damage. Jeb, take 16
Oh
damage.
shit.
Vivi, you shot with your gun, right? That's regular ammo. So that's -1 to your armor, Jeb. But also, that's double sixes, which means you get a critical injury.
Oh my gosh.
Get him, get him, get him.
I'm getting got bad.
Got.
But you didn't say head, so it's a body injury.
Yep.
Roll 2d6.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Let's see what we get.
there's that the
Nice.
crit ones.
Nice. 2 1s.
2
I don't know what
ones.
the 2 is on the chart.
Oh my god, this is horrible. And I'm really glad this isn't canon. Jeb loses an arm.
Oh Jesus!
Ah!
That's only one gun.
I can fix
Dismembered
that.
arm. Items held in hand are dropped. So you drop one of your guns there, Jeb, and you lose a damn arm. Now, we are all aware that you have the ability to regrow things, but it does take about a day. So it's not going to help you in here because inside the magical world, the cyber world of this battle royale, you are not infected with body fuel bites.
Thank God.
So you now got 1 arm. Plus
Fuck.
1 to your death saves. I think the crew have worked out that you caused the most damage. I think you might need to work out how to deal with that, Spoon.
I'm gonna work out by getting the hell out of here.
Technically, I go again. I have to rate fire. So
Yes, you
I
do.
go
That's true. Get it, baby.
Oh!
Holy
Look at
shit.
that.
This
Look
is
at
wild.
that. Look at that 20 plus 8 crit. Nice.
This
Yes.
is wild.
Jeb, try and avoid that. Roll higher than
I'm trying
28.
to jump behind this goddamn wall that I was hiding behind to begin with.
23.
Oh,
That's a valiant effort, but it's not enough.
My leg.
Now, it's only 10 damage, so I think you just deblade your armor by 1, right?
That's
think
correct.
so.
Unless it's below 10, then, right?
No, it is 10 right now. It should be.
It was 10.
Yep. So now it's 9.
So now it's not.
Nice, Jeb.
Beautiful.
Sorry, partner.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
This thing's a beauty.
How much health do you have, Jeb?
40.
Yeah, you're doing okay, aren't you?
I'm doing all right. Not great, that's for sure.
I think letting Jeb regrow body parts by eating the dead low latency crew is maybe a bit far for a DD. But I love the idea, Day. Rather Siculus. That's a funny idea. I like it a lot. And in your pain, Jeb, it is your turn.
I'm my arm is on the ground next to me. Somehow I like to think that it's like an SMG, right? Your cute gun.
Yeah, it can be. Yeah.
Yes.
So like I like to imagine that it like, just like a line of bullets just right down my shoulder. And so now there's like this clean arm on the ground. There's blood oozing out of this stump on my shoulder. And I'm like, oh fuck, oh Jesus. Oh, can we swear? I guess this is a
Yes, you
rated
can.
R stream. And I'm like, oh, gee. Oh, and I run as fast as I can across the way into this little room here. And
Where are you
place-
going, Jeb? You afraid?
I don't like the way you said that.
Tracy, this is not a Halloween episode.
Where you going, Jeb? and I slam my back against the wall there and peek out. And once again, go for a shot against Vivi.
Ooh,
Do your
you need to be a
worst.
little bit more into the doorway to see Vivi. I don't think that's enough. I can see what you see. A little bit more.
Well, I can
Just scoot
I
yourself
can
down,
literally
just
see Vivi.
Yeah, but I can only see half of her. We can see on stream what you can see because I have a button.
Strange
So
because
just
I can
scoot
literally
yourself
see.
down. Just stand in the doorway. I will say, after your shot, you can totally move back into that corner. That's fine.
I'm like, do you have like snapping on? Because I keep
Yes.
moving it.
Yeah,
Okay.
you have to be in a
There
force.
you go.
Yeah. Thank you.
And then kablammo.
20. Yeah, it
Classic.
hits.
Really, really high roll to hit, and then really low roll on damage.
Yeah,
That's
that's
pretty
four.
much.
That's 4.
2 1s.
Yeah, that's bad. You only ablade Vivi's armor.
Yep.
I know that this low normally armor doesn't get abladed, but we need people to get some pain. So that's the same
We
for
need to
everyone
move this
today.
along.
Uh,
I lost an arm. Plenty of
yeah,
people
yeah.
are feeling pain.
yeah.
Okay, binary. Yes. And then I move back behind the wall and cry, but no one can see me or hear me. So it's just that's between me and my God.
Yeah, exactly. Just so everyone's clear, you don't have like your grenades and stuff. You do have your alternate weapons. So like Iona has the whip. Jeb, you have your Militech other gun and stuff, and so on and so forth. So be aware of that.
The Amerigun?
Yeah.
Amerigun.
Hell yeah. All right. Jeb, you're hiding in the room to the northeast, and we return to the center of the fray where Retro does what?
Retro's going to run up to, if snapping could get turned off, run over to the... No. Okay, well, I can't seem to move my character.
It's because you're stuck behind tokens. Move it sideways first.
I'm trying to.
There you go.
You go bouncing around. Didn't want that. I wanted to try to run over to the vending machine that's near me.
Okay. Go to it.
There we go. Finally. I keep bouncing everywhere.
Go.
Thank you.
Roll a d10.
A little bit lower for that.
You have to be the front side of the vending machine in order to do this.
Okay.
You rolled a 10.
Wow.
You rolled a 10. So you can gain 2 grenades for your grenade launcher. Armor piercing.
I'll take 2 missiles for my...
yeah, that's fine. You can take 2 missiles.
Shotgun?
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, if you want to use another vending machine a little bit later in this fight, you can't use this one. You have to use a different one.
Sure. I can't see Jeb, though.
Nope. Because he went hiding.
I'd like to duck around the side of the vending machine here and just hold my turn until he pops out, or if somebody else fires at me.
You're not shooting Vivi?
I said that we weren't going to shoot that Vivi yet.
All right. So you've hidden behind the vending machine, and you're ready to take on Jeb when he steps out.
Or if anyone shoots at me.
Valid. Okay. Good. Holding your action until you see Jeb is what you're saying.
Yes.
You got it.
Or if Vivi gets brave.
Got it. Iona.
Jeb's got one arm, right?
Jeb's got one arm. There's also a dead Jeb arm on the ground.
So it might be pretty hard for Jeb to brawl against me, right?
Oh.
Well, I might be right-handed, but this left hook, it ain't holding back.
Okay. I'm going to run into the room where he is.
Do it.
And I'm going to wrap my whip around his neck and shock him.
Sounds awesome.
Ooh. Damn.
Can I evade that?
Yeah, you have an... Yeah, absolutely.
We're brawling.
You're brawling, so you have to roll evasion.
So I do roll evasion, not brawling.
Yar.
Yeah. Even if you didn't have a reflex of over 8, you can avoid a physical attack.
Damn it. Fuck.
Holy crap.
Holy shit. 24 plus 10?
So Iona goes to grab the arm that's not there. I was like, oh, shit.
Why are you so slippery, Jeb?
It's because I don't want to die. Iona,
because he's covered in blood.
Oh, yeah, that's true, too.
Attack again. Or do you want to do something else? You could shoot.
I am going to shoot. That's what I'm going to do.
Are you using your new gun?
It will.
No, I'm using Old Faithful.
Oh.
Not the ooh gun.
18. That's very good. Jeb?
Oh, please. Not like this.
Oh! 17 is one less than 18 because that's how math works.
I checked, it's true.
And so you take 15 damage. No, you don't. You take 15 damage and another critical injury because that's double sixes. Wow, you guys are really messing with Jeb. Jay, could you roll me 2d6, please?
Absolutely.
I wish that when you got crits on damage that it would like do the same green box thing. I hope maybe that'll come as an update for the sheets here on Roll20.
Let's see a green box here for this one.
Green box.
6 plus 2. Which is an 8, right? Math?
Last I checked.
Oh, dude, you're not moving anywhere. The gunshot blasts through your right leg. No, your lower left leg, and it snaps in half. You have a broken leg.
My leg.
You have a broken leg.
Jeb, I've always
it
wanted to
requires
do this.
a paramedic DV13 to fix. So if you can find, not
Maybe
Find the
let's
doctor.
make an alliance.
Jeb,
and
we
now
wanna make an
you're
alliance now?
-4 to move, which means you can literally only move 4 squares now.
Oh man.
Oh my god.
Yes, yes. I know too much for Vendale to be part of this battle royale. That would be unfair. Damn.
Wait, what?
Damn. Well done. That's Mo. I say you could move like 2 squares away, Iona.
No,
You're just going to stay there?
It's fine.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nice.
man.
Vivi?
There are so many choices right now, and I'm not sure which to make. I am gonna head toward Iona and Jeb. Where I can't see you, Jeb. Where
He's
did
around
you
the
go?
corner.
I like
He's
it.
right here. Follow the blood trail.
I followed the blood trail. Now I can see him. Well, isn't this interesting? I feel like once before I've had to make some sort of choice if I wanted to take Iona's side or Jeb's side. And here I am again. Do
Vivi,
I?
I'm gonna be honest. I really don't like this side of you.
It's kind of scary. And you know, I do have the power to heal, and I could help.
What?
And but what could you offer me that Iona couldn't? Iona, I have a nice incendiary grenade right here, bullet.
Oh,
And
Jesus Christ.
this could be the end for you, Jeb.
Gulp. I did a gulp just now, and you couldn't hear it, so I had to say gulp.
And I don't know. You know what? I think I might just try to end it. For you, Jeb.
Just kick him out of the
Jeb
battle
just
royale.
slowly closes his eyes.
So I haven't added this. One moment, actually. Can I use the? Is it a grenade or bullets? I forget.
You can have either.
Maybe I'll just.
You could grab from either of those from the vending machine.
I'm gonna take a grenade.
You drop a grenade in this room.
Yes. Take two birds with one stone.
What? You're getting turned on? That's fucked. I love that.
Okay. I've changed my mind. This is a fight to the death. There's no alliances here.
Well, not anymore.
When you deal target. Okay, so I'm just gonna roll. I'm just gonna roll my normal attack for this.
What did we get? There's so much text in this one. 14. 14 is not enough. Because it was a 15 DV.
Shit. Okay. Well, I have rate of fire too, so let's try again.
Second.
Not good enough. I should have put some luck points into that.
Not good enough. You said it was a grenade, right?
Yep.
Okay, the grenade falls to your feet and explodes, hurting all 3 of you at once.
Fair enough.
Wow.
The sweet release of
So in order to,
self-immolation.
however, because this is nice and awkward, the only person who can't evade this moment is Vivi, because you
Fair
rolled
enough.
bad on both of those hits. So Jade and Jeb can both roll evasion, except Jeb obviously gets -4 to his evasion because of his leg.
That checks out. Don't matter.
Wow.
24. You managed to roll out of the way.
I like to think that I kicked it using my remaining useful leg, and that's you threw it at my feet, and I'm like, oh fuck, and I kick it back over to you guys, and then it explodes underneath your feet, Vivi.
Yep.
Yep. Well,
I'll take
Vivi,
it.
that's how that works now. Is that did I get that right? I didn't.
Now, I might be an inch from death, but do you really want to, throw out the idea of an alliance, Vivi? Because I could, first of all, use some medical attention, but second of all, use a friend.
All right, Vivi, you are now currently on fire. You have to use at least half your movement to undo that. You're on fire now.
Yep. I can't even listen to you right now, Jeb. I'm on fire. Sorry.
Cool. And because of that, I'm going to say you take 10 damage.
Okay.
Oof.
Ouchie.
Good effort, but unfortunately, instant karma for turning on everybody.
Yep.
Retro. Sorry, Jeb.
Well, Vivi, if you're out, then I don't know. In the truce, maybe sprinkle some of that hand sanitizer on this gaping wound of mine.
Which one?
I will have to kill you eventually, Jeb.
Well, then we can do that at the end.
We'll burn that bridge when we come to it.
Amen. So what do you say? And my what is it called? My phantom limb. I reach out my right hand, which I don't have anymore, and I reach out my left hand.
In the other room, your arm twitches. And since only Retro's in there, he just sees an arm just kind of go.
What the fuck is that?
Evasion. Oh no, that's not a new roll. What are you rolling?
Well, I was more of
This is a brain dance. Yes,
sure
chat.
we're good.
No, this is not canon. This is a fun way of us raising money for charity and ourselves for our Comic-Con panel, which we have later this month. This is all just fun stream stuff, and whoever wins this battle royale gets an inspiration to bring back into the podcast.
Mm-hmm. VV, I'm sorry, but I'm not. You fucking took out my arm. Bang.
20. Now, Vivi, you don't have an evasion of over
I do not.
8 or above, so you
I'm
get
not
hit
perfect.
with 12 damage.
Oh, but wait, here's another one.
Ooh, you get hit again for 9 damage. How's your armor doing, Vivi?
It's not doing great.
Is that 6 at this point?
Yep, it's at 6.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And then Jeb's gonna kind of just
14.
crawl, I guess, over.
Yeah,
pretty much.
You can move 8 small squares because that's about 4 feet.
The corner of this pentagonal room seems pretty good.
Sounds good. All right.
I look over to Iona, I go, wink.
Okay.
Oh, you do the wink. Excellent.
I do the
Retro.
wink.
I'm gonna run over to the other vending machine across the way. And I'm high on synth coke, so I'm bouncing everywhere.
Oh, did you take synth coke? I didn't say you had
No.
synth coke.
I didn't. I'm just saying that because I'm bouncing everywhere.
Fair enough. You do not have synth coke, by the way.
I'm gonna use my bonus action to give it that little Fonzie hit.
Roll a d10.
If I get another 10, I'll be so.
I'll laugh if you get 1. 8. Yes. You find a flash grenade.
Okay.
You already have
Pocket
2
that
explosives.
grenade.
I feel that's fair. You find a grenade that will cause someone to not see. No, you find a smoke grenade.
Smoke grenade?
Is that okay? How does that feel?
Either way, you're the GM. You choose.
So I say it's a smoke grenade.
Okay, it's a smoke grenade. And then I can't see Jeb, can I?
Mm-mm.
No.
That's
You can
bad
see BB though.
design.
Jeb, you okay, buddy?
No.
There's a pain to know.
Well, I'm sorry about this, partner. I'm gonna shoot right about here
Woof.
with my first missile.
I'm in
Hopefully-
here.
Hopefully,
Remy, I'm in here.
whoops, finger slipped, bam. Gotta pull
Come
it
on,
up.
baby.
Come on. There we go.
Oh, that's a triple 1, my guy.
Wow.
I will say, though, that's 17 to hit. You hit Vivi because she's in that circle you're talking about. And Vivi takes 21 damage. With there being a rocket, their armor goes down by 2, takes them underneath half health. And now you have to roll 2 6s for Vivi's critical injury.
Ooh, I do? Okay.
Yeah, you pulled them under half health.
Yep.
10.
10.
Ooh, the big numbers are never good, are they? Okay, let's look up that table. 10. Spinal injury.
Oh.
Spinal injury says here. Next turn, you can't take any action but a move action. Base death save penalty +1. It's not looking good for Vivi.
Second back got blown out.
Inappropriate.
Sorry.
Inappropriate.
I was like,
yeah,
wait, did he just? Oh,
he did. He said that. So yeah, Vivi, you have both. You're on fire, and I think you've got. Have you deducted the HP of that yet? No.
No, I'm about to die.
Yeah, you are. You've got like 2 health, something like that.
Yep. This is not looking good for me, guys. Good luck healing yourselves in the future.
join the club of extremely
2
fucked up.
HP. All right, Retro. All of that means because you had to go right across the arena, you cannot hide where you are. There is no more movement left for you.
Yeah,
Iona,
yeah.
it's your turn.
Oh God. Vivi, you had this coming.
Just God. Oh God. This is the end. I've never taken this much damage before, and it hurts. I just want you all to know, I'm sorry.
Hey, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm sorry that we started off on the wrong foot here, and then you royally fucked me up, and then I kind of fucked you up, and this is all just a mess.
I don't know what came over me. I just felt the moment of power, and now I pay for it. All three of you.
Well, you know what they say. Complete power corrupts completely.
Yes, that's what they say.
Vivi gets Thanos snapped out of existence.
Oh, you
And
just dying?
watch- Yeah. I'm
Oh,
dead.
you are just dying because Jade shot you. That's right. Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry.
And the final bullet, Vivi falls to the ground. Digital blood blasts everywhere, and then she fizzles as she disconnects from the group BD and returns completely unharmed to the real world, but of course without that inspiration we were talking about earlier, which was not planned. But I believe, Tracy, you do actually have to leave now. Not from the podcast or anything, but you've got other stuff to do.
Yes. Yes.
So hopefully we'll see you later in chat. But thank you
Yes.
for joining us today. And
Goodbye,
for again
everybody.
being part of this.
You're welcome.
Good luck.
It was just so it said it was really fun bringing you on the show and continuing to work with you, and we're so happy to have you as part of season 2 and the ongoing story of the podcast. Yeah, we're all big fans, and it's
Y'all are
great
the
to know.
best. Love you guys. Thanks everybody for all the support thus far, and continue to watch. I'll be back in a little bit. I have to step away for a minute, and I will be back. So, bye everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
You can just close.
I guess should I just close out of it? Okay.
Yeah. I can always reset it. Bye. Cool.
Great.
I'm gonna leave
Okay.
that frame there because you deserve to follow them. You should follow Miss
Mhm.
Miss Magitech. All right. Well, they're out of the turn order. Iona, you shot once. Is that the gun where you can only shoot once?
It is, but I'm gonna come around this corner to this vending machine.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Hey.
7. Yeah. You get an armor-piercing grenade.
All right. Okay. I'll take it. And that's it. I'm just gonna hide behind this corner.
Sounds good. That's something else. All right. Jeb, it's your turn.
We still good, Iona?
Thumbs up.
We're gonna go bash this TV head. Yeah?
Yes. Yep.
All right. I just need a little inspiration, if you will. And this is still fire, presumably.
As Vivi dies, the fire dies.
How sad. Oh, look at that. I could just barely see him from here. Because I'm crawling along the ground. Fucked up. I got a bleeding stump of an arm. I'm crawling. I got still my revolver in my hand as I'm along the ground. I kind of peek out behind this box here.
Right.
And then just, I'm sorry, Retro.
You're just going to see Retro with the biggest like cat eyes like, you do this to me, best friend? You'd shoot me?
No, I can't. I have to.
I haven't even shot you, but okay.
I made a deal.
I know you have to choose your friend over that. That's fine.
23. Yeah, Retro gets hit for 9 damage, but that's pretty low. And the only thing that happens is he loses 1 to his armor.
Yep.
Well, sorry, but here's another one.
27 for 11 damage, causing Retro 1 actual HP damage and ablating his armor by 1.
Oh, Iona, I think this we might have to kind of turn up the heat. And then I slink back a little bit, so I'm behind the cover of this box.
That sounds good to me. Retro.
Retro isn't gonna kill Jeb because Retro values our friendship that we had. So Retro
More than an alliance?
is gonna go ahead and throw that smoke grenade right in here.
Oh, boy.
Oh, fun.
And then
Cool.
hide behind the vending machine.
Sounds
If
good.
I can move. If I can't move, I can't move. Okay. There.
Shit.
So smoke grenade. And now both of you are in a room where it's hard to see either of you in there now.
Both of you will find it impossible basically to shoot in here now. This room is, you can't aim at all. And that's the end of your turn, Retro?
Yeah, pretty much. I go and I hide behind there.
Sounds good. Iona.
Seeing the smoke, I'm going to drop to the floor and start crawling. And I'm going to search for Jeb.
Okay, because you're crawling around on the floor and you're searching for Jeb, your arms are now dirty. You have to roll sanitization.
Okay, so rolling. I am covered in blood now.
Yep. So
But
you try and sanitize yourself. Oh, that is close. That is a 2.
That was really, really close.
That was very close.
It's a brain dance. 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 It's not real. It's not real.
Just follow my voice. I'm right over here.
You find Jeb. What do you do when you find Jeb?
That's
Strangle
my
him.
stub. Don't worry about that. No, that's my that's my throat. That's my
Roll for it. He's got no arm and a broken leg. That's -5 to his evasion. And he's on the floor.
Yeah.
That's enough. And you put your arms around Jeb's throat and you start to strangle him. You can use your other attack to wrap the whip around his neck if you want.
I'll do that. I'll do that and shock him.
Oh my god, that's so badass.
So for the first attack, I want you to roll 2d6 for the damage.
Okay.
And we'll add that to the 11.
Oh, sorry, that was 1d6.
That's
I'll just
1d6.
roll another d6.
Yeah, that's 5 damage. Because it's a melee attack, you actually don't. It ignores only half your armor, not the whole armor. So
Does it still
Jeb,
blade?
yes, it does. So your armor gets abladed twice, -2. So for the first attack, you take 3 damage, and for the second attack, you take 4 damage. That's right.
Damn.
Yeah.
I'm hurting.
Are you below half health yet?
No.
Okay.
He's not hurting that bad.
He's missing 2 limbs and
I'm
still is
hurting
below health.
emotionally, you guys. I've been betrayed twice.
Jeb, you are now you are now at loggerheads with Iona. She's pulled you to the ground and started to strangle you. So to get out of this, there are other rules for this, but we're going to do a face down. Cool plus reputation plus 1d10. Does give Jeb an advantage since he has the most reputation of anyone.
Yeah.
What is yours? A
Cool plus
7?
rep.
Cool plus reputation plus 1d10. So roll a d10, add your cool and your reputation.
Shit, what's my reputation?
What is my reputation?
6.
6. 6 for Iona,
so
7
mine's-
for
Iona's 6.
Okay.
Iona,
Okay.
6.
Okay.
Jeb is 7.
I think Jeb's 7. Yeah.
Spoon is typing.
Hey, how's it going back there with you two?
I'm trying to kill him.
That's not
Did
how that
not
works.
That's
How? What? Why doesn't that work like that?
Just roll a d10 and we'll add 8
okay.
and 7.
Jeez.
8.
16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21,
17 for Spoon, I think.
22
Roll.
for Iona.
16 for me.
What? Iona wins. So Jeb, you take another. In your struggle to get out, you take another 5 damage, and you may try and attack Iona if you like.
I think I will. I'm gonna take out my big knife.
Big
That's what I have
noise.
here.
The big knife.
Big knife.
Now it is a melee
Oh,
attack.
God.
It is a melee attack. So Iona, if you
I
want to
can't
try
evade.
and evade, you can try.
But you
It was a
can.
valiant
Wow.
effort.
Wow, it's not enough, but it's still very good.
Yeah.
It was pretty
Well
good.
done. That's not bad. But he does stick you right in the side with a sword,
Fuck, Jeb!
and you take 9 damage. So you take 5 damage after your armor gets ablated by 1. Yeah.
Okay.
Here we go. Good. Nice. Those two are tackling each other. Retro, what are you going to do in this situation?
Watch.
Jeb, you doing okay back there, buddy?
I don't know why Jeb turned into Gollum apparently when he's getting choked out.
I heard that new Gollum video game is bad.
Jeb, I'm gonna help you out by putting you out of your misery. I'm gonna
Get him.
I'm gonna aim my second rocket and fire it down at Jeb.
Well, that's both of us.
Oh shit! Really? Not too bad. Okay.
Oh shit! Really? Oh no!
Kendall just dropped $50.
Let's
It's Sano in chat.
go.
One of the questions we had was whether Sano was going to show up. And it turns out they did. What up, Kendall? It's lovely to have you here.
Hey.
Hell yeah.
Up,
Hey,
Kendall.
what
best
a
friend,
legend.
best friend.
Well, I
Your
need
best
to get in
friend, I'm about
contact
to
with
put them
Kendall
on.
because he gets to name an NPC. Not that he hasn't done that already. Awesome. That's cool. All right. So everybody look forward to a new NPC named by Kendall, who played Sano in season 1. Nice. Thanks, sir. That's amazing. How fun. Anyway, so that rocket was launched, was it?
Yes, it was at 11.
Oh, Retro. You missed
Ugh.
with the rocket. And in your Vendel isn't here because I know too much. In your hubris to try and blow both of them up, you aimed a little low and it explodes at your feet, causing the damage to happen to you because that's a crit fail. And that's what you deserve.
That's really low.
That explodes
He's
at your
like,
feet.
Okay, wait, hold on. What's that down there?
No, I tell you what, it bounces off the wall and comes straight back at you and lands at your feet. In its travel, it doesn't do 34 damage. It does 30, but it still does that damage to you, knocking you
Oh my
back towards
God.
these crates. Bam.
That makes me below half health.
Good. I'm glad.
Yeah, me too.
5, 6, 7. What is 7?
You suck, Jeb.
Oh, foreign object. There is a giant piece of the rocket now stuck in your side. At the end of every turn, when you move further than 4 yards on foot, you resuffer this critical injuries bonus damage directly to your HP points. Is that the end of your turn? I think it is. That didn't go very well for you.
I think I still have a little movement left to get back around the corner.
Did you do 30 minus 11? It should be 30 minus 11. No, 30 minus 11. You have to ablade your armor. I'm not doing all the math.
Okay.
But you're still under half health, so it doesn't matter. Just, you don't have 9 health. You certainly have more than that.
Well, I'm really glad that Kendall has already named the NPC.
NPC's name is Poop.
It's Poop.
All right. Wait, no, you've given yourself way too much health. What are you doing? No. It's
I'm
30.
I'm cutting it. I know. I'm doing it. I'm just
right.
trying to do the math in my head.
All right, cool.
Let me do the math, please.
Yeah.
I'm not cheating you.
Sorry, go all the way up. Cheeky bastard.
$28. It would be at 28. 28 damage I would take. So that put me at 21.
Yeah.
Yeah, see?
You still take that critical damage though, because that was a massive explosion in your face. Nice. Good turn there, Retro. Well done.
Oh God.
And you do not get to move. You got kicked back right here. Iona, it's your turn.
I'm gonna put my gun to Jeb's head.
Seems valid.
Just do it.
I would say I've always wanted to do this, but it seems a little more vicious now that I'm actually doing it.
It's not great.
I give Jeb a little kiss on the head.
Aww.
Oh, that's a crit 24. That's great.
Oh no.
That's a crit 24. And I'm going to say that's enough, I think, to kill Jeb. Jeb, do you really have that much health?
I have 22.
22?
Yeah.
Right. Well, it's a cold shot to the head.
Yeah, that's fine. You can take me out of my misery.
Doesn't
End it.
Die.
Do it.
I just got $100 tip.
What? $100.
Trevor Uwu.
Oh, Trevor.
Oh my God.
So I've got to do
it's because I'm dying. That was it.
Uwu.
They wanted me to die.
Don't let him die yet. Keep killing him off.
Yeah. So that's
Heal him and then kill him. Heal him and then kill him. We'll keep getting those hundreds.
Yeah.
I'm 8. So it's 8 damage. Your armor gets ablated by what's that? 1. Yeah, 8 damage. You're at 14. Iona, do you want to do anything else in your turn to attack this dying cowboy in your arms?
Oh, fuck, you're not dead. I'm so sorry.
I'm in so much pain.
I don't know how you're breathing in all that smoke.
I can't do anything else.
If I don't die from my wounds, I'll die from the carcinogens in this smoke.
What I am gonna do is I'm gonna put my med patch on.
Cool. Giving yourself 2 health. Done.
Okay.
Jeb, it's your turn. Not that you can do a lot. You've got heavy movement penalties.
But I can swing my beak north.
Sounds good.
True. Oh shit, I didn't move. No.
21. You do get to evade though, Iona. And he gets -5 to his attack because of all of the injuries he's got. So it's actually 16 you have to beat. Oh! He tries to attack you, but it's slow and crap like a zombie.
Yeah, it's just like I'm just slowly bleeding out in the most horrific, painful death.
And Jeb, that's all you could do on your turn. Retro.
Can you explain my critical injury again?
5 Foreign object. You have a piece of the rocket stuck in you. If you try and move more than 4 squares, it hurts you again for 1d6 damage.
Okay. I'm gonna move
Bypassing your armor,
four-
so it's the full dice value.
Okay. I'm gonna move 2 squares diagonally just to get a little bit closer and shoot Jeb with my assault rifle.
Cool. Do it. That's a crit 23 with 14 damage. That's not a lot of damage. You rolled badly on damage that time. 2 ones.
I did.
Yeah. 2 ones.
It's because that last one was like the killer right there.
Right.
Oh,
I've-
sleep, buckaroo.
All right, Jeb, you're down to 7 HP, which is equal to your armor at this point. It's not going well. Bronx, that's very funny in chat. Sleep. It's time to sleep, buckaroo. That's good.
Yeah.
The long sleep is just.
Is that assault rifle the single shot?
Yes.
Shoots once. All right, cool.
Also,
What am I- the rest of my
my armor's at 4, so actually I'm much closer to death.
Yes. Your armor's at 4.
I've been
I thought
keeping
it was-
track.
All right, cool.
I want to use my movement to move 2 more squares before dealing damage to get just behind that.
Sounds good. All right. And it's
Oh,
Iona's
my
turn.
head hurts. My head hurts a lot.
I'm sorry, Jeb, and I'm gonna crawl away from Jeb, just outside the door. Here, I can see. Do I have to see all of Retro?
No, there is no partial cover in Cyberpunk Red. So
Great.
if you see any of Retro, you can hit him. Are you not going to
Great.
kill Jeb?
Nope. Just gonna leave him to die. He'll bleed out eventually, right?
Yeah, it's a good move. I'm not a threat.
And
What are
you
you gonna
can't
do?
see me. I'm gonna throw that incendiary grenade at Retro. I'm sorry, bud. I'm so sorry.
Couldn't
You
take
knew
him
it
out
had to
first,
come to
huh?
this.
Roll for it.
You knew it had to come to this. Okay.
I don't actually know what to roll for this.
Heavy
Um,
weapons is for grenades and rocket
Or shoulder
launchers and all that.
arms. But if you had a hand grenade launcher, just roll handgun for now.
I will roll handgun, not my heavy pistol, because that's cheating.
Rolling the Sanru just to get the value. Thank you very much. 15. 15 is... Yes. Yeah. 15 is enough to hit Retro with the armor-piercing grenade. Now, grenades are 5d6 damage. So roll 5d6. This is not how I expected this to go. 14. All right, Retro, you take 14 armor-piercing damage, which means your armor goes down by 2, not 1.
Okay. So 8.
Do you do anything else, Jade? Iona?
Yeah, I'm gonna move down to this wall where neither Jeb nor
Sounds
Retro
good.
can see me.
Sounds good. Use Jeb as cover against Retro. Bronx, that's dark. All right.
Kind of had that plan earlier if it came up to it.
Yeah, right. Use the dead body. And it is Jeb's turn.
And Jeb just like reaches for his grandpappy's Colt 45. And he's like, I'm done with this virtual reality bullshit. I need a drink.
And as Jeb does this, he fizzles into a million little pixels as they float into the air like motes of light from cool Final Fantasy video games, etc. But that is the end of Jeb for this battle royale. And now it's a fight with the 2 oldest members of the No Latency crew, Retro and Iona. And weirdly, let's be honest, No one expected Iona to have this much health at this point. But it is Retro's turn.
How much damage do I take if I move? More than the
1d6.
squares?
1d6 if you move more than, and this would be eight of the small squares. A square is four. That's one movement point, is a 4 in this scale for this map.
One movement is 8 squares?
One movement is 4 squares.
4 squares, yeah.
But in a square, not in a line. So like to do an example.
1, 2.
This is one movement. Yeah,
Okay.
That's 4. That means you haven't taken any damage.
That's one movement.
Can't
2
see.
movement. Oh shit! There Iona is.
All right,
Mhm.
you take
6 points of damage.
6 points of damage.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm at 9. Well-
Just reading chat, Kendall's like, Sana should have come back just for this so we could kill everyone.
Honestly, yeah.
That would have been
That would've
very
been funny.
nice.
Yeah.
Well, Iona, let's come to this eventually.
Jeb shot himself.
I know.
Emotional damage.
Not to me. My best friend already died and is now saying they wish they had come back already.
Oh, that's really sad.
It is.
You guys are
Well,
wait, is Iona and Retro aware of chat right now? That's some weird meta.
It's a brain
Well,
dance. It's okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
it
all
is.
it's all game.
Well, goodbye, Iona. I'll take my first shot with the shotgun.
20. Yikes. Iona.
That's triple sixes.
Oh no.
Oh,
All
God.
right. All right. Roll 2d6 for Iona's critical injury.
How
You
much
wanna do
does
it,
that
Iona?
make my armor? No, go ahead.
It ablades your armor by 1, and then you take you've got 9 armor, so 22 minus 9.
I critted on the 2 6s
13.
too.
You take 13 damage in total, and your armor goes down by 1.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
And your left leg gets blown off.
12, 13.
Iona?
Ouch.
Iona, you've lost.
Oh, God damn it, Remy.
He blows off your leg, and your leg and Jeb's arm, which is still on the ground, slide next to each other, and the Jeb's arm tries to grab onto the foot.
Oh god, that's so weird.
Tickle.
You can't dodge attacks anymore, and your move is -6. So you can actually move less than Retro at this point.
Oh my God. I'm just sitting on my ass on the ground.
And that's all you can do, right, Retro?
No, I got one more shot. With Ash, I
fair.
had 2 shots.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
Maybe the second one will be your lucky one.
Maybe.
Oh! Oh! All right, so 23 minus 8 is 15? Yes. 15. So you take 15 damage, your armor goes down by 1. Are there any 6s in that? No, well, not
There's one
doubles.
6, that's it. No doubles.
Yeah. Shit. That sucks. You're not dead yet.
Not dead yet.
Not dead yet, but it's bad. All right. We didn't realize this was going to come down to the wire. Retro, you have 9 health. Iona, you have 4 health, but it is your turn. What are you going to do?
Oh God, I'm gonna use my heavy pistol. That's all I got.
Yeah,
That's what I
yep.
got.
That's it. It's just a standoff. This is a true standoff, is what it is.
16.
Yeah!
13 damage. That's
it.
enough.
That's the end.
That's the
I
end.
believe that's it. Yeah,
Wait, that's enough to kill you?
I believe so. With
Yep.
my armor. Wait, my armor is 8. So 8
No.
minus
No.
that's 5. Right?
So that's 5 damage.
Yeah, it's
With
fine.
the
You're at
armor, you
4
took
health.
I'm at 4 health.
No, this is the end for Iona.
Oh, such a good hit, though. Right down to the wire. Retro.
Damn.
Because that heavy pistol is only shoots like a very heavy pistol, even though it always hits, essentially. Iona only had one attack in that round, so you get another turn.
I'm spitting blood, and I look at you, Remy, and I go, "You deserve this," and I just lay down.
What are you going to do, Retro?
You're right. I do deserve this. And I'm going to shoot you.
Oh my god.
Oh! Ending the battle royale with a crit. You blow Iona into two pieces, and as the pieces fly into the air, they fizzle into pixels, leaving you there on the ground. In a magical moment of healing, everyone at this point, please re-heal your characters to full, because we are now done. The battle royale is over with our winner, Retro. Yeah.
Ooh.
Woo!
Wow.
What's that term for like getting out something you've been wanting to get out for forever?
Cathartic.
Cathartic.
That was cathartic. That's been cathartic since we first were inside of that one place where you sicked that robot on me.
Hey, the robot did it on its own, and you know it. I'm also going to say we're having a lot of fun on the stream today, and we'd love to do more of this sort of thing where we just have some fun playing. So we might try and do battle royales in the future to gain our crew a little bit of inspiration for the game, for the podcast rather. And if you'd like that, then we'll, I guess, come back with some more streams. But that was the battle royale. Our winner is Retro. So write down that you have inspiration, please.
Will do.
Yes. All right. That was awesome. So before we move on to our next segment, which is going to be Community Jackbox. So get your phones out, everyone. We've got a little look at infinite-sided dice, and then just for about 10 minutes or so, so that us lot can go to the bathroom, etc., Spoon is going to talk about System Switch. But he'll be right back. And Spoon, this is a 30-second ad spot, so you really can't go anywhere. He will be right back after this.
What I'm hearing is that the GM needs to go harder on us in season 2.
I think we're not going to.
We need.
What are you doing? You're like the Ricky, please.
Typical solo right here.
Well, welcome back, folks. Thank you so much for joining us here and watching us kill ourselves, and also have a great Q&A at the beginning. I mean, this has been a great stream so far, so thank you so much for helping us out. And if you can, now's a great time to just give us like $1 or $2. And if you can't do that, at the very least, just tell your friends what we do, that we play Cyberpunk every week, that we're doing some cool stuff right now, and we're going to go to freaking Comic-Con. Are you kidding me? So please, tell your friends. Contribute a little bit. Throw us a few bucks if you can. And subscribe and like. Yells Binary from the other room. But I'm here because if you like what we do and you need just a little bit more of Spoon and Binary, you can. And if you haven't already listened to System Switch, that is our other podcast that we do. Here's the pitch. I'd created System Switch because I thought to myself, I love RPGs. I love them so much that I buy too many RPG books and no one wants to play with me. So I'll have to make a podcast about it. And so what we do is every season we play a new RPG system, but we keep the same characters. So if you like Binary, he plays a rascal of an assassin and a cutthroat con man known as Bowler. He's incredible in the first season. He's even better in the second season, and his closest friend is a character named Hicks, played by Kyle Love, who is a fantastic improviser and actor. And we have new characters every season. You can go listen to it. It's got the same high production value that No Latency has, and we've got short episodes, 30 to 40 minutes, and only 8 episodes in the first season. So go listen to System Switch if you haven't already, because we play Blades in the Dark for our first season, which is a fantastic system full of some really cool mechanics and great storytelling. Yes, Bronx, you've been missing System Switch, so now's the perfect time. There's only 8 episodes, very short. My whole goal was to keep everything as small and easily digestible as possible. So please go listen to it. Help us out. Help us grow our radio role so it can be even bigger. We can have even more shows that have that same high production quality with sound effects, music, soundscapes, fantastic acting and role playing and GMing. Go watch System Switch. Season 1 is out now, and Season 2, if you've been following us along, Season 2, we are in the middle of recording, and we have a very special sneak peek of us playing some Scum and Villainy. Take a listen. Hit it. Roll the clip. Our heroes have taken out brutal gang lords, battled ghosts, and brought sustainable energy to a crippling Victorian city. That's nothing compared to what lies ahead in the Procyon sector when we play Scum and Villainy by Strass Asimovic and John LaBouffe Little. As the stars swirl overhead and nebula fly past, we settle on a slice of the inhabited galaxy known as the Procyon sector. A sector of space that the oppressive and militaristic hegemony have taken a recent interest in. The hegemonic news network insists it's because they see the potential of the people of the Procyon sector, but most people know the truth. Somewhere in the Procyon sector lies the secret base of the Uprising. The only people brave enough, or stupid enough depending on your point of view, to fight back against the hegemony. But that all seems so far away through the small energy window on the hulking prison barge known as Isotropa Max Secure. The trooper guards pace the halls as the various species of prisoners lament their sentences. And it's here that we find our heroes, Hicks and Bowler. After being cosmically assigned as multiversal protectors, these two men, originally from an industrial Victorian city, have found their consciousness transplanted into the bodies of their multiversal selves in this sci-fi penitentiary.
Are
those stars?
Is this, are we dead? It's not heaven.
No, we're not dead because the weird blobby thing said that we weren't dead.
Right,
Remember
yeah, I remember. Oh yeah, no, okay, hold on. It's all coming back to me. We have to save the universe.
Season 2 of System Switch lands in your galaxy this fall.
Hi.
Hello.
We're back.
We're back. Tracy's going to return to us later, but we're doing Jackbox. The stream setup worked. Hooray!
Oh, and Bronx, you can play with me. I do want friends to play with, and if we raise, what is it, 300?
No, if we get to 500, we get a jet.
We get to 500.
Yeah.
And I've got a great system you're gonna love. It's really good. It's made by one guy. You're gonna love it.
Yeah, so by the time, just so everyone knows, we've got some stretch goals for some community games in the Discord. We're going to have some fun with some Cyberpunk Red, which we've unlocked thanks to getting to $200. Retro, you're going to do a Cyberpunk game in the Discord with, pardon me, a surprise guest, right?
Yes, I will.
Cool. Now that that's been unlocked, that's awesome. But the one that Spoon's going to run isn't Cyberpunk Red. He's going to run a Cyberpunk ttrpg. Just change it up in the Discord. So if you'd like that to happen, help us get to $500. That being said, the donation goal doesn't end with the stream. So we're going to have the donation goal going all the way up to when our panel is the first day of Comic-Con, which is the preview day of our panel is not on the preview day. I can't tell you when the panel is officially, but when our panel is obviously after preview day, which is the 19th of July. So that's when we'll sort of close out our goals for this particular stream. But this is going really well. I'd love to use our platform to raise more money for charity and help us get bigger. So if you're into that, don't forget to like and subscribe, because this is YouTube and that's how it works.
It's just the rules.
Just the rules.
Just
That's
the
how it
rules.
works.
How it works.
So you guys can hear it. Good. All right. So we're going to play some Jackbox, everyone. Chat, you're welcome to join us. We've got some great tunes in chat, and it's lovely to have you all here. What game do you think we should play?
I've never played Party Pack 7, so
Yeah, me either.
this is kind of exciting.
Yeah.
Devil's in the Details, Quiplash, Champed Up, Talking Points, and Blather Round. Does chat have a preference?
Quiplash is my
Quiplash
personal
is good,
favorite,
yeah.
but that's just
Yeah,
me.
let's start with Quiplash. So shall we?
Yeah.
All right. So I want to make sure that we get in here first. So we're going to go over here so chat can't see the thing. Settings, make sure that's all word, moderation, don't require Twitch because we're not on Twitch. And yeah, that's all seems to be correct. I'm going to post the code in our Discord chat, our private Discord chat.
Was all.
Boom, boom, boom,
I almost said it out loud. I'm going to say it out loud.
That's okay. Though.
Don't do
There's
that.
like a 20-second delay.
Yeah.
And then once we've got that up and running, we will... So if you want to join, set up yourself jackbox.tv and then enter the code.
Come on in.
Come on in. The water is fine. We're gonna quiplash. Splish and splash.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Choose
Spoon is VIP. And chat, if you'd like to join us, there's the code. So we're going to give chat, because I think chat's on around about 20-second delay.
So we'll wait. We'll wait till they show up.
Yes. In theory, I can do that for you.
I was gonna say, Spoon, I had no idea you were just gonna do what you did at the end of that for the
For the kill ourselves thing.
Yes.
Make sure you mute yourself in Discord, and don't put your video in there, Retro. Turn that off.
Well, you gotta. I like to be the spice of unpredictability.
So Mia has joined us. Anyone else in chat? We got 2 more spots.
There are pirates there.
The pirate's there. Mia's there. We got 2 more spots if people want to join up.
Bronx, and that's something that comes up a lot for like fundraisers like this. You don't have to give. Honestly, you don't. Like just showing up and being a cool tune, like you've always been.
Yes.
Been incredibly supportive to us from the beginning. We're really thankful for you. Any listener who has that, don't feel that guilt. Like, yeah, we're raising money for charity, but we have, we've got the Patreon. If you'd like to support us on Patreon, you can support us for as little as $1 a month, and it actually makes a huge difference. Plus, just for that $1, there's a bunch of content on there. We've got over 200 posts in the Patreon right now. There's maps that came out last week of Satellite Station 14 that the crew just went through, the full maps there, including the bloody and unbloody conference room for your own use. There's tokens in there, character sheets from the show, behind the scenes stuff from last Comic-Con. There'll be more behind the scenes stuff for this Comic-Con as well. So much fun stuff is on the Patreon weekly. It's not just ad-free episodes. There's every episode of the Sano and Retro Show. There's a lot of content to enjoy. And of course, there's our Discord. Is another great way to support us and join in on our community games that we've already unlocked as part of this stream, which is super exciting. So thank you everyone for your help.
And if you want to help us out with no monetary value, spread the word.
Yes.
That's also extremely useful and valuable.
Yeah, because if you don't know, podcast, growing a podcast is completely based, truly, the most powerful thing we have is you saying you like it. So, of course, listening to the show, following us on Spotify, reviewing the show on Apple Podcasts and on Spotify makes a huge difference to us. And, of course, liking and subscribing to our YouTube channel, checking out the website, all of this stuff. If you just look at it, just purely putting your eyes on it makes a difference, because then the SEO and the Googles and all of that go, people like this, and then they put it in front of more people. So.
Exactly.
Yeah. So if you want to help us out, leave the stream on again later on. If you want something on in the background, you clean your house, you want to relive these moments, watch it again. Hi again. If you're watching this as part of the VOD, check out some of our videos. There's going to be the interview with Diane Hutton as a separate video for you to leave comments on, and then there's that GM tips thing. There's animations of Jeb. It's so much fun. Anyway, let's do some stuff.
Let's do some stuff.
I didn't tell it to do that.
I did.
Oh
yeah. Jeb's the VIP.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Jeb's in charge of all of it now.
The picnic episode.
A picnic episode.
And I hope to meet and/or exceed your quipping needs today. And if you didn't make
Is the volume okay for chat?
Pout about it. Jump in the audience and get your revenge.
Let me know.
Vote. This is round 1.
Yeah, it is.
You'll get 2 prompts on your device to answer any way you please. You'll go head-to-head with another player's response, and everyone else votes on their favorite. Sound easy? That's because it is. You get points based on the percentage of people who choose your answer. Off we go.
Democracy.
Democracy at work.
Bureaucracy.
Comedy. Yeah, democracy.
I don't remember how this game works, and I know that he just explained it to us, but boy, was I not listening.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Oh, I'm here to win.
Bronx,
I'm going home. I may not have been able to win the.
It's wonderful you want to, but you already have to have no guilt, my guy. Thank you so much.
We're just happy you're here, honestly.
It's always fun to have you around. The comments, all the stuff in the Discord, you're the best.
Billy the Blank. Okay, shower someone with points.
You had to put it in there, Jeb, didn't you?
Maybe it wasn't me.
It might not have been.
I don't know. Might have been me.
It was Mia the whole time.
It was Mia.
Damn.
Nice.
I voted for you, Spoon.
What secret is
I
your
liked
left
it.
hand keeping from your right hand?
Ooh.
Oh.
See, this game is all about the inside jokes.
Oh, Goose, thanks for the sub.
Goose.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go, Goose.
That's a great way to help. Tell your friends to subscribe to the YouTube channel.
Yes.
To a snake.
It's the slow climb to 1,000, so we can make some monetization on YouTube.
Hell yeah.
All right, choose your favorite.
That's pretty good. I don't really know what it means, but I like it.
Oh no!
Oh,
Yeah, retro. Look at those points. Nice. Yum 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 yum. Oh,
Sad shade.
Sorry, Jade.
Terrible thing to discover squirrels burying in your yard.
It's like you shot me all over again.
Oh, that's completely.
Everybody, pick your favorite quip.
For me personally, it's the synth.
Bronx
Where-
says that
where'd my
the
synth go?
audio is a little low.
I turned it up.
I voted for you, Mia. I'm with you. It's my
Yay!
synth
Nom 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 nom
Hey,
nom.
what's next? The leading cause of goosebumps, probably.
go. Oh, that's easy.
Pick your favorite.
Yeah, I think we know who's winning this one.
Yes, I think we did.
I'm gonna get quiplashed again.
Oh no!
Ow, my soul.
Oh, the
Spooky
audience
TV.
loves Spooky TV as well. What a win!
TV is very scary.
That was
Yes.
very scary.
All right, check this out. Huge twist. Turns out the monster was really Blank wearing a mask the whole time.
She-
Okay,
What
choose
the-
your favorite.
That's pretty funny. I like it. I like it.
Mia, if there's synth coke buried in the yard, then you have squirrels and Remy digging it up.
Yes.
Get
Wow, Evan, you are killing it today. Did that thing just say meow?
That was
Oh
round
shit,
one.
did they
Let's
get some kitten catching?
Scores, shall
Oh,
we?
boy.
Oh.
Jay.
A big fat zero.
Oh.
Get
Shoot.
yourselves ready, because round
Oh.
2 takes no prisoners. Double the points, double the anxiety.
Okay, all right. I'm playing for real now.
No, yeah.
There are
Bring it
points
on.
involved. Done.
Feeling good about
It must
that
be
one.
said, guys, I say this to you privately all the time. I am so thankful for all of you as part of this show. It is amazing having you all here, and you know we really are awesome, and I couldn't do it without you. You guys are fantastic.
Thank
I
you
love
so
you.
much for running it. Honestly, you
Yeah.
are the lifeblood of this show. So thank
Absolutely.
you.
And it shows. It shows how much
So, how
work
do you think
and
you did?
dedication and
Let's
just
see.
love that you put into it. I think it's dripping.
And
This
the
podcast
prize
dripping
is
with love.
Dripping.
The next
So much
goal on
love.
Jeff Bezos' vision board.
Oh, it's just going straight up for that. Okay. Oh,
All right, vote.
can't not vote for Kitten Catch. Can't not vote for Kitten Catch.
There it is.
Yeah.
That is a quiplash and a half. That is some fan
Quiplash.
service, Mia. That is fan service.
Next one up. Something Gwyneth Paltrow has in her nightstand, probably.
Oof.
Oh, I can turn it down then, I guess, and touch.
All right,
God.
people, it's voting time.
Oh. Oh, that's a hard one. Fuck.
Oh man.
So much.
Do I go?
So much inside jokes.
Don't.
Pirate. Pirate. It was a good answer, but I had to go. I had to go show. You deserve that
you.
win, though. You deserve that win.
And now, the one question science may never answer.
Both of those are very true. That's great.
Fantastic. No notes.
Oh, damn it.
Oh, it's all right. It was good.
Next,
Going over
thought I
head
had
on
that
that
one.
one.
you'd really like to see in tomorrow's newspaper. Now it
Hey.
gets real.
Comic-Con! Comic-Con!
Comic-Con.
Yeah.
That's why we're here today.
Make sure you follow us on Twitter to find out exactly. Follow us on Twitter, get in the Discord. That's where we'll be announcing that first, as well as slightly earlier on the Patreon. I think by maybe like a few hours.
Ooh. I was gonna ask, do you think I should
Go on,
show
you got
off-
one more person to pick. 2 seconds, chat. Oh, Mia, you understood the assignment.
Yes.
Thank you, audience.
But the audience loves you,
Thank you.
Jay.
Keep it
The
going.
audience
Yeah,
loves
there
you.
you go.
Loves
This
you.
player never met a blank they didn't like.
Oh my god.
No, I know which exactly.
That's a tough
which
one.
This one is.
That's a tough one. I'm really glad that Jackbox has that function where you can make the timer longer for stream delay.
Yes.
Oh.
Hell yeah. Get those points for me.
Yeah.
You got to answer the question about
I know.
yourself.
I was
That's
surprised
so
too.
Dumb.
You were watching a very artsy horror film.
Oh, should have put Mia Goth.
One you like best.
Oh, Mia Goth would have been a good one if someone had picked that one.
Oh yeah.
Capitalism is a slasher. Boom.
Oh, guys! I don't have Stream Alert set this up, but we just got another patron.
Yay!
Yay! Thanks, Hey Dude, for doing
Hey,
that live
Dude.
while we did this.
Wow, that's it. for
Fucking
round
legend.
2. Time really flies. huh?
legend.
Let's see your scores.
Legend. Literal legend. I got some points though.
On the
Yeah.
board.
It's the
Oh,
game's
Mia's
not
got the
over.
lead.
The game's not over till the last round. You still could.
To Thriplash. A
Thriplash.
no-holds-barred
Thriplash.
extravaganza. I'm going to send each of you a prompt that requires 3 separate responses. One of you wasn't paying attention, but that's fine.
I know who it was.
Jade. It was Jade.
Where's Jade?
I did not put in much effort.
I kind of like doing this in the context of like the show we make because we have lots more inside jokes we can share with chat. I like that.
Yeah.
Thanks, chat.
I was gonna say,
Can't hear you when you talk away from the mic. Say again.
I was gonna say, should I show the cosplay piece that I made for Iona?
During the painting section, yes.
I will.
To get people to be here.
Oh, it was Goose.
Who was
Goose!
Oh, Goose, have you joined the Patreon?
Okay,
Oh, mate.
Thrip time.
It also gives you, make sure you link your Patreon and your Discord because it gives you there's a Patreon only chat in our Discord.
Batman insists on doing
Also,
every day.
Mia's calling me out on chat.
Who?
Mia's calling me out on
Oh,
chat.
yeah, definitely.
She did.
Train,
She
fight
did.
crime,
For the
flex
one
in the
you like
mirror.
best.
Wow. I'm a huge fan of shitted and farteding.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And it's a J.
Shitted and
a J.
farteding.
J, that's 75%. Nice. That's a lot of points.
Incredible.
3 things they discourage you from doing in the Grand Canyon.
Oh,
Man,
this is
I'm
going to be good.
crying.
Peeing on kids.
It's too big.
Decision. Choose your favorite.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
They discourage you from doing peeing off the edge.
Even
No,
split.
lit. Ooh, I think it's me and Mia against each other then.
Let's be positive. Name 3 things you're looking forward to.
Hey, there we go.
Yo! Oh, damn!
Oh,
It's voting time.
Wow, that's just all. That's just all fan service.
No, the one on
No.
the left is the middle's not. There's no burritos in No Latency. No one's
I
ever
don't
eaten a burrito on the
know.
show.
Not yet.
One has my name and the other one says poo poo pee pee Dixon butts.
Yeah,
It's impossible to
which
choose.
I'm hoping will be a T-shirt by the time Comic Con starts.
Oh god, I have to pick one. Oh, I didn't pick. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Screwed.
Mia beat me.
It's the poo poo pee pee. That's what clinched it.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you don't know what that is, check out our blooper reel from last season.
And the
What?
winner.
Oh, Jade, you got ahead of Pirate. But
Sorry,
Mia
Pirate.
wins. Mia, you win.
Yay!
You know,
Look at that little,
it's just
look at
for
that little
points.
turd.
It's just for points.
Look at that little turd.
Nice. The winner is Mia. Spooky VV was an excellent choice. Nice one.
It was really good.
All right, good.
Very good.
Just Jade
yeah,
saying it
yeah.
again and again, yes.
Let's do one more game. Let's do one more before we. Ooh, shit.
What? What?
Let's do one more. Wait, no.
Yeah. What's happening?
What? What are you doing?
I keep hitting the wrong button. Okay.
What is happening?
Are we doing Quiplash? The Devil's in the Details?
Let the chat decide, I guess.
Champed Up is kind of fun, but it's not.
Give us
Talking
each-
points.
Can't do that one with chat, unfortunately.
Blather round is really good.
Blather round?
Pop culture guessing game.
Or do we just do another Quiplash?
Mia's saying blather.
All right.
Blather? All right, Blather round it is.
Mm-mm-mm.
Oh, right.
Damn it, Spoon, you got me again.
Boom, I'm quick.
It was literally like a split second.
So if you'd like to join us, chat, I don't know how well Blather round will work.
Yeah, I've never played this one, so this will be interesting.
Oh, it's it's a guessing game. You have to it's kind of like charades, but
Oh.
Interesting.
I don't
Oh,
know how
Lord.
well chat will be able to do this, but we'll give it a shot. Who's the VIP? Spoon is. All right.
Me. I'm just waiting for at least one other person.
Well, they might have to tell us in chat, which might make it
Oh.
very difficult for them. But Mia's here.
Bronx did a
Good.
thing.
Pirate.
Hey, there we go. All right.
Bronx, you did a thing.
Did they join the Discord? I think they may have. Oh, Goose joined the Discord. That's what that was.
Welcome to
Yes.
Blather Round, the game where you have a fabulous time struggling to communicate. You're going to present a secret.
Oh,
prompt.
Bronx joined the Patreon for $1.
You'll decide-
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Now you can change some of these.
We've got over
words,
30
but your
patrons now.
options
We've got
are
a great
very
community of people.
limited.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Everyone else will be guessing, while you make more elaborate sentences.
Your mom.
Oh, it's a lot like Free Willy too. Moby Dig. Be fast to win big. And teamwork is rewarded. So talk out loud and work together. Let's begin.
Interesting.
Huh.
Okay,
Blather round.
one. Pick a prompt. Just one per person. Don't be greedy. Hard prompts are worth more, but easy prompts. Now you're
Are
going to
easy.
craft a
Easy
sentence
prompts
that
are easy.
describes your prompt. On your device, you'll see 2 word columns. Pick words to build a sentence describing your prompt, and then tap submit when you're finished. Oh, and you can choose more than one word in each column if you want to get creative.
My prompts were not useful
I think that's the idea.
at all.
Mine were bad too.
Wee.
Let's start
I think I
with
picked a
you.
difficult
Oh god, it's
one.
me.
The
Okay,
category
all right,
is
I'm ready.
person.
All right.
Okay.
They're an
Incredible
incredible
person substance?
Get
Uh,
going on those guesses. That means everyone in the audience
Musk.
too.
Coke.
In the meantime, the presenter will write another sentence.
We got another patron from D.
D, thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff Bezos.
I'm sure you'll pick the right word.
They are renowned for the mister.
They were known for the
Venom.
mister.
Sawtooth. Cruella. Trump.
Cruella de Vil.
Yoanna.
No, it's not me. This
They
is the
have
same
the same
vibe as
vibe as
Coke.
Coke.
When the presenter uses your guess in a sentence,
Pepsi.
you get
Poopy
points.
pee butts and stuff.
He's so crystalline.
What?
That sentence is a work of art.
I have no idea.
Crystal BBC.
Walt Disney.
It's crystalline. Did they steal this music from Animal Crossing?
Mr. Freeze.
No.
But you know what I mean.
Dr. Pepper. Mr. Clean.
Oh my god, this is so
Smooth.
tough.
Ices.
Thanos.
So
They're
many
similar to
cocaine.
Coke
Oh my
and Bear.
god.
Time is running out. Time to take some big swings.
Known for the fictional teacher.
Drug Man. Batman.
Oh, 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 oh.
Only
got
a
10
few
seconds.
left.
Breaking Bad.
Oh
Ah!
no!
That's what it was. Fuck. I couldn't remember his name.
Incredible.
Yeah, I mean, like you put Breaking Bad, and I saw it pop up at the bottom, but I didn't have enough time to press it.
Nice work. And hey, here are some points for everyone who contributed a helpful guess.
I got 200 points. Go me.
Wow.
Nice.
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 The category
Alright,
is
pirate.
story.
Pirate.
Let's go, pirate.
It's a story about a not human.
Off you go.
Alien.
Cocaine Bear. Pooh Bear.
Drop bears.
Wait, what was the category?
Story.
It's just story.
X-Men.
No latency.
Stitch.
Ghost.
Bat movies.
And a snowy bad guy.
Mr. Freeze.
Frozen.
Vampire.
What story?
It's a different genre than
Okay,
X-Men.
okay.
Never ending story.
That's a good one.
Marvel. Matrix.
Whoa. An old-fashioned royalty.
Old-fashioned royalty.
Now that's a sentence.
What?
Game of Thrones.
Adventure Time.
Oh, ooh, Game of Thrones is
Ooh,
very
Game of Thrones is
good.
Really good.
Santa
Thank you.
and the Ice
Snowy bad
Monster.
guy.
Snowy bad guy. But they're all human.
Fantasy.
Not
Batman.
human. Snowy bad guy. Old-fashioned royalty.
Ready Player One.
Older book than
older
Game
book.
of Thrones.
Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones.
Time is ticking. Hurry.
That's not his spell. Lord.
Rings.
Lord of the Rings.
Snowy bad guy?
Oh my god.
Lord of the Tanks.
Oh,
Time is
got
up.
it, got it.
Burgermeister Burger.
Oh my god. Yeah. The
hero
goat?
is the
Oh. Fuck.
Oh, yeah.
I put it in.
Jade.
Oh,
Thank
wow.
you. Thank you.
Those were good clues, Pirate. Thank you.
I had to figure out how to spell Chronicles.
Hey, we've been like at the
I'm
very
gonna
end
these
getting
sentences
these.
onto my favorite hanky, and I'm going to mail it to Jimmy Carter.
Weird. We get points.
Oh,
Yay.
how'd you get? What did you put in for binary?
I used a helpful cat. I gave a helpful hint. So.
Okay.
It's a story about a
Secretive
secretive
concept voyage.
Off you go.
The Dawn Treader.
Voyager.
Sci-fi. Fantasy. Never-ending story.
And a horrible metamorphosis.
No latency.
It's kinda similar to No Latency.
Ocean's 11.
Whoa. A mysterious group.
All the cool words were
Star
invited
Trek.
to that sentence.
200 stream of electric sheep. Star Wars. Superpowers. Prometheus.
And a horrible metamorphosis.
It's kinda similar to Alien.
This is so hard.
Scooby-Doo.
Cyberpunk.
It's kind of similar to Alien.
Dead Space. The hero
Oh,
involves
I don't know. I'm really stuck.
Body Snatchers. Godzilla. Mothra.
Poop.
Oh,
It's the TV version of Body Snatchers.
The amount of sentence in that sentence is astounding.
No.
Time is running out.
Oh, I got a good one.
Eventually, there's a skeptical lady.
Twilight Zone.
Oh, time is ticking. Hurry, hurry.
Mirror.
Mass Effect.
Heroes.
oh no.
Oh.
Source Invasion. Animorphs.
Oh no.
Hannah.
Oh,
It's okay.
Animorphs?
That's okay.
Horribly, horribly, horribly
I put
shameful.
Animorphs too. X Files.
It was rough.
Seriously.
It was rough.
Presenter
That's a
did a
tough one,
good job
yeah.
anyway. Hit my bad on your device.
Thanks. Thanks.
Oh, it's my turn.
The category is a story.
All right, here we go.
It's a story
Positive
about a positive
human.
Here we go.
Buck.
Pooh Bear.
Mr. Rogers.
And a dark character.
Oh.
Never-ending story. Fantasy. Good Omens. No latency.
It's a lot like sci-fi.
Mr. Manhattan.
Oh,
What the?
Nice. Nice work.
dang,
Nice work, Jade.
Jade.
Hell yeah.
I better
Only
put on a
3
bid,
clues.
'cause y'all are getting success.
I don't think anyone's gonna get
everywhere.
mine.
Light side, dark side, sci-fi. Duh. Nice.
That's,
Good.
yeah.
Yeah, duh.
I figured it out. All right, Mia.
They're a fictional, vibrant individual figure.
Time
Fiction.
to
Historical.
begin.
Katniss. Buck. Movie.
For the guy.
They are known
The
for the
guy
incident.
incident.
Trixie Mattel. DJ Balls.
They're nothing like a good president, Katniss, and Book. He's so spotless.
Spotless.
That was fast.
Vibrant individual figure. What the?
Oh.
How?
There we go.
How?
Because
Nice,
someone
Remy.
had already said Mr. Clean earlier.
Oh,
Spotless was like, okay. Also, definitely has a vibe. Mr. Clean has a vibe.
Yes, he does.
we're known for the guy incident for sure.
Let's end this round on a high.
This is a
Alright, here we
failure.
go.
You're not gonna get it. You're not gonna get it.
It's a terrible idea structure.
Here we go again.
New York.
Eiffel Tower.
It's where you fix the maintenance. City.
Stadium.
Mechanic.
It's a place. It's
San
nothing like
Diego.
stadium.
It's nothing like
City,
stadium,
LA.
city, and large. So much engine.
Castle.
That was fast.
What?
Iraq.
Train.
Train.
It's a lot like mechanic.
Ford Garage.
Garage. Garage. Mechanic.
It's a place.
Detroit. It's more general than garage and garage.
That sentence is a 3-course meal.
What?
Automobile repair place. It's where you fix the brand name.
The top.
PR office.
What?
It's where you love the zoning.
Love the zoning.
Oh, I spelled
Machine
that wrong.
repair shop. Parking lot.
Car dealership.
Oh.
Ford service.
Time is almost up.
Oh, DMV was a good guess.
That is a good guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's a hard one.
That was a tough one.
AutoZone.
AutoZone. Oh yeah, my bad.
That's a good one, but it's American specific because this is the only country that has it.
I thought I'd be able to be like, get in the zone.
Hey, get in the zone.
Okay.
Get in the
time to
zone.
rank everybody.
The
Don't let numbers
zoning.
determine
I
your
see.
self-worth.
Mhm.
Self-worth should be based on how much your dog respects you.
Valid.
Ooh, look at me. Me and Mia.
Yeah.
As a
Dang.
little treat, I'll give you double the points this time.
Ooh.
Here we go again. Pick a beautiful new prompt. If you're having trouble choosing a prompt, you must be a really indecisive person.
After this, we're going to have Cyberpunk trivia where Spoon asks us questions, and then
Yeah.
we're going to have painting with retro.
Yay.
So make sure that your phone is
Write a sentence to describe your new
charged because we'll be using the phone
You
to
know
play
that you
trivia
can
as well.
Scroll the lists up and down. You might have more words than you think.
Got it.
It's your
Got
turn.
it.
Woo.
It's
Do we,
story
Mia?
It's Trixie
time.
Mattel. Can't have Trixie without Katya.
Valid.
It's a story
Set in
about his
Dark
upsetting
Villain
Dark
Expedition.
Expedition.
Here we go.
Batman.
And a horrible situation devil. Ender's Game.
TV show.
Good Omens. Devil Wears Prada.
Panels. It's kinda similar to movie.
Is Dark Materials.
Sci-fi.
Whoa. A bloody,
Bloody
weird tragedy
weird
film.
tragedy
I
film.
want to marry that sentence, but no kids.
Shakespeare.
Crimson Heat.
It's kinda similar to his Dark Materials in sci-fi.
I'm bad at this.
Yeah.
Dune. Love that
Dune.
movie. Yeah.
It's my favorite book.
Horror. The hero
Slash is a singing film?
The Stranger. Dracula.
Musical version of horror and Crimson Peak.
Wow, that's a jumbo sentence.
We're
nearing the end. Guess.
Really?
Eventually,
Ooh, ooh,
there's
ooh.
an old-fashioned vengeful musical pair.
Johnny Deep.
Sweeney Todd.
Oh, good job. Good job.
We got there. We got there, Mia.
He got it. I couldn't think of the name, and I was like, oh, I think it has what's his name in it.
The hero slashes the singing film. That was very good.
Yeah.
Thing. That's me.
Thing. Fun delicious thing.
And so it begins.
Food. Banana.
Candy.
Candy.
Nuts.
Dice. Fruit. Mango. Chocolate.
It looks like the shape. Twists.
Dessert.
Orange.
Carrot.
It's a lot like food.
Pizza.
Lemon bars.
Talk about crispy.
A
Kitchen
mini
patch.
sentence for maximum impact.
Expensive. Note robe.
Crispy.
Ring pop. Rice crisp.
It has the same vibe as chips. Fries.
Same
French
vibe
fries.
as fries.
Rice crispy treat. Cookie. Deep fried oatmeal cookie.
It's yummier than fries.
We can all
Doritos.
agree.
There's nothing
we
that's
love
yummier
that
than
sentence.
fries. What's wrong with you?
Doritos.
Yes, there is.
Finger.
Oh.
You
Wheat
made that
thins.
sentence really quick. Good for you.
English snacks.
Oogles.
British.
It's a lot like French fries.
Fish. Beans on.
Beans on toast.
Quite simply, it's a modern spiral.
Potato
Time is
chips.
almost up.
Onion rings.
Toast
Oh no!
sandwich.
What?
Potato twister. Chicken fries.
Curly fries. Good
Ah.
job.
Let's go.
Really fun prompt. That was fun.
The fact that we said fries and then you were like, "It's not quite fries," did get, I think, make us go in a loop a little bit.
Well, yeah, Chips was like, oh, I think it's fries.
Yeah, because chips in England are fries. That's what we call them.
The category
But you
is
call potato chips
story.
crisps.
Yes, we do.
Please.
It's a story about a wonderful chipper
It's a story
trio.
about a wonderful chipper trio.
And
Uh.
off.
Three amigos. Three musketeers. Friends.
And a small fantastic parody.
Book. Book. TV show.
Chainsaw Man. TV show.
Family.
It's a lot like Three Amigos.
Sci-fi. Love triangle.
Princess Bride. Three blind.
Whoa. An oddball showbiz.
Oh, what a tasty sentence.
UHF. Theater.
Animated.
The mysterious ticking sound. The three caballeros.
It's a lot like animated.
Peter Pan.
Okay.
Musical.
Disney.
Disney.
The
Oh.
hero jokes with the pop culture.
Whoa.
Oh, time is ticking. Hurry, hurry.
Minions. Shrek.
It's like a kid's version of Deadpool.
Ooh,
Whoa.
I can't think.
Spy.
Eventually, there's a smart
Oh, no.
moment.
What
Oh,
is
I can't
it?
think of it.
Don't know.
I don't know.
Oh,
That's hard.
That was tough.
What's tough?
Oh,
Animaniacs.
the trio.
Yeah, that's my bad. You did well.
Can
Yeah.
win them all if you guess right, but you didn't.
Oddball showbiz. Yep. Jokes with pop culture. Yep.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep. It's a lot like the Three
It's a lot
Amigos.
like-
Those
yeah.
were all really, really clean.
Is person.
Okay.
They're an ancient, incredible being.
Here we go.
Thanos. Jesus.
God.
That went on a journey.
Remy.
ah.
I was about to say in a
was
comic book
quick.
with weather.
Brilliant Beatles.
Jade.
Nailed
Damn.
it.
Well done.
Nailed it.
Look at all the hard work you
That's it. I didn't even get to put a second one.
Yeah, that was very impressive.
You're
The
welcome.
category is thing.
Now remember, I suck at these.
It's a heartbreaking game.
Time to begin.
Life.
Five.
It embodies the construction.
Monopoly.
Minecraft.
Oh, Minecraft.
Synth Coke. It's kinda similar to Monopoly.
Board game. Game of life.
You know.
Monopoly. Leaf. Talk about popular time-consuming wrathful and ladders.
Ooh,
Nil.
what a tasty
Mousetrap.
sentence.
Sorry.
Jenga.
Betrayal. It's a lot like Minecraft and Board Game.
Snakes and ladders.
Legos.
What?
Yep.
Oh, wow. Good job.
Thank you. I was
Oh,
like,
thank you.
okay.
Nice. Give each other a pat on the back. And hey,
Like,
give yourself a pat
how am
on
I
the
gonna
front.
say Settlers of Catan? Most of the
That
time I
was
see
good.
people usually saying how much they. It's like Monopoly, where everyone it's everyone's
you.
like, I fucking hate it, but I can't stop
Category
playing it.
is place.
Yeah.
It's a yummy food place.
Here we go again.
Night City. Pizza Hut. Fast food. San Diego. Comic Con. Dessert.
It's where you delight in the stacking.
Lunch. Burger. Pancakes.
It's kinda similar to fast food.
IHOP. Austin, Texas.
Pizza.
Panda.
Pizza.
Panda.
Panda.
So much meat gimmick.
Oh.
Well done on that sentence.
I hope.
Italy. Arby's.
No.
Pizza.
We got the meats.
It's kinda similar to Arby's.
Okay. Oh, you got it right before I did.
Let's go.
Boom, you genius.
Amazing.
I just typed in Subway, and before I hit enter, you got that in.
But ding. So much meat gimmick.
Competitive people like.
They've
the
got so much meat.
scoreboard. Our marvelous, fabulous winner is.
Wow, Spoon.
Spoon!
I was in second, but I was still 4,000 points behind you.
Well, I got like 3 of them.
Now it's time
And
to
you
find
got
out
mine so
a
fast.
rotisserie chicken
I
and
did.
potato
That
floor.
was our Jackbox with you lot segment. Again, I had fun doing this with chat and that lot. We'd like
This
to
was
do
very
this a bit
fun.
more. I'd like to do it more. And as you've worked out, not all the crew will be here every time, and that's okay. But if you'd like to come and we might try and do this, I think maybe once a month, once every 2 months, that kind of thing. Anyway, let's move on to our next section, which is, he says, closing Jackbox to save a little bit of RAM.
It's trivia, I believe.
It is trivia, yeah. And then after that, we're going to have painting with Evan, probably till about 5:45-ish, you think? Yeah. So let's do about 15 minutes of trivia, shall we?
Yeah.
What do we have
So
to
you're
do,
going to want to
Spoon?
download this app. It's called Sporcle Party, SPORCLE, Party, PRTY. It is free on the App Store. If you download it, then you'll be able to type in a code that I will tell you soon.
Sick. Sporcle Party, you said.
Yep. You will have to log in, but you can log in with a Google account or make an account or whatever.
Sporcle Party social trivia?
It should. The little icon looks like a little guy.
The little monkey guy?
A little monkey guy, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, cool. Because there are a few Sporcle apps.
Yes, there are.
Yeah.
234287. That's the game code, folks. I'll put it in the YouTube chat.
I'm going to add a little bit of music. I'm also going to close that Discord call.
Scholar Jade's in.
I sure am.
What's
the code? Can I have the code?
Yeah, it's 234287. And then you can friend me, and then every time that I do a game, you can join me.
How do I join games?
There should be a join game button.
We don't have an on-screen component for this one. Maybe for the next time. Oh, sorry. Can you give me the code again? It's asking for its worth.
234287.
Oh, it's in chat. Yeah, okay. The Cyberpunk pack. Hell
the
yeah.
Cyberpunk pack. Dia is on their way. Siculus is on their way.
I guess you can't do it through the what's it? The webpage?
No.
You have to use the app.
You have to use the app.
I don't have the app yet. My bad.
It's quick. Don't worry. We're still waiting for the rest of our friends.
It's not a big download, so.
Yeah, it's pretty lightweight. And as per usual, we'll be asking trivia questions, but really we're just gonna be bantering about fun stuff. Because
it took a second to join for me there, D.
You also sometimes you do have to
put it in twice.
Set the app the first time that you do it. It sometimes gets a little buggy.
Sportical Party social trivia.
So is this no latency or is it Cyberpunk questions or both?
Well, it's a little of both.
Cool.
And so the way that works is that I'll be asking the questions, you'll be answering them, and you associate a wager with your answer. So the higher the wager, the more points you get if you get that question right. But you can only use each wager once. So you have 1 through 10. So the higher the wager, the more points you get if you get it right. But if you get it wrong, you can't use that wager anymore. So use the high point wagers for the questions you think you're going to get right. Use the low point wagers for the ones you're not so sure on. And here we...
Do we have everybody in?
No, I'm still trying to get in.
Almost go. We're almost there. We're so close.
We're still waiting for Evan.
Oh, public game. The Cyberpunk pack.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even have to type it in.
You don't even have to type it in. It's a public game. Hopefully, Siculus fixed it and is on their way.
I'm connected to the game lobby right now.
All right.
It's like 2 other ones. A is for alcohol and Harry Potter.
Yep, that sounds about right.
Is everybody
A is for alcohol.
Well, don't worry. You can join us a little late. it'll just
No, I'm more talking about like us lot. Are we all in?
Yeah, I think we're all in. I'm going to start it.
Cool.
Here we go, folks. Question numero uno. The latest official sourcebook for Cyberpunk Red adds over 170 new items and is named what? It's named what? The latest official sourcebook for Cyberpunk Red adds over 170 new items, has art by yours true, no, not yours truly, I guess his truly, binary truly, and is named what? No, Pirate Rabbit Sam, you have an error. I know that if you haven't updated your OS, like especially Android OS, then it won't work, but best I could do for you. Question number 1, latest official source book is of course Black Chrome.
I have art in it, like 6 different logos, and the little Morgan Blackhand digital guy on like page 5.
That's you too?
I did that too, yeah.
Nice. Oh, a lot of 10 pointers there with Binary, Sculler, and Remy all up on top. That makes a lot of sense. Question number 2. What animated feature film, a big inspiration to both the Cyberpunk ttrpg and video game, is made up of over 160,000 hand-drawn frames? This is a great movie, by the way, if you haven't seen it. Very good.
No idea.
And it came out in like the 80s, and it guessed that the 2020 Summer Olympics in Tokyo was going to be canceled. Isn't that freaking
Oh,
nuts?
I know what it is now. I forgot. I put the wrong answer.
I don't know what it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, what animated feature film, a big inspiration to both the Cyberpunk ttrpg and video game, is made up of over 160,000 hand-drawn frames?
Oh,
That's Akira!
Yes.
Nice, Sculler got it!
Do the Akira slide.
Toaster, unfortunately.
Has anybody seen the Akira poster that was made in Tears of the Kingdom with the hover bike that everyone's using set in the right position? It's such a cool framing. It's really cool.
That's funny. That's good. Let's go to question number 3 here. Who is the original designer of the Cyberpunk ttrpg? Their name was brought up earlier in this stream, if you were paying attention. Oh, and looks like Dea has made it. That's awesome.
Gary Gygax. Someone's trolling.
Harrison Ford.
I love this.
Who is
if you don't know the answer, get weird. I love it. Yeah.
Of the Cyberpunk ttrpg. But I suppose, according to Jay earlier in this stream, said that it's a group effort and that he doesn't want all of the attention for himself. But nonetheless, it's Mike Pondsmith. Well,
one of the coolest people I've ever seen. Period. You ever seen him like talk? Like when he DMs and stuff, you're like, wow, you're just you're just coolness. Like your cool is a 10.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Yeah, there's a few on YouTube if you haven't checked it out of Mike Pondsmith running a game.
Oh, that would be
nuts.
super cool. I would totally.
I think I watched it twice before I started the podcast. So I learned a lot.
Yeah.
Question number 4. What feline-centric narcotic is a common drug in the No Latency podcast?
Spelling matters on this one, everyone.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
Fuck.
I might have spelled it wrong then in the for the official answer.
I think.
Well, you have to count a couple right then.
That's okay. I will do that for sure.
Yeah.
Cat Kane.
Cat Kane is very good.
Cat Kane is very good.
Kitten catch.
It's
binary.
I think KETCH is fine. That's fine. It's the K's that matter. It's not.
Right,
it's not
right.
KC. It's KK.
KK.
Because it gets you sliding. Get it?
It's KK sliding. Question number 5. Allowing users to relive someone else's experiences. What cyberpunk future tech is commonly abbreviated BD?
Binary Dragon.
Binary Dragon. Oh, Jesus. Ripped my headphones out.
I was about to say a really bad thing on that one.
Bubble
Snotty
penetration.
I was gonna say Bad Dragon.
Bow
Oh.
deposit.
Bow did bow wow.
Blue
Buddy data.
glass.
That's a good one. I like that.
These
Buddy
are
data.
questions, Spoon.
What's that?
These are good questions.
Thank you. I do have.
I
a
asked
little bit-
Spoon to like do all the questions. So we the only person who knows these questions is Spoon. We're blind on this.
Yeah, body
I'm
doubling
hosting.
is really good.
Ooh,
I'm mad I
yeah,
missed the.
body
I'm mad that I
doubling.
missed Akira.
Yeah, that was a good one.
The 2020 prediction gave it to me. I was like,
Really?
thank you, Spoon. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
really funny. I did not expect that to be the thing that puts you overboard. Looks like, look out, because Sculler is up on top, taking the win. Question number 6. Before starring in The Matrix, Keanu Reeves was the titular character in what 1995 cyberpunk genre film? I should really say, what other cyberpunk genre film? Because The Matrix is pretty cyberpunk.
Yeah.
Oh, this movie.
Do you know it?
Oh, of course I do.
thought this was going to be a tough one. I thought
Dolph
this was gonna be a
Lundgren
tough
was
one.
also in it as well. Ice-T, as well as why can't I think of the name? The singer from Black
I
Flag.
spelt that wrong, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Spelling's not too important for me unless it is. Before starring in The Matrix, Keanu Reeves was the titular character in Johnny Mnemonic.
with a
Spoon
a
Man.
dolphin that could brain blast you.
Oh, heck yeah. Heck yeah. Let's go to question number
Jade,
7.
you're killing it.
Jade is still up on top. You gotta knock them off their throne. Question number 7. A common slang in the cyberpunk universe. Define the neo-Afro-American term choom. I don't know if you guys are gonna get this one. I had to look it up because I had a pretty good idea, but I wanted to get an official take.
I think that's right.
Choom, choom,
Choom,
choom.
What if it's CHOOM with a 2?
Oh, choom square?
Yeah.
I
A
don't
common
know.
slang in the cyberpunk universe, choom means a friend or family member. Yes,
Hey,
a
I
bro.
get-
I'll give it
okay,
to you
good.
there.
I did both. I literally did friend or family member.
Yeah, that you nailed it. Extra points. If I could give it to you, I could. Ooh,
Oh.
okay. This
How
is
did you
very
tie? Oh my
interesting.
god.
Binary and
How did
Remy
you
now
do
tied
that?
up in
It's
first
because I
place.
didn't get Johnny Mnemonic. That's what
That's
what
it.
fucked me up.
That's it. Question number 8. What cyberpunk genre anime follows policewoman Akane Tsunemori in a dystopian future that can measure, in quotes, crime coefficients?
I missed it.
No idea. None.
Really?
No
I
idea.
This is a
also
good
don't
anime.
know.
This is a good anime. At least the
I
first
wish
season
I
was
watched
like
more
really
anime.
good.
I don't.
Spoon, I got it right, but I put in the wrong word.
We'll see. Well,
I don't-
might give
I
it
don't
to you.
think-
We'll see.
I don't know.
I don't watch a lot of anime. I play a lot of anime narrative video games like Final Fantasy and Persona and things like that.
When I think you do know it, you just
Oh, I do know it. Yeah, now looking at the list. Yeah, but I haven't seen that movie in forever.
No.
Psychopass. Is
Oh, I didn't
correct.
get it right.
Yeah, I was like, it's not Ghost in the Shell. It's
No,
not
it's
Ghost
not.
in the Shell.
It's Psychopass. Look at that. Dia and Illyria. Let's go. Hopefully you
movie
bet
or is
high
that
on
a-
that.
Oh, I was thinking it was a movie.
Ooh. Dia up.
Dia Decay is
Now tied in first place with Remy and Binary. 45 points.
Wow.
Right across the board. Right across
Here
the
we
board.
go. Question 9. What British comic book series, first released in 1997 and turned into 2 Hollywood movies, released in 1995 and 2012, is the first comic book in the cyberpunk genre?
We were just talking about this.
Yes, we were.
We
And I gave the
it was the
answer
only
already.
question that
Yes.
Spoon asked us during the planning of this stream, and I remember the answer.
I remember that I gave the wrong answer.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Oh.
gonna say it anyway because I like it.
Also, I know like Jay was talking about the clown like taking over in as like a plot point, and I was like, that sounds like it's straight out of this comic book,
Damn
because
it.
that sounds like something that would happen. in Judge Dredd.
I have to bother you. The cat is staring at me.
Look at this cat in the back of Jade's.
Nico. There you go.
Wow.
Make sure you like and subscribe for Nico.
Nico.
Question number 10, the final question in the regular round before we go to the final question. What role in Cyberpunk Red is Jeb from the hit podcast No Latency? Just so you know, everyone's was on here and it just randomly chooses. I put in like 17 or 18 questions and it just chooses randomly what they are.
Dan gave you a good one.
Let's find out. It is a nomad, but he's more of a rocker boy. Nomad clown. Yes.
Podcast host. Oh, that's my job.
Yeah.
Protagonist is very good.
I'm giving it to protagonist.
That's funny. No, they get that. That's funny.
Binary and all them.
So normally,
let's go.
If we were to play this multiple times, then the app would know which questions are more difficult and which ones aren't, then you would choose
points.
that. Yep,
20
it's a wager.
points.
This is the only question in the game that you will lose the points wagered if you get the question wrong.
Let's go. 20 points.
Fuck it, 20 points.
Wager wisely. Here we go.
Handsome boy.
The final question. The first recorded use of the term cyberpunk was as the title of a short story first published in what year? The same year that the internet officially went online and the first cell phone was sold.
I was alive.
This is a great final question.
I'm guessing heavily because it's just a year, right? It's just a number.
Yep, it's just a year, just a
I
number.
guess that's what I'm guessing.
Here's another. It didn't fit into this question, but it's also the same year that E.T. was nominated for Best Picture.
Oh fuck!
Oh.
I went too early. I went way too early. Fuck!
I went way too late.
I was one of the first people to get internet as a kid. It was kind of nuts. I remember getting it. Like my dad had it for a while.
That
We,
year
had AOL Messenger.
is 1983.
Alira was so
I'm
close.
gonna give it to the 84s. I'm giving it to the 84s.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Close
The
enough.
first recorded use of the term cyberpunk is as a short story published in. I don't know. Why am I getting an ad?
Oh,
Because you get an ad
That's how they make money.
That's how they make money.
Hey,
It's
man.
Alira taking
Hey!
first place at the end with 54 points. Binary and Dia taking second, tied with 32 points. Remy in fourth, Sculler in fifth, Exodia 506, 6'8 Dan Jakes in seventh, Jono in eighth, Bronx Smash in ninth, and Bo-O-O-Woa in
Ooh.
10th.
That would be bottle of water. If you,
Bo-O-Woa.
bottle of water.
What?
Yeah, that's what that is.
Bo-O-Woa. Oh,
Binary, I think we have a special
Bo-O-Woa.
guest that wants
We have a
to
special-
come
Who?
with the Discord.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yes,
And
you
hey,
can.
you guys can
If you
play this again. There
use the
are
same
more
link.
questions that didn't show up if you want to play it by yourselves or with your own friends using the app. Thank you for playing trivia with me, you guys.
Yeah.
Thank
Hey.
you, Spoon.
I think Tracy can just join us. I think.
I know Tracy really wanted to do Jackbox. Should we try to do one more Jackbox?
Well, I mean that cuts into your painting time. That's all.
That's fine with me.
Truthless. Wait. Does that?
Wait,
Does
truthless.
Wait. Does that take us to? Oh, it takes us to 350. All right, that's fine.
Wow. Only $150 more, and I get
Only
to play a
$40
game
more
with you guys.
and we unlock another digital giveaway of Black Chrome. That's amazing. Thank you, Truthless. And then we're not that far away from Jeb's game. Remember, the donation goal doesn't end with the stream. So if we get to this point by Comic-Con, which is when we're going to close this goals, that's when we're going to give out money to charity and all that. And we're going to have a poll in the Discord as well as on the Patreon for everyone to work out which of the charities we want. If you have suggestions for charities, please drop them in there. And Tracy is here. Let me get them on screen.
She back.
I just have to go here. I just have to go here. I just have to go here. And I just have to go.
Badoop.
Badoop. I think that's right. There it is. Tracy's back.
Hello, everybody.
Yay!
Hi.
We missed you.
We did miss you.
How did it go? Who won? Who won the
Remy.
battle royale? Remy?
Remy won the battle royale.
Yeah.
We both were down to 4 hit points.
Oh my gosh!
In all honesty,
I thought it was gonna be Iona. Honestly,
I thought it was going to be Iona too, because I did
It was
2
really
shots with
close.
the shotgun, and I thought that the last shot that Iona did to me was going to knock me out.
Oh my gosh!
But
got
also,
really
Tracy,
close.
we literally just broke $300.
Woo! Let's go!
Which is great. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
So before we get into painting, before we do that, let's just take a moment, everyone, because Tracy's back, to just talk about some Comic-Con stuff and some Cyberpunk stuff. A little filler moment because Tracy's come back. Tracy, do you want to hang out for Retro's painting?
I'll hang out for a bit for the,
Cool.
the painting.
While you guys are chatting, I'm going to add Retro to that. Jade, are you staying?
I am not, unfortunately.
No, that's okay. You've been here the whole time. Tracy left.
I
You're allowed
also
to.
am going to be dipping out, but not because I don't love you all.
Right. That's fair.
Just have
Sorry,
to.
buddy, I get it.
Well, I need to do. You guys talk. I
Oh,
have to do this.
Okay, for real. What are your guys' favorite cyberpunk genre media, other than No Latency, obviously?
I'm boring. In that my favorite is actually Blade Runner. The movie, both movies. I actually like both movies a lot. Obviously, like the original one is like really great, but I also really like the new one. So that's like my inspo for one of my favorite cyberpunk media that isn't cyberpunkred.
It is very good. It is a
Yes.
seminal work for a reason.
I'm a big fan of Dark City. I think Dark City is one that gets slept on a lot, as well as like I kind of like because it starts out in a war and then it kind of turns into cyberpunk and then it kind of turns into just straight up sci-fi. But I think it gets slept on a lot because the story for it really keeps you guessing and it doesn't make you feel dumb for the twists that happen and be like, oh, you should have seen that coming. Instead, it's like, oh no, I could see that. Okay, so then it really does bring you along.
Well, speaking of dumb and kind of like coming along with some inspiration, I'm a huge fan of Dead Leaves.
Oh
I've
yes,
never heard of that.
Leaves.
It's an anime from God. What year was that?
I think it was early 2000s.
2004. It
Yeah.
says.
Yeah.
It's quite goofy. It's kind of a brain trip. It's very fun. Worth a watch.
Yeah, if you check the images, you might see some other
Retro?
inspiration.
Yeah. Basically, there's retro in here.
Oh wow, his name is Retro.
Oh, you literally.
Didn't mean to.
No,
I don't think he
mean to.
saw it before he created the character.
No.
Was the question favorite piece of cyberpunk stuff?
Yeah, media.
For a long time, I think it was Blade Runner. No, for a long time, it was The Fifth Element.
Oh yes.
yeah.
Because for me, like Blade Runner is a little more gritty, and I suppose if you're playing Cyberpunk Red to the letter, that grit is very Blade Runner. But for me, I prefer that slightly candy-coated, media-obsessed world of The Fifth Element that feels more cyberpunk to me. Maybe closer to 2077, personally, but I've always had No Latency kind of sit in between those two worlds as like an adjacent parallel universe.
Right.
Like for me, I don't know if I've ever said this publicly. I think I've said it to you guys. No Latency, if any of it is in the world, it is exaggerated truths about things that have happened or rumors of Night City that people listen to as a podcast. Like in Night City, when you're like waiting for a bus, driving around in your hoverboard. Like people listen to, like No Latency is a show that exists in Cyberpunk, but it's kind of based on rumors of actual things that happened that maybe are a little bit more dark and gritty. In my head, that's kind of what I wanted it to be, because I don't think that a lot of the stuff we do can be canon in the actual lore. There are a few things, like I think the bar could exist, you know?
Yeah.
And the benevolent AI that's a fixer, that could exist. But some of the stuff you've done fundamentally changed the city. I think forcing other people to deal with that is mean.
I gotta say, I love Judge Dredd, the 2012 Dredd movie.
Yeah.
Like I was like, damn, this is so cool as a kid, just fresh out of high school. And then I looked into the comic because I was like, wait a minute, this is based on a comic. And then I started reading the old like 70s and 80s Judge Dredd comics, and they are wacky and hilarious, and I love them. That is definitely up there. And then the other one that's just kind of of course you're gonna say that, Spoon, is the Matrix. The Matrix is so goddamn good.
Yeah, a classic.
Yeah, I actually think the Animatrix is better than the Matrix as a whole, but not the first movie. That's a weird statement, but do you know what I mean?
No, that's okay, because the second and third movie were...
The second movie had some really beautiful set design, which I think was insane, because they show a lot more of the outside world. Evan, you disappeared.
Oh no.
He gone.
Yeah, I'm doing something under the cover of night right now.
You turned your camera off. You need to tell me when you do that, because you scared the shit out of me.
You were talking.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I have to say about it. Yeah.
So what do you think? I'm just buying time, you guys. What do you think is the difference between sci-fi and cyberpunk?
There is a whole thing on this. Yeah. Well, there's actually some really interesting videos. Like some people have done video essays and stuff about
that checks out.
about the origins of cyberpunk. And I would probably say that cyberpunk is a version of sci-fi. It's
a fork.
I'd say so.
Yeah. Yes.
Subgenre.
Yes, that's the word. But there's some very interesting there's some interesting things about the origin of the word cyberpunk and how that genre came to be. And it's been 3 or 4 years since I've watched these videos. So back in the day, I was I would spew out random facts. But it's been so long now. I should really go back and it's just very fascinating. So I would recommend watching some videos about the origins of cyberpunk because it's very interesting.
And doing some reading. There's some books out there.
What would you say is the difference?
To me, cyberpunk is always the word punk is in it, so I think it's very much a fighting, oppressive kind of corporation-y style things. So that's always the big one. This isn't for every cyberpunk, but the style over substance kind of genre I think is big, where it's very much an aesthetic thing over anything else. I think aesthetics are a huge part of cyberpunk, and so you have to have that certain aesthetic, that certain vibe. So those are two things I would say are the big things how I would define it, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. I think that for me, if I'm going to boil it down, the cyberpunk is a lot more personal, and sci-fi has a lot grander scale. Sci-fi, you've got Star Trek flying around, Star Wars, whole empires, but a lot of cyberpunk concepts about how it affects this group of people, or how this big corporation made a choice, and you get to see a piece of how that affected people. And you see that in the video game, you see that in the anime. It's about that all of the moving parts of this punk world and how it affects the normal people. Cyberpunk for me is a lot more about the normal people who live in that world, rather than the captains of industry and all of that. None of you are Spoon is famous in someone who races kind of way, but not on worldwide. If you went to England, be I guess I heard of the blood race, but everyone outside of the city wouldn't give a fuck. Whereas in Star Trek, that would be a lot.
Right.
In Star Wars, everyone knows Han Solo's ship can do the doodah run in 10 parsecs.
The Kessel Run in under 12
The Kessel Run,
parsecs.
that's right. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Those are the famous moments. Whereas with Cyberpunk, it becomes a lot more family, a lot more small.
Yeah.
I don't know, because I would say what about the movie Gattaca? Have you seen that movie? Or Ex Machina?
Yeah, I don't think those are cyberpunk movies.
Yeah,
I 100% agree. But those are also very small and contained sci-fi
but they have much bigger things that happen.
I don't think so. Like Gattaca is about a guy who's just trying to pass himself off as somebody else, and Ex Machina is just 2 people, and one of them's a robot.
Illyrius Hare actually said the things that I was totally forgetting is the high tech, low life thing. That's another big theme for Cyberpunk. Is again, it's like, to me, it just involves like big corporations oppressing people. Is really like a major theme of
dystopia.
Dystopia, which
why everyone hates Iona.
Wow.
Just part of the system, trying to take it down from the inside.
In a way, I actually love a lot of the corporations in Cyberpunk Red or in Night City. I find them to be very interesting. Obviously, we all know like Arasaka and Militech are like the big ones, but even like Biotechnica,
huge in the story, huge.
In our story,
no, in this story, they invented Tomb 3. The whole
they did. You're right, and like even like in the book, it kind of says like Biotechnica is like one of the good corporate in quotes, because like every corporation has an agenda, but like they are trying to like restore habitats and stuff. So like they're the less evil one, but they're still evil.
Pirate makes a good point. A lot of sci-fi is more idealistic, whereas I think Cyberpunk has way more dystopia in it.
Yeah,
that's good.
I think that a fundamental aspect of Cyberpunk is the looking at society. Like, I think that is almost the most important thing to make Cyberpunk is that it's a story about society and about the shitty future that we could find ourselves in. I feel like that is what makes Cyberpunk. And everything else is sci-fi.
Yeah.
And therefore, that is my TED Talk of how I think District 9 is a Cyberpunk movie.
It is, because it's again about that small story thing. I wanted to just briefly thank all of the people who've supported the stream. We had Jay Gray earlier today. We had Diane Hutton, who popped by as part of a pre-recorded segment. That'll be a video later. But also the Infinite Sided Dice crew sent me Infinite Sided custom dice in the mail. So it's hard to see on this camera. Let me see if I can get this to work.
What am I looking at?
It's hard to see. I'll post a picture of it in the Discord, but the 6 is the Infinite Dice logo.
Oh, that's cool.
Cute. Yeah. And they're custom made with custom molds, because I think it might be Dustin's partner, but they're all custom poured resin. And then everything's made by hand, which is very cool. So I've got a beautiful collection of red dice, D6s, and this D10. And I'm going to keep buying dice at Comic-Con, but I probably will use some of these as part of our Comic-Con panel, shameless plug, which if you're coming to Comic-Con, come and see us live, play some Cyberpunk Red.
Please.
Yeah.
Yes. There may be some of us dressed up for the occasion. So
we might or might not be cosplaying our characters. Who knows?
Yes.
And if you want to see some BTS of that, we're gonna have if the guys have behind the scenes photographs, making of like occasional photographs and stuff. All of that will be part of the Patreon rewards. Yeah, you can never have too much dice. I am working on getting No Latency dice. I want them to be good. So I either need to find someone who will make them the way that we all want, not just me, or I work out how to make them myself. Because you know what I'm like? If I can't find someone else to do it the way I want, I do it. If you haven't worked out how this show works, that's how I make it work. That's why we've had 2 artists. Tracy, thank you for the suggestion of using pants.
Saint. His name, Saint Cinder,
Saint's done an amazing job. We were very thankful for Doodle. I always say this, but be warned when checking out our first artist, a lot of their work is not safe for work. So don't open that at work, because they don't pull any punches. There are lots of clothes missing, so be aware of that. But Evan, are you ready for us to move on to painting? And we'll say goodbye to Jade.
I am, yeah.
Jade and Spoon, of course. Jade, thank you for joining us on the stream. You're now full screen. Plug your stuff before you go.
Yeah.
I put a mint in my mouth. I didn't know it was going to be my turn. I'm Scholar Jade. You can just call me Jade. I'm non-binary. I used to be a streamer, but now I mostly do other content that you can find links for in my bios on Instagram and on Twitter. I also am a podcaster, as you well know, with No Latency and with Save the D8, a D&D podcast. Save the D8 has been going for nearly 5 years, and it's going strong, and we love it. It is our baby. That is me and Evan. Yeah, I don't have much else to say except thank you so fucking much for everything. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for this amazing opportunity. And if you can, please come see us at Comic-Con. If not, you'll see pictures, and we love you anyway.
Yeah. And it will be filmed. It will end up on YouTube. The rules with Comic-Con is we can't release it on YouTube till I think it's like at least 2 weeks afterwards. So if you want to be in the know, come on down. And it'll only get better with your donations. So up until the 19th of July, we'll still be returning. We'll still be getting donations and doing all of these donation goals. So if you want to get more involved in the community, unlock more community games, join the Patreon so that you get, they'll obviously get the first choices along with anybody who donated, because we'll have a list of that. Thanks so much, Jade, for joining us today. And being awesome and almost winning the battle royale.
So fucking close. I was so close.
So close. I honestly thought you had me at that one point.
I almost thought I did, but you
it was
shotgunned me to death.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Jade. Now we're going to have Spoon. Spoon, you're saying goodbye as well, aren't you?
I am. And don't worry, I'll make this one short, you guys. Please go re-listen to all of No Latency. And then once you finish that, and you have a little bit extra time, then go listen to System Switch. You can find it wherever you find your podcasts. I'm really, really proud of it.
Should be.
Binary is incredible in it. The other two actors and performers are hilarious and great, and it's very short, you guys.
And what's important to remember is every season we have a guest player. So if you want to expand your horizons in terms of TTRPG, we're not only using System Switch to explore new systems while switching through them, thus the name, but also we're making it a platform so that we can elevate some fantastic players that we want you to start following and checking out, and expanding the TTRPG family as we do the TTRPG Rising, right?
That's right. And you know you're going to get that same radio roll, high quality, high budget. Well, I guess it's not really high budget. It's just high quality.
No, it's high budget. The Adobe Suite is expensive. No, the Adobe Suite is expensive, and you know it.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's the base.
So, go listen to System Switch. I'm telling you, all you need to do is listen to the first half of the first episode. If you don't like it, then it's not for you. Totally fine.
Yeah, make sure you listen past the ad break though, so we can make money.
That's right.
All right, Jade, Spoon, thank you for joining us. We're going to join Evan for a little bit of painting as we talk about how we're doing these giveaways and stuff. We currently have a digital copy of Black Chrome, and we'll be doing some kind of randomizer raffle-y thing to get that to go. I'm going to find a randomizer online.
Woo.
Was it? By the way, Binary. They also said was it the Cyberpunk guy?
Mm-hmm.
Said to give his thing away. He didn't want the.
The thank you on an episode?
Oh no, it was the gift in the mail, I think.
Oh, the gift in the mail. Okay, yeah, we can add that as a giveaway. Yeah, we got some fun things.
I think he only gave 30.
Yeah.
I think was it only 30? Sucker Punch 30. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right. Sounds good.
In the mail.
Any legumes? Spoon, Jade. Have a great time.
Goodbye.
Bye, y'all.
Bye, y'all.
I'll still be watching. Goodbye.
We'll see you
There's
in
still
chat.
time to give. You gotta give.
they can't hear Spoon anymore. It's just Tracy, me, and of course Evan, who's going to be doing a little bit of painting for a bit while we shoot the shit with chat.
I'm going to be painting this little customized mini of retro.
Put your hand behind it so it gets focused.
There you go.
Yeah.
Look at that retro.
Got a damn TV for a head. Hell yeah.
You know how long it took me to customize that? You can't just customize it in Hero Forge.
You gotta do it in some online stuff.
Dang.
Blender and all that, and bury
wow.
that. So I'm gonna go ahead and get that started. As you can see, for everybody else, I am trying to. We're gonna be using some speed paints on this so we can get this done in time. But I also pre-prepped it by doing slap chop.
I'm familiar with some of the painter terms.
I am currently a sieve. I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. You guys chat.
That's fine. So, anyways, for those who don't know, for slap chop, it's a new technique that's been kind of might not be super new, but at least for me, it's a new technique where you prime in gray, or sorry, you prime in black, and then you take some gray with a dry brush it a bit on some I use my paper towel here, right? So you get most of it off, and then go back over it with the dry brush so it highlights all the high areas on it. So hopefully when you paint over it with your paints, it'll come out a little bit brighter because the undercoat underneath will be black to that gray. I know there's some other people use zenithal, which is where you'll take a spray can of white and do that over top so then you can see all the lighted points for that. But I'm nowhere good near that. So I haven't gotten to that level yet.
Have you painted any of the other No Latency crew minis before, or is this your first one, the retro one?
This is the very first one. I wanted to do a poll to see who chat wanted to do. Here, I can show off some of the other ones that I have. So this one, you can all guess who that is.
Yeah, Iona.
Yep, that one's Iona. And then our favorite shooter with two of his grandpappy pistols.
Yep. Look at that. Just needs a burb. He needs Sloan.
And then one of our favorites.
Vivi.
Everybody knows this one.
Vivi with the bat. So cool.
I have a few more that are still printing out at this time, but I do have a special one, which maybe we'll get to use at one point.
Jev on the bike. That one is so cool. Like,
yes,
that is such a freaking cool mini.
Get to try to recreate the blood race.
Yeah.
So maybe if these painting ones take off, I'll paint that one for everybody else.
Yes.
I'll save it for them. But yeah, so we're gonna paint retro because I'm easy and we're a bit on time constraints for that. Yeah, I'm glad to have you back, Tracy. We did miss you in doing.
I know.
I'm sad. Stuff.
I miss the fun stuff like the Jackbox games, which I love playing those. So
yeah.
How did it go?
The Jackbox games went pretty well. I think Mia won the first one, which we were doing Quiplash.
Okay.
We did Quiplash for the first one. And then the second one that we did was, oh gosh, I'm trying to think of what it's called. Blather on or something like that. I did terrible in that, but Spoon was killing it.
Of course.
Spoon was killing it in that one.
Yeah.
I think even like Jade, I think was the fastest one at one point with one of the ones Spoon picked. So yeah, they killed it on those ones. I was thinking that we might be able to get another one with you since I know you really wanted to do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe we'll do more of these hangouts, because one thing I like to do is like actually spend time with my ttrpg groups outside of just playing our game. I think that's always fun to do. Obviously we're gonna do it at the Comic-Con, which is gonna be nice. Sans Spoon. You got the freaking visor with the freaking light. This is hardcore. Holy shit. Oh, that's
right now I'm doing
Tracy,
the base code of.
You can't tell people our plans for the panel.
What? Hang out?
No. that maybe some people might turn up. That might actually change. We don't know yet. But regardless, we're going to be playing Cyberpunk Red on stage.
Yes. Yeah. I was like, what? Hang out? Oh, then I forgot about it.
I'm going to
have fun.
I'm going to set a timer for 10 minutes or so, and then we'll give away our first copy, our digital copy of Black Crow.
Is that us in the background? Oh.
Yeah, it is, because my phone is talking. Sorry. We'll give away our digital copy of Black Crow. If we hit the other goals, and one of them is a giveaway, we'll be doing that in the Discord, so that everyone, patron and not, will have a chance to. I'll use a randomizer, put a bunch of people's names in it, which will be a piece of paper allocated to a dice, because we play dice games.
Yeah.
Let's use a real dice for this shit.
Oh, man. So, do we have any more questions that we didn't get to for that Q&A?
I've got some questions for you two.
Sure.
Because this is nice because you Tracy. How intimidating was it joining a game that's already had that much traction?
Yeah, I definitely, like, to echo some of the stuff I was saying earlier, it can be like, I'm not gonna just be like, oh, it was easy, all sunshine. Like, no, it can be intimidating. I sometimes get anxious playing games with people that I haven't super played with before, and I knew some of this crew. I had played in some one, we did side quests, but other than that, like, I actually didn't know any of the No Latency crew outside of this. So it was, I was like, oh man, like, sometimes it takes me a little while to come out of my shell when I, am role playing with new people. But I love to, like, play TTRPGs, and I love role playing. And I have been, like, on plenty of shows where I don't know everybody as well, but doing something long term, it's more intimidating when you don't know everybody as well. But honestly, I feel like we meshed really well, and so that's what it was like. Yeah, I could stick around and do this, and obviously everybody was very welcoming and made it very easy to just kind of fit in. But yes, it's yes, it can be, especially like No Latency is a podcast that has done very well already. Like, it was already quite a successful podcast, and also after Sano was, not on the show, and I know Sano is a very beloved character. It's like you got some big shoes to fill, and
I think that's why it was good that you didn't play a solo. I think it was super important for the crew to have a new dynamic. The season 2 is about when you made that choice, I was like, that's brilliant, because that means Vendel's basically already a solo. If they need some power, they'll use Vendel. The whole crew will. So I was nervous because Tracy, you got chops. Like, asking you, it took me like 3 days to build up the courage to ask you over Discord, and I asked a bunch of people opinions on how to, I asked John, I was like, how do I ask this person to be part of the show? It was nerve-wracking. One of the questions we had was, when did you know that Sano was leaving? And it was at episode 22 of season 1. We knew so early, because it was I can only really do one season. That's fine. And I loved it that he told me early, because we just weaved his.
Yeah.
The player decided to railroad themselves. They said, I want my character to die. And he also said, you can do anything with my character's history now. Go for it. After playing 20 episodes, I got the trust from Kendall, and that was amazing. It also must be said, because this has come out a few times, people it's one thing to like look at the show and be like, oh, season 2, that Tracy was invited for season 2. No, Tracy was invited to be on the show. Just so it's absolutely clear. This isn't just like come along for one season. Not that you have to, but the invitation was to be on the show, period, for as long as you want to be here. And that's kind of our mentality. Like if we bring someone on, we're probably going to have them back for the most part, unless they're busy,
Yeah.
Not like, do you want to do like a year of this, which is kind of what we aim for.
Yeah. That's what we were hoping for. We were like, we hope they want to stay.
Yeah.
Because we're having an absolute blast. It didn't take long for you as a person to gel with us. And then Vivi took, I think, another 5 episodes after that when you found a really great groove with the dynamic.
Yeah.
I love Vivi. It's great.
Yeah, Vivi has been a lot of fun to play, honestly. I tend to play a lot of characters who are a bit more edgy is the word. I play a lot of like sultry characters. That's what I'm here to seduce you or something like that.
Chris.
Like and that was Chris. That was the kind of character that I play. That's one of the character types that I like to play. But I like that Vivi is a bit different from that. That she is something different from what I normally play, and I am enjoying that. But also, like, Vivi has the potential to go like down darker routes, as we've talked about. So I just really like that, and we'll see where things go.
How like we have a lot of homebrew stuff on the show. We're very loosey goosey when it comes to like we should have an item that does this. We look it up in Black Chrome. It's not there. We make it up. How have you found that process in comparison to other groups you've been with?
I think that it is pretty good, honestly. Like I think it was one of the first episodes where I learned what kitten catch was, and I was like, "What is this?
It's an unofficial drug." If you scroll back,
yep, unofficial.
There's
drug.
a stat block.
Yeah, and so it's. I think that it adds something. It wasn't hard to like catch on to that kind of stuff, and I think it's very. I like that you guys have your own unique things about your world. Again, some of the stuff we talked about earlier, like adding some homebrew things, some different types of elements to No Latency, I think is what makes it unique. And I think also it makes people want to keep listening. So yeah.
I hope that people take from the show that because we can do that, because we can add homebrew to it.
Yeah.
We'd love for you to use our homebrew. Like, go for it.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't cost you anything. Just go and do it. We've got glass grenades, and we've got the kitten catch, and we have the sanitizer thing, which is not canon. There's so many fun things we've done, but also I hope this encourages you to be like, oh, I'm going to add something cool to our game. We're just going to make it up. I want a door that talks for no reason. That'll be fun. We haven't done that on the show, but like whatever you want to do, give it a shot. Just make sure it feels balanced. And if it doesn't, it's okay in the moment to be like, you know what? Let's go back a step.
Yeah.
And see if we can make this work.
It's funny because I've always been a person when I've either run games or playing them, I'm always like trying to get deep into the lore. And I play a lot of lore dense games. Like
yes,
Cyberpunk is very lore dense. The Witcher, Vampire the Masquerade is.
And your groups on Magi RPG really lean into lore moments.
The lore, yeah. Even
it's
like we play a lot of things that are in D&D Forgotten Realms. Like our Ravenloft game is all stuff that's like canon in the books, but we also add homebrew to it also. So I've always been like, that's always been something for me that's been intimidating about playing in worlds. It's like, I want to know all the 30 years of history in Cyberpunkred before I run the game. Same thing with Vampire the Masquerade. I want to know the 30 years of history of that game.
Nice.
Retro's looking good so far.
Looking good.
Yeah. So it can be like intimidating at times to get into a new world because of that. But like also there's nothing, it's not a crime to add your own things to a world, an existing world. Like and that took me a while to like understand and realize that is what makes stories unique. It doesn't have to be like I'm retelling the story of what happened to Arasaka. Like that is what I'm going to put in my world. Like no, you can add your own stuff and make it interesting.
Yep. Like in season 1, the crew takes out an Arasaka building that honestly in the original Cyberpunk Red just doesn't exist. It's a giant hole. So I just made it the second building they built as they tried to clamber back into the corporations, and the crew just messed it up. The other interpretation of that, and that's up to you, audience, is that actually it happened at the same time as Johnny Silverhand did the thing to the building. But either of those kind of works with the narrative. Were you here earlier when I was talking about what I think the show is?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, I was.
Yeah. Because again, like if you feel like some of the things that are happening in your game are a little fantastical, then it, just like us, it could just be an exaggerated story of the truth.
Yeah.
As you are told. Do you find, because one of the things I love about being a GM is surprising my players with treats, and I'm not just talking about like you get a grenade. I mean some of the ways that I as a GM like to reveal secrets to the players with audio files and digital letters, and at the beginning, although I haven't done this in a while, using hi Crust, nice to see you, using QR codes so that people look at things on their own devices. We did a lot more of that at the beginning. It's a bit more of a setup time, and with all the maps I make now, there's less time to do it. But I do want to make a video on how to make that kind of dynamic stuff for your players to work with. Do you find that helps?
Yes, I think treats, like visual aids, audio aids, any of that stuff is very helpful. And it adds a level of immersion, I feel, to the game that makes things even more of an immersive experience for the players. On Magi RPG, we are very much a visual group and creating aids. So that's why I also feel like No Latency also gels with me, because having an April Anonymous, news update is something that we would do in our shows too. And I think that it is I really like it. So I think that it does help.
The first time we had one of those, because all the others they've recorded so many episodes, they go, oh, Binary did this, cool, and then they'll sit there and listen to it. What was funny is Retro was just like, oh, the TV is on, I turn it on and I hit a button, and you looked into the camera and were like, what is happening?
Yeah.
I had GM joy. I had we had a session recently. I won't say what it was about, but I did a lot of planning and I did a lot of stuff, and that'll be coming out after Comic-Con as part of an arc. And I put so much work into a thing we'd never done before. Was incredibly nervous, and I was just riding the GM joy afterwards. There is this thing about being a GM when you're like, I put all this work into this story. This is one of those times where I didn't just go, oh, I've got a map, I've got some people, I'm gonna put it together, some loosey-goosey stuff is gonna happen. I was really specific about, here's the event, do something with it. And I just was really glad with I did enough that you all understood what was happening and you were able to put things together. It was so lovely to see you all get it, and my GM joy was just blah.
It is nice to have that, isn't it? After a good session or a good series of episodes where you have that serotonin from your players genuinely enjoying something you created. Isn't that such
Wonderful.
a nice feeling?
It's so great. That GM glow is what I tweeted.
Yeah, the GM
I've
glow.
got that GM glow. I had it all day. People at my day job were like, you okay? I'm like, just having the best day. And I told them about it. And because they're not into it, they were like, oh, that's cool. Good for you. And it's like, oh, whatever. I'm too happy.
Yeah, don't kill my joy right now.
But yeah, the GM joy is one of the things I love about being a GM. I get nervous about GMing every time we sit down to record. Every single time I'm worried I've forgotten something. But the more you GM, the more you realize sometimes you forgetting something can lead to some wonderful moments.
Yep. It's really. How long have you been a GM now? I'm curious.
I started. I GM'd 2 sessions when I was 15.
Okay.
I played a few games over the years, very sporadically. I had a very failed game of Mage not even start. During the session 0, I was like, I don't want to play with these people. It was too intense. They were way ahead of me, and they weren't ready to guide me enough. And so I just felt really lost. And they ended up playing and having fun without me, and that's fine. But honestly, I only started GMing in 2020 when Evan asked me to run a Cyberpunk one-shot for Save the D8, which was the one-shot you can hear on the Patreon that turned into No Latency. No Latency is a spin-off of Save the D8. But if I'm honest, like, that's where my GMing started. This is the longest I've ever GM'd on anything. And in comparison to some other GMs online, I'm fairly young. But what I hope I bring is all of, like, I'm just leveraging all the acting degree stuff I learned. Character development, voices, accents, and all of that. Like, trying to say yes and to myself and to the story, blah, 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 blah. All that stuff I keep saying is all based on my acting training. And hopefully that's enough.
Yeah. You know, that was also another thing for me that I was also, I think, slightly intimidated when joining No Latency, because most of y'all have some sort of like acting background or skill in acting in some way, and I don't. I just am a streamer person who plays tabletop games. I was always like a wannabe theater kid actually in school. Like I wanted to be, and I never made any of the cuts. Like I always like got cuts, or I didn't make any of my audition. Like so, I just gave up. I was like, you know what, this isn't for me. And now I play tabletop games, and I get to pretend to act all the time. So it's something I always wanted to do.
You're doing it though. You don't need to go to a big old posh drama school to be an actor. And that's been proved time and time again by like the industry at large. But also, Tracy, I would not put down the years of practice and skill that you've had in doing this. Like how many years have you been doing TTRPG stuff online?
Since 2018 is when I've been streaming.
You've got more than me.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Like I have been doing a lot of like tabletop, but even then, like just a lot of shows in general. I've always been playing with people who are like actors and shit, and I'm like, well, I just stream. But and it can be because you guys are actually very good at like if we need to come up with like a line for something or make it very quick. I'm like, oh my god, I have to think on the spot, and that it comes a lot. I do notice it does come more naturally to you guys. Not saying that like it.
You know what? I'm going to say it, Tracy. Lately, it's been coming to you a lot more naturally than I think you remember in the moment. You've been the button to a lot of episodes, literally since we had a conversation about how you weren't a button in a lot of episodes, which has been fun. Dice in the chat says, see, I'm reverse. I'm more of a sufferer of a GM hangover. My players wear me out. Interesting, Dice.
That is me too.
You get worn out?
I do. And I think maybe, again, this might be something as I do more GMing, maybe I'll get better at this, but like, well, at the end of a series, I had a high, but like running my VTM games, I was actually exhausted after. I think there was one day we did a podcast. I was so tired because I had just running a game takes all the energy out of me for that week. I don't know why. I definitely do get GM hangovers. So I feel that. I think it is like the pressure and like the anxiety, like the buildup of it. Like you get I'm like, oh man, like this is a big thing. And also because we do it to an audience, there's that built up pressure. You're not just playing at a table with friends with no recording in the background. Like this is something to an audience. So there's a more built up pressure. And I think that adds to it. And sometimes knocks you out after you do it.
So how's it going, Evan?
Yeah, what's the update on retro? Evan's like, I'm too deep in this right now.
Ooh. Nice.
Okay.
Oh, I see the face. Yeah.
Yeah. We literally now have evil Fifi. I know. I keep talking about like a potentially evil Vivi to everybody. Now you all get the insight of what I may have planned for the future. Yeah, I'm the same, Dice. Like I think I do put a lot of pressure on myself. Like, and I want to make sure, yes, that everybody's having a good time, and I am very tough on myself. You can even hear me saying it here, like, oh, I'm not a good actor, and they're all cool and good at acting. Like, I can be very tough on myself, and I'm trying to beat that out of myself.
And you should, honestly,
yeah.
Tracy. You're an expert at this.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the reasons why we asked you to be on the show, and now you're part of our family. Like, you know your shit.
Damn. Yeah.
You know your shit, and it's obvious. That's why people watch your content. That's why people tune into Magi RPG. That's why people tune into Magi RPG even when you're not there.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you being there and you not being there doesn't really have a lot of an effect on your viewership.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have built a culture of people, and that culture is great. You're all inclusive and cool and everything. Yeah, and that's definitely like something that it takes time to you think about, like, oh, well, I'm not good enough. I do think it takes time to build up that confidence, and I think same for you, Dice. Like I feel you, and I believe that you, like, a lot of times we can be very hard on ourselves more than we need to be, beat ourselves up as GMs. Most of the time our players are still having fun. One of the things that was mentioned earlier was, like, Sano mentions in an episode that was really easy, a fight, for example. And I know what episode they're talking about. It's Samurais in Sand Dunes, I think it's called, where they first fight his brother. And after that, he said to me, hey, that was kind of easy. And he was right, because back then I didn't know how to balance enemies yet. Not properly. I was still working it out. And that's why his brother is a clone. That single moment was why his brother is a clone in the show, is because I made it that every time he dies, he learns like a Dark Souls player. And then it re-downloads, and he learns, and he re-downloads. And so every time they fought him and defeated him, I upped his stats. And then he come back. It's just the same character sheet. I just upped the stats every time. Boop, 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 until it started to be a problem. People got hurt. Things happened. And I was like, cool, that's where it is right there. And I kept it there for a bit. And then the crew leveled up. And I was like, oh, I can give them like 200 points. And so, it's okay. Like, we always talk. You hear a lot about how we should let players fail forward. Yeah, they unlock the door, but they failed, but the door has to open for the story. So you're really rolling to see if they do it silently or if they blow through the door by accident and start a breaching clear, right? Like, players fall forward all the time. Well, as a GM, you should fail forward. If you make a mistake, give a reason to it and just be like, that's just the state of the world.
Yep. That is a great advice, because it will happen. Like, it'll absolutely happen when you're running a game. And it may not be perfect always the first time. Like, sometimes, like one time I had to be transparent. Like, I was like, sorry guys, I messed up. And like, cause it threw me off completely. Like, and I did not have a poker face. It totally like threw me off. And it's okay to like be transparent sometimes. Just be like, totally. I messed up. But you know what? We're going to make this part of the story now, or something like that. And I think that totally works as well. You don't have to always be like, I have everything planned as, behind the screen, and I know everything, and it's all part of my machinations. Like, sometimes you can just say, I messed up. Let's add it.
Most of the time, your crew is having a good time. If you even if you're a little stressed, something Dice has just said in the chat, players should never miss the chance to remind their GM that they're having fun. They have no clue how much a relief it is to hear. Even mid-game, the things are going well. Like in the middle of in the middle of the game, oh mate, this is great. Or like a fight, whatever. Get excited about it, because we want to see that stuff.
Yeah,
it gets us going.
Yep.
All right, Retro, paint check-in. Paint check-in, Retro.
I think
Evan?
he's deep in the painting right now.
I think you muted my guy.
Oh yeah, and you're muted, but he might be deep in the
thing. No, I think. Okay, so chat, if you're here and you would like to win a copy of Black Chrome, oh yeah, baby, look at that coming together. And Evan, are you going to finish this miniature today so we can post it on Twitter? Just like
I should be able to. I'm almost there. I just gotta wait for it to dry a bit more.
Sick. All right. So if you'd like to win a digital copy of Black Chrome, say so in chat right now, and I will just put the words Black Chrome in chat, and I will do a randomizer to see who gets that. We've got about a 20-second delay, so I have to wait for people to hear that.
Yeah, just Black Chrome, I guess.
Just Black Chrome.
The password is Black Chrome.
Yeah, which I have a bunch of art in, and I encourage you to check it out. A bunch of logos.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I got logos in the Danger Gal thing, too.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What was it? I was gonna say, and I guess it could be spilling some tea. Byron and I had talked about before you had joined up, Tracy, and we were both like, we thought it was gonna be like we're gonna make an attempt. We're gonna make an attempt. We didn't think you might actually say yes. I think we had a low shot think.
Yeah.
We're like, they're so much more like accomplished than us, and so they're like we were like they're so much more accomplished than us. We're gonna attempt it, and when they say no, we're gonna be like, all right, we at least took a shot.
Yeah.
I love that. Let's shoot our shot. No, like this is the
Hold
story.
on. Asking someone to be part of a game you've already run is like asking someone to date
on
you.
A date. Yeah, and honestly, it is because it's a commitment, y'all. So yeah, it kind of is. I love that, and that's honestly, it was good because I at the time, and honestly, still currently, I'm not playing in any Cyberpunk Red actual play campaigns like full time. So I think this fills my Cyberpunk void when I need it. So I am happy that I am playing in a regular Cyberpunk Red game, because otherwise, like I only do like occasional one-offs here and there and things like that. It's hard for me to commit to a full thing, but this is
look, I know that there's been a few people in the community have asked me about this. Like, are you going to have anyone from Magi RPG on? Yeah, scheduling. Scheduling is the biggest fight when it comes to making this stuff. And I try and be as cool as a cucumber about it, because honestly, it's just a game, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we want it to be Gouda, and because I'm there, it will be cheesy.
Oh my gosh! I was like, Gouda.
So far in chat, we've got Truth, Mia, D, and Elira. Bronx, are you joining? Oh, yes, he is. Bronx. Okay, so we've got 5 people who've all asked to be part of this. We've got our little D. I'm going to use an infinite-sided dice.
Yes.
Because I think that's fun.
I'm gonna be right back. I think I don't have the paint for it, but I think I'm missing a special paint for this retro one.
Sure.
Cool.
So I'll be right back.
All right. Well, he's leaving. Of course it's going. Frog, did you not? Of course it's going. We're going to wrap up pretty soon, though. And the winner for our first giveaway ever here at No Latency is Elira. I'm not saying that correctly, but you've won a copy of Black Chrome. Send me a message in the Discord. You were number 3. Send me a message in the Discord, and I will send you a copy through DriveThruRPG, who do not sponsor us, but it is a secure way to send someone a copy of stuff.
Truth.
So please send me a message on Discord, or I will try and find you somehow. But you have won our first ever giveaway of a digital copy of Black Chrome. I will say, if we manage to get up there, Tracy and I both wrote in the Danger Gal dossier, which we will never stop telling people.
Yes.
But if we get up there, both Tracy and I will sign a copy of Black Chrome, or if we can get our damn hands on it, a copy of the Danger Gal dossier to give away once it's printed. And frankly, when it gets to that point of raising money, we will happily, it'll either be Black Chrome or Danger Gal dossier, and that's up to you.
Yes.
Be aware that getting a hard copy of the Danger Gal dossier, even for us, we wrote in it, it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
So that might be a few weeks. But we will. I will try and reach out to Artel and see if I can just buy a copy of them, because sometimes they hold back a few, I think. but we'll find out.
Yeah.
But I'd love to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Now, earlier, one of the donations got something in the mail, which was Sucker Punch Productions, who said that they wanted to give it away. So I'm going to use this same list to see who gets something in the mail. Oh, it's Mia!
Oh,
Mia gets something in the mail. That's fun.
Any hints on what the treat might be?
There is a limited number of them, and we can't make any more.
Okay. A limited no latency treat.
A limited no latency treat, and they are limited, and we literally can't have any more of them because it would be weird for us to do it now. Yes. So, Evan, you've got wireless headphones. We gave away a copy of Black Chrome.
Yay! Who won?
So that's one. We're only $40 away from another Black Chrome digital giveaway. And we've got around about 5 minutes left of this stream. We're going to finish at about 5:45. Because we've been streaming for hours now, and I need to stop.
I need some sleep.
Get some food.
Yep.
Oh gosh, what does food even taste like?
Dust, especially the kibble.
Ah, yes.
All
Sweet.
we are is dust in the wind.
Sweet, delicious kibble.
So where does Cyberpunk stack for you two in terms of like your favorite TTRPGs?
It's probably my favorite, honestly. Which is weird. Like I think because it was just like a special thing for me. It came to me at the right time and the right place, and it's just one of those things. Like D&D is the tabletop game I've been playing the most. I've played the most hours of, and I do love D&D.
Yeah, it's a staple.
It's a staple, but just Cyberpunk is just like special to me in like a weird way. I've also played like a ton of like Vampire the Masquerade.
Yes, you have.
And now I'm getting to Blaze in the Dark, and Spoon will forever tell me to listen to System Switch, which I am going to listen to. Spoon, if you're listening.
That's the other game I've played a lot of. Spoon and I, before we started making the podcast during the pandemic, Spoon ran in Jade's Discord back when Jade was way more into streaming, had a weekly community game of Blades in the Dark.
Ooh.
And I played in that almost every session for like a year. We had
Yeah.
a full narrative arc. We didn't record. And there's something special about that.
Yep.
It can be really tempting to be like, oh, we should record every session. And honestly, as a GM, maybe leave an audio recorder on the desk so you can double check your memory. But you do not have to make this to be a show. You can just do it for your friends. Don't forget that. It doesn't have to be a show. I have fun performing. It's one of the reasons why I like doing this. But you can have fun playing this game without the need to perform it. Don't forget that.
So what about
Pirate was in the game.
Oh,
Yeah. It was really good.
I played one.
Yeah.
One.
That's where Bowler started.
So what about you guys? Like, if you had a favorite tabletop, what would it be? Tabletop system.
I mean, D&D is the one that I know the most of, typically, because no one else really wanted to play anything else. So I kind of, for me, I use D&D for most of everything because I've already kind of been set on those rules. And with that, I was like, but it's like, it's D&D. I can make whatever I want. D&D has well gone past just the high fantasy mark. And you can make anything literally out of it, and it's just more of the rulescape. I wish that some people knew more about the fate system. The fate system is really well set up for like whatever you want to make, you can just make it from fate, and that is, you don't even have to worry about anything else. You just roll in the fate system. I think damage can end up becoming the real crunchy bit for people worrying about if they're getting enough action in a game. And I think the fate system does a better job in doing action without needing to have it be a fight.
Frog's going to make some theatrical bullshit audio clips for his group.
That's awesome. Yeah. yeah, I think that's kind of stuff really makes things more exciting for the players. And yeah, seeing their reactions, even if it's the 30th audio recording and some of them are like, yeah, I've heard this, but it's still like, I don't know, it's still
Honestly,
very nice.
although it's a little more muted since the first surprise of it, watching you guys listen to sound clips is great.
Yeah.
Because I see
Totally
you
agree.
enjoy it. Like,
Yeah.
I wouldn't be building that if I didn't. And honestly, things like that, when it comes to making actual plays, is a great way to get someone on board who can't meet your schedule at all. Like, April's a super busy human, and we'd love to have them on more one-shots, but it's difficult to schedule that. And just sending them a script and being like, please do this. Here's the bit where you can throw in your own silly April stuff. It's just an absolute pleasure. And I want to do more stuff like that, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, Evan, we got to get to the end of this. We've been streaming for hours.
I know. I've been here the whole time. I'm getting pretty close. Did we give away everything already?
Yep. We've given away the thing in the mail, which is, anybody who donated 30 or more. And that's being given away to Mia. Somebody else donated that out. And Black Crown was given away to Elira, who has sent me a message on Discord just saying hi and thanking the dice for winning the first ever giveaway.
Woo!
Nice. Great stream all around. Congratulations.
Yay!
Yay!
And again, I'll be periodically posting on Twitter and in the Discord about where our goal is. Don't forget that if you are watching this afterwards, check out the link in the description for the link to tip and to throw a little bit of money our way, not only to charity, but also to help us do more live events like Gen Con and our panel at Comic-Con. All right, Retro, final wrap-up moment.
All right.
Where is he? There he is.
Let's see.
Oh, that's looking dope. And you can see high-res pictures of that on Twitter. I'll be reposting your posts about that. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. I appreciate you both for being here. Thank you all for being here and watching our live stream. Don't forget to check out us on the podcast, which you can listen to on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and all of the good podcast services. Check out our amazing website, nolatencypodcast.com. And till midday tomorrow, so that's Monday, the 3rd of July, there's a discount code just over here. No Latency Sunday 2023 that will get you $5 off your order. Anything on there. Another great way to support us is by repping the merch. We've got cups and stickers and hoodies and clothes and all sorts of fun stuff. And if there's anything on the show that you'd be like, that would be a cool t-shirt, you let me know. And I can add it to the thingy with the stuff because I do all of that. So, yes. Don't forget to go and check out Magi RPG.
Woo.
Which has like a plethora of ttrpg content, all spearheaded by this lovely human above me right now. And of course, let's not forget where No Latency basically started. Save the DA. DM'd by the amazing Evan. Go and check it out. It also stars Jade from No Latency. They've also got some really fun one-shots. Does your Patreon, what's going on with your Patreon right now?
Our Patreon closed down. The thing with our Patreon is that I did not feel comfortable keeping a Patreon with not being able to produce the amount of content that I feel was fair. So I shut it down. Not that, it's not that I didn't want to, I just didn't have the time. And so, I appreciate everyone who was a patron. And if we do have any more of the patrons who came over here, thank you so much. But I only stopped it because I felt bad. I know some of you said it's okay. We just want to help support. I was like, I appreciate it, but I just didn't. I felt bad not being able to give anybody anything. So
valid. But if you missed the one shot where this all started, because it used to be on that Patreon, it's actually on ours. You can go and check out the one shot. It's a big old 4-hour thing, so it's really for the fans. I'm not going to cut it up. It's too much work. I have too much other editing to do. Anyway, talking of other editing to do, I've got to go and edit this week's episode of the show. That's it from us, everyone. Go on.
Just a quick shout out and Binary round of applause for organizing this whole thing, making the sick overlays with all of like the different versions of the transitions. Honestly, like as somebody who does production stuff, this is a lot of work. So I just want to do the last shout outs to you, Binary, for doing such an awesome job and putting this together, putting in like the request for us to do a live panel. All of the shit, all of the work that goes into this is like much credit to Binary Dragon. So last shout outs for the evening before we
Tracy,
head off.
I wish it was Thanksgiving because I'm so thankful.
This is all of the love.
But we in case you didn't get the vibe, now you've seen us essentially non-edited and how we interact with each other.
This is how we are.
Love making this content. I am completely passionate about telling stories with dice, and we want to do it more. So already, thank you for like $10 was amazing. $310 is even more amazing. If we can get that even higher up, we can do more cons. Like I can get to go to Gen Con, other stuff, and of course we get to raise some money for charity. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us today. I've been Binary Dragon. That's Evan. We had Jade on the show. We had Spoon, and of course Miss Magitech as well. Everybody, thanks so much for joining us, and we'll see you next time in Night City. Waving.
Goodbye.
Bye. Bye, everyone. Bye. Say bye in chat. Like you mean it, chat. Like you mean it. Bye, everybody.
Ted.
Thank you so
Really
much.
mean it.